Raider Nation, what's going on? It's Mitchell Renz here, host of the Raiders Report. Free agency coverage, day 4. We decided to go live 30 minutes earlier than what we said yesterday for the simple fact of it was reported yesterday that the Raiders are going to hold a press conference today at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 10 a.m. Pacific. As soon as the Raiders go to their press conference, I'll admit, they haven't scheduled anything or anything at all whatsoever on YouTube or haven't really put any information out there. But as soon as they go to that press conference, I'm going to be up here. I'm going to be watching it with y'all, so you don't need to leave this live show. You can continue here to rock with us while we watch it together. Now, we've been waiting for quite some time for the Raiders to make a move, and obviously I would love for the Raiders to make a move, and they've been a very, very patient team to say the least this offseason. But I do think one of the things that they could potentially do today, tomorrow, it could happen before Sunday, an extension around Geno Smith, which is actually going to be a segment that we're going to tackle here probably in about 90 minutes from now. I got the Chat Sports team, shout out to them, working on something for us, and I want to be able to break down a report around the Raiders involving Geno Smith, a contract. I'm also going to give you my contract extension projection, which I'm not going to lie to y'all. We put in a lot of time and effort. My deal that I had for Sam Darnold was 3 years for 110. That was exactly spot on. Deal for Malcolm Koonce, 1 year for 12. That was exactly spot on. Adam Butler, it was really, really flipping close. So I am excited to be able to tell you how I think that this Geno Smith deal does end up going down. But obviously it's a big question, right? Look at the live poll up there. Only 65% of people are okay with the idea of the Raiders going out and giving Geno Smith $40 million a year. And I get it. There is a little bit of concern with that. But here's also the thing. They're going to give Geno Smith the contract extension. That on that extension, it is going to be right around 40 at least a year. I'm telling you that. But I also want to know what people think about Geno. How confident are they in him? And this is what I keep telling Raiders fans. For anybody, and this is me being honest, for anybody that is putting the number 5 and below, you are more than okay to have that opinion. And I think as a Raiders fan, I got to do a better job of being like, you know what? I get Raiders fans when they want something and they don't get something after Jimmy Garoppolo, Brian Hoyer, Aiden O'Connell, subpar play from Derek Carr for so long. So, I get that we all want that quarterback that we can believe in. The only request that I have is I honestly believe if you were to watch Geno Smith film, you would feel a lot better about the situation that the Raiders are about to get in. I was the person here on last Friday, when the Raiders made the trade. I was very on the fence about it. I sat up here on this show, and I told you, I think he's a fringe top 20 quarterback. We'll see what happens. I sat down, and I spent about 8 hours. I watched some film on Geno, and I saw all the things that he did well. I saw some things that he didn't do well. And after that video, I gave you my honest opinion, where now I think he's a top 14 QB. QB number 14 is probably where I put him. His film was a lot better than his stats indicate. And if you believe in this regime, hopefully that makes you a little bit more confident about Geno Smith. So today, we are going to sit up here. We're going to answer Super Chats. We're going to give a special shout-out to 93 Nabman. His birthday is tomorrow, but I can't get too crazy tomorrow just because Alex's friend, my fiance, we have to go to a wedding, and I'm not going to show up to somebody's wedding being super banged up. I would be pissed if somebody showed up to my wedding, super banged up. So I got to be respectful in that regard. So today, we're going to get a little bit wet and wild. We're going to have some fun. We are going to do a 93 Nabman happy hour near the end of today's show, kind of like what we did for my birthday, kind of like what we did when Venthrak got inducted to Mount Raidermore, kind of like what we did, a few weeks ago for Brandon Jasper. So we are going to do something today, but it's not going to be until a little bit later on, just in case breaking news happens. I got to be up here. I got to be able to do my job, because this morning, I definitely woke up a little bit earlier. I was a little bit tired, and I'm embarrassed of the video that I did this morning. Don't get me wrong. I deleted it. I put up a new one. It's all good in the hood. You know what, though? These don't have any hoods, but they are pretty awesome. I got a Raiders jerseys for you. Whether you're looking for a Max Crosby, whether you're looking for a Brock Bowers, go to chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys. God bless you. I'll admit, you're not going to be able to find a 93 Nabman jersey, but you might be able to go out and find some other OGs out there, like a Jim Otto, a Bo Jackson, a Howie Long. That's somebody like David Zahn's favorite jersey. They also have, though, tons and tons of different styles, all sizes. They have, like, the the Nike ones. They have like the Pro line ones that are a little bit more expensive, but they are really flipping sick. I'm not going to lie to you. Bottom line, if you need a Raiders jersey, that link's going to be down in the comments and in the description of today's show. I'll also say this. If anybody wants to rock any of the Raiders gear that I've been rocking, if you click on that link and then you go to the search bar and then you type in Raiders jacket or Raiders t-shirts, you might be able to find one of the ones that I've been wearing. So the way that these shows kind of go is this. I'm going to answer super chats. I'm going to talk about news, and some of the news that happened literally like just now was, the Niners, they released him, Kyle Juszczyk, and now it is being reported that he has a meeting set up with the Pittsburgh Steelers. So Juszczyk was somebody that we were asked about a bunch of times yesterday just because I think Juszczyk would fit with like a Pete Carroll ran offense. I actually don't know if he makes a lot of sense, though, with Chip Kelly and the way that this offense is going to look. Steven Gutierrez, happy birthday to the man, the legend, 93 Nav, man. I did ask Nav how old he's going to be, and I don't know if he's leaving me on red or if he just hasn't seen it or what exactly, but I have not gotten an answer yet from my guy, 93 Nav, man. But a happy birthday to him tomorrow, and I got a very, very, very special deal for Navman today, and also I combined Wild One, 93 Navman. We got some fun stuff for them today. And then tomorrow, we're going to open up the floodgates a little bit just because it's been a little bit slow here around the nation. More or less, Raiders sign, basically, do we think the Raiders sign a free agent today? I mean, if they sign half of a player, that's more concerning. Stop. I feel like if they went out and, like, what is half of a player? You know what I mean? I actually think all the times that we've ever joked about the Raiders signing, like, Hasbulla, there you go. There's the half a player. I'll tell you this. I can't do a live show and be live for 6 to 7 hours, or in my mind, going to be live for 6 to 7 hours and say less to this. That's not healthy for me. That's not healthy for you. You got to go with the more on it. Let's get some mores going. Martin asked, which half? That always reminds me of the skit from Family Guy where there's like the woman, she runs into the mermaid on the beach, and it's a fish head with a man's body. And she's like, oh, that's not what I thought because it's the other way around. Though, honestly, either way, kind of weird, right? Either way, a little bit weird. James Hurd, Geno is still the fourth best quarterback in that division. And I'll just say this. I think this would be an opinion for somebody that just hasn't watched Geno Smith film. You can have that opinion. I'm kind of done fighting people about it because I think people that think this, imagine if I looked at you and I said, the world's flat, right? World's flat, grass is orange. You would sit there and you're like, well, it's not. In all due respect, anybody that thinks that Bo Nix is better than Geno Smith just hasn't watched any tape. And I get it. There's a lot of people out there that maybe you're busy, James. Maybe, you're just looking at box scores. You're just looking at stats. And I totally get it. All I did over the weekend was I watched a lot of film over 8 hours. I did a video. It's 45 minutes long of an honest breakdown of Geno Smith film. And I did that, so I know a lot of people who can't do it or don't have the time to do it can at least go watch it, think of it as a Cliff Notes version. But I mean this when I say this. If there are people that think that, just go watch tape. And if you still feel that way after watching tape, I would say then we need to be able to sit down and have a little bit of a conversation where, you wouldn't want to learn math from me. That's how I would say for somebody that thinks that Geno Smith's the fourth best quarterback in the division. He's number 3. He's behind Justin Herbert. He's behind Patrick Mahomes. And again, Bo Nix did a lot of good things, but Bo's not in the same realm of a quarterback as Geno Smith. Right now. Maybe in the future, sure, we could see it. Right now, no, it's really not all that close. I'm going to be like Derek Carr, I think, is a better quarterback than Bo Nix right now. And even that conversation, Geno is better than Derek Carr, which hurts some of y'all's feelings. Mike, she's Harry. I believe in your evaluation of quarterbacks, so yes, I am confident. And I greatly appreciate that. But it's not just me, right? Like, I don't want people to just sit up here and go, Mitch said that, therefore I'm going to believe it. I do want people to be able to make up their own mind, but I also want people to be able to sit up here and go, I am nervous about Geno Smith, and I am too. Like, I am still a little bit concerned about Geno Smith. It's not like I'm ranking him as a top 10 quarterback. I'm putting him at number 14. But Do you have confidence in Pete Carroll? Do you have confidence in John Spytek? Do you have confidence in Tom Brady, Chip Kelly, Greg Olsen? I mean, we're talking about those 5 people, their entire careers have been able to make the most out of the quarterbacks that they've been given. And I would also, give this opinion because I was talking to somebody on Twitter yesterday who always interacts with me. His name's Bob. And I said, imagine if you were a Raiders fan in 1999 and you said, I hate the signing of Rich Gannon. I kind of think Rich Gannon is kind of what they're going here for Geno. Gannon was 34. Geno's 34. By the time Gannon was 37, he ended up winning an MVP. To me, if I'm the Raiders, I'm trying to get in that window 2 to 3 years from now, and the Max Crosby contract, the way that they structured it, is the exact reason of why that I think that. But I am a lot more confident in Geno Smith. I don't think that we're going to win a Super Bowl with the team that we have right now. But I do think if you still add the right pieces in free agency, you go out and you crush the draft, we can get into the dance. If Seattle can win 10 games last season with that roster, with Geno Smith, because I think Geno on that Raiders team last season wins 7 games. And maybe people don't think that's a big jump, but 7 games on that Raiders team last season, I mean, that we watched football last year, right? 7 games would have been a lot. Let's keep it moving here. I got my man Chance Tastiku. Chance, I want to say this. I really appreciate it. I feel like you've been one name that I know for a fact has been with us the entire flipping week, and it was a lot of fun on Monday. We had a lot of fun last Friday as well. Yesterday was a little bit boring. Tuesday night with Eric Stokes was lit. Tuesday during the day, a little bit boring. So the fact that y'all have been rocking with us as long as you have, that's one of those things where I'm like, all right, we're doing the right things. We know people appreciate our time, and I appreciate you spending your time with us. I give a 7-man. He's better than the quarterbacks he had, but I don't like that we are paying a fringe top 20 quarterback $40 million a year. Hope he proves me wrong. See, here's my problem with what you just said then. Like, how are you saying that you have a confidence of 7 and then a fringe top 20 quarterback where I agree with you. When I first saw it, I thought he was fringe top 20. I would say now fringe top 16. And I would say I can make an argument why there could be a few other quarterbacks where would bump him down to 15 to 16. But I can also make some arguments out there that he deserves to be ahead of a Kyler Murray. I actually think I can make an argument that he deserves at that contract to be ranked higher than somebody like Dak Prescott. And I know that he's done some good things. Geno Smith, I think, deserves to be in that conversation of a little bit higher than somebody like Brock Purdy. There is still a lot to be seen. But when you go through and you look at quarterback contracts and you see how much starters are getting paid, especially down the line, I mean, $40 million for somebody as good as Geno Smith, it's a good deal. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a good deal. Where I want people to think out as like Geno Smith is like an Adam Butler Malcolm Koonce type of deal. That we know that that's a good move. It's not the slam dunk, but you know deep down that that's going to be a good move because he's going to be worth his contract. Where what you don't want to do is you don't want to run into a Nate Hobbs, Trevon Merrick situation where you're giving them all that money. Like, to me, that's like paying Dak Prescott $60 million. $60 million for Dak compared to Geno Smith at $40 million. Even if it's 45, I mean, it is a good deal for the Las Vegas Raiders. Chance, appreciate you, dog. Hey, man, we got 1,500 people here in the building already. If you haven't already, make sure you click that like button. It would honestly mean a lot to me. We'll kind of go through some of the different deals that we have here on today's show. Also, I realized yesterday that there was 2 people that I did not get in the duck race. Y'all 2 are already in. On top of that, and those 2 people are Justin Solarizano, hopefully I pronounced that right, and Salvador Vargas. I did already message you guys yesterday on Venmo that I said I was going to be able to put you guys in the race today. It is going to be a $20 Venmo in order to get in the duck race. I also want to encourage people to get people in the duck race because it was one of those things that, again, man, like, it's been a tough month. I'm not going to sit up here and lie to y'all. Losing Brandon Jasper might not seem like a big deal to some of y'all, but when you're with somebody every single day, and I get it, I don't have the opportunity to shake all y'all's hands, but I do feel like we've been able to make a lot of really cool connections, right? To Rebel Montana. If everything happened to Rebel, I would be heartbroken. If anything happened to Ron Raspberry, I would be heartbroken. If anything happened to a lot of people that watch the show, I talk to you guys sometimes more than I talk to anybody. So losing Brandon was tough. And Brandon was somebody that always lived life to the fullest, and he loved, a good duck race. So I wanted to do something today. Again, I'm trying to think of ways to just keep the memory of Brandon alive. So bottom line is this. If you get in the duck race today, whoever comes in second place, I'm going to also throw in a chance for you to win a Raiders Report hat. Actually, you know what? Let's do second place Raiders Report hat, third place Raiders Report hat. First place, you get the money. Does that sound good? I want to be able to keep it all like together. So today, if you get in the Venmo duck race, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365, first place gets the money. Second place gets a Raiders Report hat. Third place gets a Raiders Report hat. Last place gets a butthole pick. Seriously, though, if the Raiders end up doing anything today, I hope that y'all are ready to get this thing going. Hit that like button right now. I don't know if we need to send in some good vibes. I don't know if we need to just pray to the Lord, pray to Brandon. But man, oh man, I needed like one move. You know what I mean? One move would move mountains, even if it was like the Raiders are extending Jacob Bobenmoyer. Let's freaking go, man. Yesterday was a waiting game. Raider Prime says no feet pick. Now, the only guy that I send feet picks to is to David Zahn, and you guys should too. It's his favorite thing. Anytime you ever see David Zahn in the chat, you make sure that you let him know that you're barefoot. Let him know that your toes are out, wiggling around. That's what you got to do. Dude, that picture of Rodgers is actually hilarious. So today's deals are as follows. Tomorrow is 93 Navman's birthday, and I wanted to be able to show love to Nav in any way possible because we always, we created this whole thing called Mount Raidermore, and I'll admit, Navman is not quite in Mount Raidermore yet, but we're not dumb, right? He's trending in the right direction. And I wanted to be able to say this. It doesn't matter the amount. I don't care if it's a 1. I don't care if it's a hundo. I don't care if it's a 5 hundo. Every time somebody says happy birthday to 93 Navman, I'm at least just going to cheers you and say, I appreciate you showing love to people that I also really, really care about. $20 Venmo, you're in the duck race and a raffle. Every $100 super chat, I'm going to count it as a bang today, which our March bang competition is honestly probably the closest that it's ever been. On top of that, here's how this game's going to go today. Let's say, for the sake of it, 93 Navman bangs, right? Not only am I going to put Navman on the tuna jersey, which with the tuna jersey is really, really getting filled up, and we're going to fill in all the spaces. If there's space on there to write on, I'm going to fill it in. But if 93 Navman bangs, I'm also going to put one other person on the jersey with Navman. Let's say Navman bangs another time. Navman is already on there, which means I get to put together 2 more names. Bang 3 times, I'm going to add 3 more names. And it's just going to be people who are in the chat spamming whoever end up having the bang. I hope that all made sense. I thought it was a cool way to do something a little bit different here on today's show. Let's go to Darren. What up, Darren? Geno Smith should get what Sam Darnold got. And the only reason why that I don't know if that's exactly going to happen, and it's why I don't want people to expect it, is because the contract negotiations fell through with Seattle and Geno, and apparently the Seahawks were only willing to go up to $35 million. And when you listen to some of the reports, when you hear some of the rumors, Geno didn't want that, right? Like, that was not a part of what Geno wanted. And it was actually also one of the reasons why Geno was a big part of the trade and why it ended up going down. He was trying to work his way out of Seattle. It's been very well documented that it's between 40 to 45 is kind of what Smith's camp's looking for. What's really going to determine this, like if you're saying, I want him to get an extension like Darnold got, that's just not what I think is going to happen because he already has 1 year at $31 million. And the extension has to happen before Sunday or his cap hit is going to be $31 million this season. In my mind, I could see the Raiders giving him a 3-year extension. I think it's going to be, in that $40 to $45 million range. But it's also going to have that other year slapped on it. So it could look like a 4-year for, let's say, $160 million, $40 million or $40 million per year. And they're probably going to give him, 80 to 90 to $100 million. They were ready to give that to Matthew Stafford. But it's really only going to be a contract where Geno is on the Raiders for 2, maybe 3 years. But if you're like going to the playoffs every single year, then I could see them going with Geno for that 4th-year option. They're going to tie him with Pete Carroll. So like, I'm just saying, you got to be open to the idea. $40 million to me is the number that I would be shocked if they went under that. But if they do go under it, we'll clap. who also just went to the Saints. Let's go to Kevin Baker, LFG. Mitch, today is the day. Let's go out and get Becton, Simmons, Samuel. I mean, offensive guard, if you're able to go out and get just a hell of an athlete, linebacker and Isaiah Simmons, Asante Samuel Jr., I do want this team to make some moves, right? And they ended up moving on from Andre James, and they ended up moving on from Gardner Minshew, which right now that frees up about $4.49 million in cap space. And I do think, like, again, the reason why there are a lot of moves that are not happening is because I do really think that the Raiders are trying to get a deal done with Geno to lower his cap hit for this season. What's really going to be interesting, though, is what Geno's cap hit looks like in 2027. That's the first thing I'm looking at. I'm not kidding you. The very, very first thing I'm looking at for the Raiders when that Geno Smith contract comes out is how much money is he making in 2027? Because they added salary cap to Max Crosby, which tells me that they believe that their Super Bowl window is the year 2027. And that's kind of the way that they've been building this roster. So it's going to be something to look at with the Geno deal. Kevin, shout out to you, bro. Let's go to John. Have you seen McCaffrey to the Raiders rumors on Sporting News? Again, man, we can't. There are rumors, but you also have to understand what those people are doing. They're trying to make an article that they know people who, and I'm not trying to be mean, people who maybe aren't really following what's actually happening, where this is what people do. And, you know, us as a company at Chat Sports, we do it sometimes too, where it's like Christian McCaffrey could be traded. Everybody talks about, could it happen? I would be really, really surprised if a trade ended up going down, because I don't have the numbers in front of me exactly, but it would basically be like for the Niners to trade away McCaffrey, they eat a lot of money. And it's essentially like they eat the amount of money, or they could just have him on the team this season. If I was the Niners and I was going to try to trade away McCaffrey, I would want a very high pick for him. Chase, how much would you want for McCaffrey? You said a third. I was actually expecting a little bit more. All right. If Hondo, what did you say? A speck of sand? A dust particle floating in the air? I don't know, man. It's not a lot. It's not a lot. James Herr, Mitch, no GM would take Geno over Knicks right now. Here, I actually disagree with that take. I do. I actually disagree with that take. I think it also depends what type of team you're trying to establish, where I said Bo Nix would have been a good fit with Sean Payton. But you also got, like, if in a world, right, where that window is 3 years, I bet you half of the teams in the NFL take Geno Smith over Bo Nix if the plan is to try to win in the next 3 years, okay? The other reason why Geno is a good move is because Geno is the quarterback that this regime trusts to be able to help develop that next quarterback whenever it is. Maybe they draft a QB this year. Maybe they draft a quarterback next season. Both of those options could be on the table. But to think that no GM would take Geno Smith over Bo Nix right now, I think you're fooling yourself. And I don't mean to be rude. Are you a Broncos fan? Are you an Oregon fan? I mean, like that, like to me, the only people that think what you're saying right now are people who, you know, watched a lot of Oregon football. Maybe you're an Auburn fan and is excited that he's, you know, succeeding right now. But, like, I would say Bo Nix is probably a fringe 24, 25 quarterback, 26 in the NFL right now, where Geno, like Geno is clearly top 20. And if you're trying to win right now, again, like right now, it also depends on fit, where Bo Nix in a Chip Kelly offense, I don't think would be all that great because he's not good at really throwing the ball down the field and throwing it down. Geno is a so much better passer. In fact, he is the best quarterback when you look at advanced metrics at being able to throw the ball down the field past 20 yards, right? Like, all I'm saying is when you say stuff like this, I don't think that you're actually doing your homework, because you're telling me 2 + 2 = 5, and I'm not going to be able to convince you that it's 4 unless you try to help out yourself a little bit. But I appreciate you weighing in with me. But I can't, when I see things that to me are just so outlandish, we got to be able to have conversations and I hope that you don't, get mad at me. I'm not going to get mad at you. Because friends, family, if we can't have conversations where you don't agree all the time, I mean, what are we going to do in real life then? You know what I'm saying? James, though, I appreciate it, dude. Really do. All right, let's keep it moving here. We got 2,100 people on today's show. If you haven't already, make sure you click that like button. And if anybody's trying to get in for the duck race, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. Now, man, I don't know if you're here yet, but my birthday gift to you is I'm going to put in 93 Nav, man, and I got to put in the great Brandon Jasper. Again, if Brandon does end up winning, if Tuna ends up winning, I send the money to his significant other, Kristen, which she doesn't even know I've been doing this all week, so it'll be a cool surprise if she ends up getting it. But again, if you guys win, I want you to keep the money. So some people that are getting in here in the duck race, I see Steven Pena. I got you, my man Sean Irish. Sean, I saw the comment you left this morning on the video because I did feel bad that I thought that it was reported that Andre James and I keep saying Geno Smith, and Gardner Minshew were post-June 1st cuts. I apologized on the video, and I don't remember exactly what you said, but you said something along the lines of like, that's why we rock with you, Mitch. You're not afraid to admit when you're wrong. You said something like that. That meant a lot to me because I felt bad this morning that I did that. Sean Irish, I got you in. I see Willie Pfister, you in. And then I see Robbie Aguirre. Hope I pronounced that right. I got you in. So as it stands right now, it is a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365 for a chance to win LA Crash Dog. You don't win LA Crash Dog. Crash Dog's just in. Right now you'd win $90, but then also second place gets a Raiders Sport hat. Third place gets a Raiders Sport hat. And if you're like, what the hell is a Raiders Sport hat? It looks like this. Raj, what up, man? Sorry for making you wait, brother. Geno has more wins than Matthew Stafford and Joe Burrow combined in the last 3 years, so that's something that people should think about. And I'm happy that people are bringing that up, and I get it. Numbers, you can make numbers go in any way that you possibly want, but imagine if, and I hate keep bringing up his name, but I do think it's a good name to be able to compare. Imagine if Derek Carr, the last 3 years, didn't have a losing record. And I do think that is an important quality that you can find in a quarterback. When you can put up points, when you can go out there, and when you can actually go out there and win some football games. And Geno Smith has really helped that Seahawks team over the past 3 years. They went 10-7 last season. But then again, I also want people who, when they watch Geno Smith, watch the way Geno Smith looks indoors. Because Geno Smith indoors is a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. And if you don't believe me, go watch just the way he plays inside. And I would almost compare it to when Derek was going to go outside and it was going to be cold, under 40 degrees, we just knew that he was not going to be able to bring his A game. And it's not a knock on him. It's just the truth. It kind of reminds me when I was a pitcher back in college, when it would rain, my ERA skyrocketed, right? And I had a few really, really bad games. My ERA went really high because in the rain, I couldn't get a better grip, and I was more about movement, and my ball was a lot more flat in the rain. When I would go out there and pitch on nice days, I could honestly do a pretty damn good job. Geno Smith indoors in 14 games while he's been with the Seahawks. Indoors, 14 games, 30 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, a quarterback rating of 110. If that doesn't make you stand up just a little bit, you might want to check your pulse, and you might want to just flick on it to see if it's alive down there, because that's the type of QB we're going to get. And we got 12 games indoors this season, which actually, Chuggs, I don't know if you know this. The Raiders play the Cowboys this year. They do play the Cowboys this year at Allegiant Stadium, which is an indoor game. What? Oh, no. Do not tell me that. I'm getting a phone call right now. Do I answer it? I don't know who it could possibly be. I'm not answering it. Oh, they just hung up, so maybe they're a watcher of the show. I'm not sure. Man, oh, man. Dude, Cooper Flag is down. I got to watch this. Hang on, y'all. Oh, no. Oh, no. Dude, he is in a lot of pain. That's a bad land. Dude, Cooper Flagg, the projected number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft. I was going to take, I'm telling you right now, I would have picked Duke to win it all. His parents obviously are in shambles right now. I mean, the entire college basketball, he can barely stand. Heck, there are players on the other team making sure he's okay. He is able to walk off the court on his own power, which you like to see. But if you're Duke, I'm not kidding you when I say this. You try to make it to the round of 32, Sweet 16 without him. And that's a crazy statement to say. You obviously make him available, but... Ooh, wait a minute. We got an official. Let's go. It is now officially official. Geno Smith is a Raider. There's nothing up here. I think that they are late. I really do. They have nothing scheduled yet. So the Raiders beat writers yesterday reported that the Raiders were going to go live today at 10 a.m. their time, 1 p.m. Eastern time. And the picture that they posted yesterday was a picture of a piece of paper into a pen, which was basically like the same meaning of, I forget, what did Geno say? Like, but they didn't write back. It's that whole thing. I thought it was like pen to paper, like that's what it would have been. But do you remember when the Raiders posted a picture of Pete Carroll? Not even Pete Carroll, it was just a picture of bubblegum. And then the next day, intro press conference. So the picture that they posted yesterday, which was the pen to paper one, was me in my mind saying, all right, they're about to do this whole thing with Geno Smith. And the fact now that the Raiders just put out the trade is now being officially official, Geno Smith is a Las Vegas Raider. I do think that it is only a matter of time before Geno talks to the media today. And when he does take the podium, and when the Raiders do finally go to that press conference, you don't need to leave. We'll have the show. We'll have everything right up here, just the way that you would see it on the Raiders YouTube channel. We will be able to have it up here, and you'll be able to watch it with Jeremy Chuggs and I. We do have over 2,000 people here in the building. John White, appreciate you, man. Thank you for the dedication. If you have a question, if you were trying to figure out how the super chat goes, I know it can be a little bit confusing, but John, if you sent that in, and if you have a question that you want to put down in the comments, just put hashtag Raiders. I'll try to do my best to see it, and I'll answer it then. But thank you. Adrian, you've been keeping me entertained through my 12-hour shifts. Thank you for all you do for us. Let's go, Raider Nation. Adrian Rodriguez, I appreciate that, man. But it's also like, thank you guys, right? I can't go live, and I can't do what I do for 12 straight hours if there isn't also a participation from you guys on the other end, right? It takes two to tango. I don't know how to dance. I also saw a comment, I think it was from Gutierrez before the live show started, where, you know, when you like read something funny and you type LOL, you don't actually like LOL. If anything, I always joke where it's like, I just breathe through my nose really heavy. Like when you're reading something, you're like, that's me. Like when I laugh reading, I actually LOL'd. I laughed out loud. I was like, ha! When I read the Jason Gutierrez thing this morning, it was like, I think it was like Hispanic time is rubbing off on Mitch because my fiance Alex is Hispanic. Because we were late yesterday. We were late a minute today as well. When you guys put messages in there, I do see them, I think, a lot more often than y'all realize. And again, like it shows me that y'all rock with me for me. Y'all rock with Chuggs for Chuggs. And when we can get this thing going together, it's how I'm able to stay live for 12 hours. So I promise you this, like I said this earlier, if we were able to do this every day, and it was a consistent 4 to 5 hours of questions every day, I think we could do it. Well, what's up, Mike? Read my name 3 times as fast as possible. Mike Coochie's hairy. Is it, though? You got to get a pick. How about that? You got to get a pick, man. Tell him, get a pick. Mine, a little bit. Twinkie, what up, man? You think Milroe would pair well with Geno? I do think he would pair well with Geno. Or is there a better option, but people need to believe in what this organization is doing? Stop the hate and believe. This organization is proof to me that they believe in Geno Smith. And again, man, like think about how cautious that they have been this offseason. Imagine how confident they were to go trade for Geno Smith. And that thought process alone has honestly helped me sleep at night, which is true and also sad. I literally feel like there's at times during free agency, it's that meme of like the guy sitting there and the girl's like turn the other way. And it's, she thinks that he's thinking about another guy, but I'm actually just sitting there looking for the Raiders to sign somebody. It's never been more true than this week. But I do think Milroe is a quarterback that he needs 2 years to be able to develop. And he's got it up here. Not everybody has it up here. And he has the up here mentality, very similar to, honestly, a guy like Jalen Hurts. He's always cool, calm, and collected, but showed you he can get better and better and better. I know Milroe took a step back last season, but the Milroe tape that you saw in 2023 with Nick Saban gives me confidence in this regime. And because I have so much confidence in this regime, I'm on board with going out and getting Jalen Milroe on day 3. If you need to take him on in the round 3, I don't love it as much, obviously, but I am okay with it. Because if you give him 2 years to develop, and if he ends up being a guy that can just be an average thrower of the football in the NFL with his athletic ability. Now, the more important thing for Jalen would be to develop the deep ball. Because what's going to happen to Jalen Milroe if he can't throw the deep ball is he's just going to turn into a Justin Fields. And Justin Fields is a phenomenal athlete, but he can't throw the deep ball. Milroe's got to learn how to throw the deep ball a little bit more consistent because he was really, really bad last year. But again, if you lost Nick Saban, if the Alabama Crimson Tide lost the most important face of that, Nick Saban is Alabama football. And Nick Saban is Alabama football, and the way that Nick Saban ran that ship, it was a well-oiled machine. You can't tell me otherwise, right? And I think for a quarterback like Jalen Milroe, he needed that structure. He needed that Nick Saban, just comforting. He needed that. I don't think he had that last season, and there was a lot put on his shoulders, and I think there was a little bit too much put on his shoulders, and that's just not the way that Pete Carroll and this team usually operates, where they're trying to build a complete team around that quarterback, which is what the Raiders are trying to do as well. So I am on board with Jalen Milroe. Let's go to the next one. We're rolling in here on today's show. Again, y'all, huge shout out to everyone tuning in. Reminder, if you want to get in for a chance to win some money, it's a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. Also, it is second and third place in that duck race. You're also going to get a Raiders Report hat. Let's get Juice and Genty greetings from Idaho. Let's get Juice and Genty? Juice. I don't know Juice. Who? Use check? All right. I'm kind of good on use check, and I only say that because one of my favorite things about Brock Bowers' tape in college was the way that Georgia used him, right? And the way that they used him, they were just essentially, when you watch a lot of Georgia tape and it's smart, the amount of times they're going, I just need to figure out a way to get the ball in Brock Bowers' hands. They would line him up as an H-back. They would line him up as a tight end, out wide. They would do all these things, kind of very similar to the way the 49ers used to use check. If the Raiders went out and got him, I would be intrigued to see how it would work. But I don't think that this team in a Chip Kelly offense is going to go out and spend money. I don't think they're going to go out and spend money on a fullback. Like Geno Smith, let's go, man. Best QB the Raiders have had since 2016, Derek Carr. Send in the cap. I feel like they're done with free agency, go straight to the draft. That's just not going to happen. And I just think that this team is trying to figure out where their money is because they're trying to get a deal done with Geno Smith. And the fact that it's officially official today, the fact that he's expected to speak to the media today, I think that you're just going to see this team do a few other moves. I also said that yesterday, and I'm not going to try to lie to y'all and say that I didn't think that at least one or two moves was going to happen yesterday. However, though, I would look at it like this. If I knew that I had let's say my rent, right? Like, let's say I knew my rent was due, and that was the most of my money, that my paycheck is going to go to rent. I'm not going to go out and spend on groceries, maybe, I don't know, I would definitely buy Chuck probably something, but I'm not going to go out and get all these other things until my big ticket item is paid for. That's how I am in real life when I pay for things. Like, I'll wait. Like, I'll be like, all right, I don't need that yet. I have to make sure I have enough money to pay for this. And I think that's what the Raiders are doing. They're trying to make sure that they have enough money to be able to pay for this, Geno Smith. Once they figure out what that costs, because it's already a done deal, then I can figure out, all right, now I can allocate my money here. I can go here, I can go here, I can go here. Because what you don't want to spend here, 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 and now you don't have enough money for here. That's the bigger problem. And I think that's what the Raiders are doing. Let's go to the next one from John. There you go. Hey, I believe in the coaching staff, and congrats tats on the wedding, ding. John White, thank you, man. I'm super excited. We're about 85 days away now. We have a little countdown clock at the house, and I wake up every morning, which I'll admit, I did not do it this morning. I usually wake up every morning, and I turn this like block, and we just keep on counting it down. But I'm super excited, man, to be able to get married, which, yeah, you're not wrong. Though, ever since Alex got back from her bachelor party, she's been all, I'm so tired, I'm this and that. And I get it. I was exhausted after my bachelor party. And I'm not going to lie to y'all, I didn't take a solid shit for a week. I mean, it was a disaster after Mexico. Marsh just laughed because it was really like the number one thing our group chat would talk about after the wedding, which my buddy Joe, actually Marsh, Joe, they're about to have a baby today. Oh, no. But my best man, Joe, he would like let us know like 2 weeks. He's like still not doing well. His stomach was in shambles. But I get it. But I've also been putting in that time and effort in free agency. What's up, Kins? Quick recap for today. Happy birthday to Nabman. Where's Chuggs? He's over here. Big wrestling tournament this weekend. Wish the 208 Badgers good luck. Good old luck there to the 208 Badgers. Cheers to you, man. Happy birthday to Nabman. Quick recap for today. Are you saying like you want a recap of the Raiders, what they've done so far in free agency, or a recap of like things that have happened today? Because I'll be real, there's nothing that's really happened around the Raiders today. Nothing really has happened, to be frank with you, in the NFL. The only big thing that happened is the Raiders, the deal for Geno Smith is now officially official.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I've been in the background. I've been doing a couple things back here. I've been checking. I'm trying to make sure everything's set up for the press conference if it happens. That we were told it would happen at noon. It is now, what is it? 12:15.
Yeah, again, we gotta when beat reporters say certain things, we gotta just think that it's not going to happen, I think, at this point. And I hate saying that because I know how difficult that job is, but that's why I did the video I did this morning. I woke up, I saw something, and I got pissed off, like kind of like I did yesterday, right? And I was just sitting here going, how is that happening all the time where everything that these guys put out, the exact opposite thing happens? And I'm a big accountability guy, but I'm also somebody that takes a lot of pride in what I do, and I want to be able to talk about reports, but it pisses me off when I talk about reports and then it makes me look like a clown because it just never happens. But today, the Geno Smith deal did end up going down. It's officially official. I believe he's going to talk to the press today. Andre James, Gardner, Minshew, also their releases are official, which saves the Raiders about $4.49 million of cap space. They are going to eat some money, but it seems like a team that's not too bent out of shape about eating a little bit of money. Let's go to Ben. What's up, Ben? Has Dobbs signed? He has not. If not, how much would he cost us? I don't think it's going to be more than $5 million per year because Najee Harris signed a, one for basically $5 million deal, 5.5, something in that range. And Dobbins, I think, is a better running back than Najee, but he also has an extensive injury history. He was able to play most of the games last season, if not all of them. The thing, though, that I like Dobbins about is I like the fact that he's a good pass-blocking running back. And I also like that he was with the Chargers last season. That's a boost. Like, we always joke about the Pete Carroll, Jim Harbaugh rivalry. And I always say this, and again, it's to get that just little bit of a competitive advantage. I would try to go out and I would try to add somebody like a J.K. Dobbins. Again, I'm not trying to go out and pay him 6, 7, 8. If you told me it's $5 million, I'm okay with that amount of money for Dobbins. You put him in your running back backfield. I also say that probably means that you're not going to go out and get a Genti, But if you pair one Ohio State running back with JK, you pair him with another one. Maybe it's a Trevion Henderson. Maybe it's a Quinshon Judkins in the third round. You pair those two guys together. Now you don't have to overspend on a really deep running back class, but you also get an inside look at the running game that Harbaugh ran last season, which that's something that I would be interested in. No doubt about it, I would be interested in. I think every person here would be interested to know 1% of the Jim Harbaugh running game that he's got going on with the Chargers right now. And that could be another reason why you would look at somebody like J.K. Dobbins. What up, Randy Garcia? I couldn't Venmo you, so I had my wife DM Chuggs yesterday.
Yes.
Let's go.
Yes. Okay. I sent you one of them.
Yep.
Yes, your wife did DM me. And did I send you the one for?
Chuggs is used to wives sliding in his DM, so this is nothing.
Okay. No, yeah.
According to Jordan Schultz, the sense around the league is that former Rams wide receiver Cooper Kupp doesn't plan on having a long, drawn-out process and prefers to make a decision quickly. Kupp has interest from at least 5 teams, and the expectation is he'll decide sooner rather than later. It's unclear if he'll take any free agent visits.
He's a Texan, baby!
So it sounds like he wants to play on the West Coast. Is that enough West Coast for him, though?
I take that with a grain of salt, too, because I doubt.
I was glad you're saying that, because if I've learned anything this offseason, every player this offseason that was like, I want to go play for a contender. You know, it's easy to make somebody not want to play for a contender. Not saying the Texans aren't, or like money, right? DK Metcalf, I want to play where it's warm. Hey, DK, I'll give you 5 for 150. All right, I'll play in the cold. Myles Garrett, I want to go play for a contender, blah, blah, blah. I'll give you $40 million a year. All right, I'll stay with the Browns, right? I mean, even Max.
I will say, we always talk about connections. We always say,
yep,
look at connections, look at the stuff. The other connection we don't talk about enough, though, is coaches in the same division who play him twice a year.
Yeah.
You know who played Cooper Kupp a good probably 9-10 times? Pete Carroll.
Yeah.
Plays him twice a year in Seattle. If anybody knows how good Cooper Kupp is and how good he can be, probably Pete Carroll.
I mean, I also said this, where if you're the Raiders, right, and I don't know how the meeting went, right? There was a fight at Starbucks debating over it. But if you were the Las Vegas Raiders, and there's been reports that the Raiders are interested in Kupp. For the Raiders and Tom Brady, when I say the Raiders, I mean Tom Brady and Matthew Stafford, they met. I don't know how they met. We're still wondering how that meeting went, right? But for the Raiders to offer and be willing to offer Matthew Stafford $100 million guaranteed, I just would imagine that there was a conversation at some point around them with Cooper Kupp as well. Because I would imagine if Stafford said, hey, yeah, I'm going to join the Raiders, there has to also be some sort of conversation around Kupp. Here we go. We got a deal. The Las Vegas Raiders are signing former Pro Bowl running back Raheem Mostert. So
wow.
Mostert had some good run with the San Francisco 49ers, and we've been kind of waiting around to see when exactly the Raiders could add a little bit of depth there to their running back room, and there you go. The Raiders just added some depth to that running back room. The 10-year veteran who had 1,012 rushing yards and a league-leading 21 touchdowns in 2023 is going to the Las Vegas Raiders. Raheem Mostert.
How do we feel about that?
Let me know, Raheem Mostert. Let me see here. I know that he wasn't all that great, I think, last season in Miami. Played in only 13 games. But you kind of just brought up a very interesting point with, Pete Carroll with Cooper Kupp. There was many years where he was with the San Francisco 49ers, had some injuries, but did show some good bursts. Last season, he had 18 touchdowns. Also, a little bit of a receiving back, not too much. What makes that move interesting is he is a home run type of threat with speed. He's got legit speed. He's also going to be 33 years old. I don't know what this deal's going to look like. I don't know exactly how it's going to be painted, but last season in Miami, he averaged not a lot. 85 carries, 278 yards. I do not have the full contract details yet, But the Las Vegas Raiders, they have gone out and they have signed running back Raheem Mostert to a 1-year contract. So the fact that this is a 1-year deal, I actually am okay with that. I said that I wanted the Raiders to go out and add some sort of veteran, which, let me see here what type of blocker he is. Let me just do a quick little Google search. Raheem Mostert.
Not sure if he's a big blocking guy.
Yeah, that's kind of my concern right now as well. But Raheem Mostert, how are we feeling about it, y'all?
Grade the signing A, B, C, D, or F. 1-year deal, so not a lot of, risk in this. I think it's a low risk, high reward signing. Because, who knows? You have to think of all the guys on the roster. None of them are Pete Carroll Spytek guys. So Zamir White, not a Pete Carroll guy. Dylan Laube, not a Pete Carroll guy.
So
Sincere McCormick.
So Raheem Mostert last season, according to PFF, had a 56.8 pass blocking grade, which, to be real with you, is pretty middle of the pack, if I'm not going to lie. Though, it is better than Alexander Madison's last season, which I thought Alexander Madison was one of the better pass blocking running backs. He's right up there with Ezekiel Elliott, who I think does a pretty good job as well. He's a average blocker. That move to me, though, it's intriguing. Like, I'm not going to sit up here and lie to y'all. I knew that they would try to add a running back. I didn't know exactly who it was going to be. So you got the run game coordinator in Brendan Carroll, who, again, is Pete Carroll's son. And Brendan Carroll has spent, some time with some different organizations like Arizona. That's kind of why he's got a good relationship with McMillan. McMillan's got a good relationship with Brendan Carroll, Pete Carroll's son. But then also, when you think about the moves that they have done this year, I got to see, usually there's a connection. And usually when there's a connection, it makes a little bit more sense. And that's kind of what I'm looking for right now. I'm looking for what exactly is the connection to go out and get Raheem Mostert. And maybe it is just they watched a lot of him in San Francisco. He was a member of the Miami Dolphins for 3 years leading up to that. But you're looking at a running back who in 2023 had 18 touchdowns and 1,000 rushing yards on top of 25 catches for 175 yards and 3 touchdowns. I don't think that this is an A. I don't even know if it's a B. At this current moment, I'm going to say it's an average move. But if you're somebody that wants the Raiders to draft a running back, I want the Raiders to draft a running back. If that's kind of your mentality, then this also helps you go out, find a young veteran, not a young running back that you can then also pair with a veteran like Raheem Mostert. So I'll see what it goes. You know who I think is a really good pairing with Mostert? Quinshon Judkins. You know who I think is also a really good pairing with him? Somebody like an Ashton Genty. Where now the Trevion Henderson move would be a little bit more intriguing to me because Henderson is straight line, I'm going to beat you to the end zone. Mostert also has that elite speed. He was one of the fastest running backs in the NFL just 2 years ago.
How old did you say he was?
He's going to be 33 years old. Let me see. Raheem Mostert age. I know he was 32, so he's 32. He's going to be 33 on April 9th.
Okay.
On April 9th, he's going to be 33 years old. All right, so here's what's going to happen on today's show. We're going to do a full breakdown of everything that y'all need to know around the Raiders going out and signing Raheem Mostert. I still think that the Raiders are going to have some sort of press conference as well with Geno Smith.
Nothing scheduled
at
yet,
some point today. Yeah, there is still nothing scheduled. But coming up here on the show, we will do a full-on breakdown of the Raiders going out and signing Raheem Mostert, who will have the PFF grades, will have everything that you need to know. I think it's also important to look at what this running back backfield could potentially look like. I don't know if it's going to totally shut the door on bringing back an Alexander Madison or an Amir Abdullah. I personally think it shuts the door on both of those players, but I think it really opens the door for the Raiders to have some flexibility, to potentially still draft a running back. And I'm excited to see what type of running back that they're able to draft. Chuggs, you ready? Chuggs is ready to go. Is it just going to be jerseys again? Spont? Okay, that's fine. We'll just do that one. All right, y'all. Coming up. Full breakdown of Raheem Mostert. We Got some breaking news. The Las Vegas Raiders have gone out and they have signed running back Raheem Mostert. It is a one-year deal. We still do not have the contract details. Coming up here on today's show, I'm going to tell you why I like this move for the Raiders. I'm going to tell you where exactly he's going to fit with this roster. I'm also going to tell you what I think it means in terms of could the Raiders still go out and draft a running back. The reason, though, I want y'all to hit that subscribe button is when the Raiders make a move, you will get a video. We are also live right now on the Raiders Report with over 3,000 people pulled up if you want to join that party. I knew that the Raiders, once the deal became official with Geno Smith, it's not surprising. The Raiders made the Geno Smith trade officially official, and then less than 30 minutes after, they go out and they sign somebody on the offense. I know there was a lot of Raiders fans wondering, Mitch, when are the offensive moves going to happen? I made a video yesterday saying, based on the way the Raiders have been operating, it wouldn't shock me if they wait until that Geno Smith is officially official, and now it is officially official. If you're looking for a home run hitter, that's what Mostert is. He did have a down year last season, but we also got to remember how bad the Miami Dolphins offense was. That Dolphins offense last season was an absolute flippin' joke. Teams were stacking the box. Nobody was afraid. When you could actually find somebody that stretched the field, look at the year 2023. 21 total touchdowns, over 1,000 rushing yards. He also is a decent back out of the backfield, had 175 receiving yards in 2023. But the reason why I like this move is because I do think that he's a home run threat. He is still up there in age. He's going to be 33 years old on April 9th. But when you're able to add somebody that's got legit home run threat speed and a Chip Kelly offense, which is going to be, I'm going to try to spread you out, and then we're going to try to go out there and we're going to try to hit a home run. That's what Mostert brings. The way that the Chip Kelly used Trevion Henderson last year in the offense, I think is a way that you could see them use somebody along the lines of a Raheem Mostert. But then also think about how dynamic, how explosive that Miami Dolphins offense was in 2023. They were the number one scoring team, the number one scoring offense back a few years ago, 2023, with Miami. I got the note. I'll read it. And the fact that that happened, I think it's because they were throwing the ball down the field, they were stretching it, which is the way Raheem Mostert was able to have all these open running lanes, and it made sense. So you know what? I always say this. There has to be a connection when it comes to the Raiders, and listen to this, because here's the connection. Chip Kelly signed Raheem Mostert as an undrafted free agent in 2015 with the Eagles, brought him to the San Francisco 49ers in 2016, and now he is going to be joining the Las Vegas Raiders. The other important note on that is this guy was a running back for 49ers for many, many years. You know Pete Carroll had to go up against Raheem Mostert many, many times. There's always going to be a connection. This Raiders team wants to build a culture. This Raiders team wants to be able to build good players that they know is going to help them build for what they're looking for down the road. So how about this? Which running backs now are on the hot seat for the Las Vegas Raiders? Because there's not many running backs on this roster. Amir Abdullah, free agent. Alexander Madison, free agent. To me, I'm looking at this, I'm going, Dylan Laube, that's not good for you. Sincere McCormick, that's not good for you. Out of those two right there, Zamir White, really not good for you, man. Out of those three names, which running back do you think now is the most on the hot seat? I'm going to go with Zamir White, and I say that because not many Raiders fans out there are very confident in somebody like Zamir. Hell, I had a Raiders fan yell at me for calling him Zeus the other day. They're like, you can't call that guy Zeus. He's just Zamir until he proves otherwise. And I could see the Raiders moving on from Zamir White this offseason. I could see the Raiders moving on from Dylan Laube this offseason. I think they're going to end up keeping Sincere McCormick. But the other reason why I do like this move, it's not an A. It's not even really a B. I think that this is a C+ to a B- type of move, depending on the money. Again, I don't know what the money is right now, but this also tells me that they were looking for a home run threat. And the way that the Chip Kelly offense works, again, is when you spread somebody out and you need to be able to hit a home run. But then also think about the type of running backs that Pete Carroll has used in the past. I could see the Raiders going out and adding a running back in the draft, somebody like a Quinshawn Judkins, who the Raiders obviously met with at the Combine, was also an Ohio State running back. Because you pair the middle thumper type of mentality in a Quinshawn Judkins, I also think that Ashton Genty is still on the table. I'm not going to lie to y'all. And you pair that thunder with somebody that's got some lightning and Mostert, and he does still have a lot of speed. look at the tape of Mostert in 2023 and look at that Dolphins offense. When it was spread out, Mostert was elite. When that Miami Dolphins offense was bad, he didn't get a lot going. We've heard that story so many times around the running back position because it's more important for what you have around you when it comes to a running back. I do like this move. I think it's a good fit, but I also think it helps the Raiders now assure that they can also go out and draft a running back, pair it with a good veteran that Chip Kelly trusts, that this organization likes. We got more breakdowns coming up here in just a moment because I don't know about y'all, when I saw this signing by Mostert, the first thing that I thought of besides where's the connection, where's the relationship, is he a good pass blocker? Because the one thing that I've been looking for is, do we have a running back that can pass protect for somebody like Geno Smith? I'll tell you what his PFF grades here are in just a moment. I feel like I just lost my breath. Maybe it's because this Brock Bowers jersey is a freaking sexy jersey, man. Go to chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys if you're looking for a new one. And whether you're looking for a player on the current team or whether you're looking for a jersey of one of your favorite OG Raiders players, we got kids jerseys, we got women's jerseys, we have all sorts of different styles of jerseys. And I'll admit, I can't get you a 93 Nabman, but I can get you a custom jersey, which you can also get down there at that link below at chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys. I've also been wearing some Raiders jackets that people have told me they've liked. I've also been wearing some Raiders t-shirts that they've been telling me they like. If you go down to this link right here, which is going to be down in the comments and in the description of today's show, you're also going to be able to click on that link, and then you go to the search bar. If you click Raiders jackets, Raiders t-shirts, you might be able to find some of the gear that I have been rocking. So not only do I want to talk about Raheem Mostert, I want to get into the PFF grades before we talk about that, if that's okay. But the PFF grades around Raheem Mostert in terms of a pass blocking running back, because I do think it is at least an important thing that we got to talk about. He did have a 56.8 grade as a pass blocking back, which is kind of in the middle of the field. I'm not going to lie to y'all. It is better than somebody like an Alexander Madison. It is slightly below somebody like Ezekiel Elliott, which I'm going to bring up those two names because Zeke is regarded as a good pass blocking back. Alexander Madison was somebody that I was excited about last season, also considered to be a good pass blocking back. This is a good move for the Raiders. Adds a little bit of home run threat. Hopefully it's not a huge deal. Oh, we got the deal. Great deal. 1 year, $2.1 million. I mean, for you to be able to get a back that fits Chip Kelly's home run mentality at 1 year, $2.1 million, that's a really good deal. And I think when you see an organization that's bringing in guys that they trust, bringing in guys that love football, I mean, the fact that he was able to put up some of those numbers, again, he was injured a little bit last season. The Miami offense was really bad last season. But when he was in a spread offense that took shots down the field, that opened it up for him, he was able to get 21 total touchdowns. I would say that's pretty good, man. So let's give you a quick update of what the Raiders free agency moves have been so far after that one. The move that they did earlier was Alex Kappa, 2 for 11.2. Max Crosby, 3 for 106 extension. The Geno Smith trade is officially official, and I don't pat myself on the back too much, at least I hope that I don't. If I do, you guys can yell at me for it. But I did say as soon as that Geno Smith trade becomes official, I could see the Raiders start to add some players to the offense because everything that they've done has been on the defensive side of the football. The Kappa move was before free agency, and that's also a John Spytek guy that they trust. Adam Butler re-signing, it's a good move. Jeremy Chinn, 2 year for 16, it's a good move. Malcolm Koonce, Lonnie Johnson, Elandon Roberts, all good moves. Malcolm Koonce especially in that. Eric Stokes, that one happened late on Tuesday. And now the latest move, Raheem Mostert, 1 year, $2.1 million. This is a Raiders team that is trying to add quality starters instead of just adding 1 or 2 or 3 really big slam dunks. I do think that you're going to get at least 1, maybe 2 slam dunks this offseason, but we also have to consider this. Geno Smith is a master big-time slam dunk. And I know it didn't happen in free agency, but if there would have been a move equally as big in free agency as going out and getting a freaking quarterback of Geno Smith's caliber, I think people would stop whining about us playing it too safe. I love what the Raiders are doing this offseason. They are spending money in a well-respected way. So also I wanted to be able to talk about a report that literally just came out, and I know we've had a lot of questions around Cooper Kupp. And according to Jordan Schultz, the sense around the league is that former Rams wide receiver Cooper Kupp doesn't plan on having a long, drawn-out process and prefers to make a decision quickly. Kupp has interest from at least 5 teams. It was reported that the Raiders were one of those teams, not by Schultz, by our Raiders beat reporters, that the Raiders were interested in Kupp, which I'm not all that surprised about because Matthew Stafford ended up meeting with Tom Brady, and I would imagine if they randomly met in Montana, Rappaport, Schultz, y'all can fight about it at a Starbucks if you want, or basically just Jordan's house. You can argue who you think is right, but I know Tom Brady's a smart man, and I know Matthew Stafford's a smart man, and I know that if those two were talking about $100 million guaranteed, I bet you the Cooper Kupp conversation also came in there. I do think that you could see the Raiders be pretty active today because of that Geno deal ended up officially getting done, but if the Raiders are interested in Cooper Kupp, that light bulb has to go off in your mind and say that means they're okay getting a veteran receiver. And if they're okay getting a veteran running back, what did I say yesterday? If I was the Raiders, I'd go get a veteran running back, draft a running back. I'd go out and get a veteran wide receiver, then you go out and you draft a wide receiver on top of that. So if they're okay with Cooper Kupp, that tells me then they're probably okay with a Brandon Cooks. They're probably okay with a Tyler Lockett. They're probably okay with a Keenan Allen. Today, I'm hoping it's going to be a good day here on the Raiders Report. Make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you pull up. Like I said, over 3,000 people live. Let's do this Oakland style. All right, y'all, what is your one-word reaction to the signing of Raheem Mostert? Sorry, I just saw Noah Brown.
To the Commanders.
To the Commanders, yeah, but I saw Texans in there, so I was looking at that for you. One-word reaction to the signing.
Former Texan.
My one word is home run, because I do still think that Raheem Mostert is a home run threat.
Aaron Wilson will do that to you.
1 year, $2.1 million. It's a good value deal where if you're the Raiders and you go out and you draft a Quinshawn Junkins, dude, if you draft even Ashton Genty, right, you then give Mostert, let's say, 100 to 125 carries this season.
I don't think it does.
Which keeps your young running back healthy.
I don't think it does. Do you think this takes them out of taking Genty at 6? I don't think it does.
Not at all. I don't think so. I mean, it's $2.1 million for a running back that's got a relationship with Chip Kelly, and multiple regimes took him there with him. Pete Carroll also saw him.
I could see them going, we have Raheem Mostert, we have Sincere McCormick, we add another running back in the draft. I don't know if that's your first-round pick, though.
Yeah, I like this plan because it's literally what I said yesterday. If I was the Raiders.
Little RBBC.
There you go. I am.
Running back by committee.
Running back by committee. If I'm the Raiders, I'm signing a veteran running back. I'm signing a veteran wide receiver. I'm drafting a wide receiver, and I'm drafting a running back. And you're going to allow that running back, the vet, Raheem Mostert now, to help groom what that young running back's supposed to look like in a Chip Kelly system. I mean, quite frankly, I could also sit here and go, we always use the term bridge quarterback. What if Raheem Mostert's going to be a bridge running back to somebody like a Trevion Henderson, who also is very similar in that regard of maybe not the best vision, but that guy can hit a home run on any single time he touches the ball and can also run. He can also catch the ball very, very well.
Mitch?
I like it. I know that some people aren't going to love it, but it is good running back depth that we needed.
Mitch,
it is good running back depth.
We always like to make deals.
I'm a deal maker.
You're a big deal maker.
I'm a deal maker.
Are you down to get down?
I'm down to get down a little bit.
Mostert's 31.
Oh, man.
A little 31-minute Mostert party.
Number 31.
21 or $20 shots, $100 beer bongs for the next 31 minutes.
Oh, tits. All right. How many you got in you?
I can do a couple beer bongs.
Okay.
Especially because Chick-fil-A just arrived, so.
Nice.
So we got that. But if y'all are trying to get down to get down.
Dude, I'm telling you this right now. This could get messy. Also, I don't have my fireball nearby.
I can go get it. I can go get it.
I have a few beers here, not many, but I do have a few brewskis. All right, Chuggs makes the deal sometimes too. We're going to be rocking here for Mostert signing on the Raiders Report.
We're a little bit behind on Super Chat, so let's catch up on those.
Yep.
I'll go get the drinks, and then let's party.
I mean, can you Slack somebody again? Because I want to get through this. What up, fam? Hoping something happens today. Well, as you can see, something did just happen. The Raiders went out and they signed Raheem Mostert. And again, like, it made sense to me why the Raiders were waiting for a lot of their moves on offense. And again, like, I got a lot of eye rolls, and there was at times I even eye rolled myself when I said maybe the Raiders are waiting for, the deal of Geno Smith to become officially official. And, like, we don't really realize that, but if there was an organization like the Raiders who got burned last season, turn around. Are they up there? I don't know where. Somebody might have taken it. But if you were a Raiders organization that got burned by by Cliff Kingsbury, what you don't want to do is bring in all these players and you're building around a certain quarterback, and then all of a sudden that QB ends up, not being a part of this team anymore. So I understand that, but at the same time, man, dude, I like this move. All right, so Chuggs went to go out and get some of the beers, and I think somebody accidentally stole my fireball, which it is what it is. All right, cool. Let's go through some questions here. Morning, my Raider Nation family. Blessed to wake up to another day. Go out and be the best version of yourself because you matter and you are somebody. God family, happy birthday to 93 Nabman. Mr. Castro. Look, I'm very happy with Geno. He's good. He's the best quarterback we've had in a long time, but he's not better than Nix. All right, we're just going to disagree on that one. Being from Washington, I've seen a shit ton of Geno. Bo Nix took that Broncos team to the playoffs. Geno had better wide receivers. He did, but Bo Nix also had a top 5 offensive line. Geno Smith had a bottom 2 offensive line. And again, Eric, like, I'm not going to sit up here and try to change people's opinions, but to me, when people say Bo Nix is better than Geno Smith, I just can't take that comment seriously. So, Eric, you're one of the real ones here. I appreciate all the love, but again, I just can't take what you're saying seriously. Silver and Shield Savage, love the show. Best Raider show out there. Definitely good with paying Geno, but if we get Sanders, should we shop AOC? I think that AOC, honestly, is probably pretty safe right now, just based on he is a good backup quarterback. He's a good teacher as well. To me, the only reason why the Raiders honestly would move on from Aiden O'Connell is because of the fans. And I know Aiden is a dude that a lot of y'all love and rock with, but the Raiders are going to want the entire nation to rally behind their quarterback in Geno, and there are still people out there that are like, oh, Aiden O'Connell's better. I would say to those people, if you want to keep Aiden on the team, you should probably quit talking about it because it is going to get underneath Tom Brady and definitely going to get underneath this regime's skin if the fans don't buy into what they are doing. I promise you that. If it was up to me, I would keep Aiden O'Connell on the team. I would draft a day 3 quarterback like a Jalen Milroe, a Kyle McCord. I don't really love Will Howard. Those would be the 2 guys that I would target. Let one of those 2 quarterbacks learn for 2, maybe 3 years underneath Geno with also Aiden O'Connell. And then, God forbid, if Geno were to go down, you're able to put in Aiden O'Connell as your backup, not forcing that rookie that you drafted to go out there and ruin your entire plan. Yes, I do. That's my thought. Let's go to Blake. Just getting in. What is the breakdown of Geno? Well, we were hoping that Geno and the press conference were to go live. I'm kind of glad that they didn't do a press conference yet, which there is still nothing. Like, the Raiders beat writer said that the Raiders are going to do a press conference today at 1 o'clock Eastern time. And maybe they are a little bit delayed because of the Raheem Mostert deal, because of the Geno Smith trade becoming officially official. But the Geno Smith breakdown, I also have a video that I plan on putting out here in a little bit on Geno and some of the reports around him. So once that happens, I will do a full-on breakdown of the Geno Smith stuff. What up, Sam On? Been here all week, bro. Keep up the good work, Sam On. Thank you so much, man, for rocking with us here on the show. Let's keep it going. We're doing a Raheem Mostert party. I said this, the only way that I'm drinking today is if the Raiders actually flipping did something, and finally the Raiders did something. So you got 25 minutes left. Every 20 is a shot of Fireball. Every hundo is a beer bong and a bang. And Chuggs and I are going to go back and forth. Mike, she's Harry. I'll send a pic if I get a pic of you saying the last one in the duck race. I'm telling you this right now. I'm going to send you a pic of your first name if you come in the last place. Let's go to Rubio. Am I in the race? I will check here in a moment, Rubio. I will get some people in the duck race. Reminder, it's a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. If you come in first place, you win the money. If you come in second or third place, I'm going to give you a Raiders Report hat. We're not doing a raffle on Super Chats. We're only doing Venmo today. Guys, for that $20 Venmo.
We've only had one bang on the show so far. I'm getting a little thirsty.
We haven't had a single bang on the show.
Everybody was asking. No bangs.
No bangs today.
Everybody was asking for a signing. We finally got one. Are we down to get down or what?
Get down on it.
I'll tell you this. It is a fact.
Get down on it.
It is a fact that new Raiders, once they sign, watch these shows.
That is true.
Devontae Adams referenced this show after he got traded.
Cool. That's true.
You don't want to see Mostert watch this show and be like, damn, that's kind of lame.
You got to think about this, right? If you were to sign with a team, you're going to look up your name. I don't care what anybody says. Players, they look up their names. We're going to be the number one video that those guys see. They're going to click on it. And I don't know how long they're going to click on it for, but I guarantee you they will see this video. Let's go to Carlos. Mitch, can I get a birthday shout out for my old man, 53 years old today, and as always, Raiders. Carlos, happy birthday to Carlos's dad, man.
It's scheduled now for 2 o'clock our time, so 3 o'clock Eastern.
So 3 o'clock Eastern, Raiders press conference.
Yes.
Thank you, my man, Mr. Jeremy Chuggs. Let's go to Joey. How much cap space do we have left? I hate being the guy that says I don't know exactly, but genuinely, I do not know exactly. Because now the Raheem Mostert happened. It's going to change so much after the Geno Smith contract, but this morning when I woke up, it was somewhere around $47.5 million. Now the Raheem Mostert deal, let's say $45 million. Let's go to Venthrak. I saw some stats where Geno is way better indoors and also way better when coached by Pete Carroll. I think we're getting the best version of him. In a 14-game sample size indoors, Geno Smith underneath, or I guess just Geno Smith, the last 50 games that he had in Seattle. He had 50 games in Seattle. 14 were indoors. 30 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, a quarterback rating of 110. I don't know if y'all know this. The Raiders play indoors. Josh!
Here we go.
The first one going down the hatch. Josh Raheem Mostert, a new Raider, another one. Jonathan Smith. Bang! Mr. Smith! Mostert is a great addition for our team. Needed a vet running back on the team that knows how to run. You get a vet running back on the team that not only knows how to run, but also has a connection with Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly was with him in 2015, was with them in 2016, but also Pete Carroll saw him run a lot. And then you got to think about the spread offense that Chip's going to bring to the table here. He's going to try to spread you out. And I know Mostert's going to be 33 years old on April 9th. But that guy still has legit running back speed. And if you have a dynamic offense like Miami did in 2023, I'm not saying we're going to be number one in points scored, but the way Miami spread people out, threw the ball down the field, that's what this offense is going to try to do. And if they're able to replicate that a little bit, I'm not saying Raheem's going to score 21 touchdowns again, but think about it. If we were able to get a player that scored 21 touchdowns a year ago, 2023, and we just got it for $2.1 million. And I get it, last year was a bad year. Look at the Dolphins' offense last season, guys.
The O-line was bad.
The O-line was bad. Tua was banged up. They were really, really bad.
You know who's not bad? My man Jonathan Smith. He said, let's get down. Can I get a hat? Does Geno make free agents excited to come home? I believe he does. Absolutely. More than insert name.
You know why? You know why people are excited to play with Geno Smith? He is one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the NFL. Last season, targets past 10 yards, targets past 20 yards. He was top 3 in the NFL in both of those categories on targets being on the ball being on target. So when you're on a team with Geno Smith, you know you're going to get high-quality passes for a guy that doesn't drop anything like Jacoby Myers, for a great tight end and Brock Bowers, for whoever the next guy is going to be. I would love the opportunity to play with somebody like Geno Smith.
I'd love the opportunity to play with
Jurassic Raider! Bang!
Here we go.
Take me all the way back to the Jurassic period. I don't know. I know some of y'all think Pete Carroll and Geno Smith are a fossil. You probably also think Raheem Mostert is a fossil. But if you haven't been around the Raiders Report, we get down Oakland style. I do. I like the move of Raheem Mostert. Let's freaking go, man. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, wow.
If you haven't already, I want y'all to spam LV down below. We're going to put some people on the jersey. I got Josh Eyes going on the jersey. I'm going to put Jurassic on the Brandon Jasper jersey. I also got my man, Jonathan Smith.
Somebody just called him Raheem Mustard in the comments on accident.
Mustard!
Bro, if he scores a touchdown this year for the Raiders, Mostert!
Dude, I'm telling you this right now.
That's what we're doing.
If Raheem Mostert scores a touchdown week 1,
we're screaming that.
we might do mustard clock.
Mostert!
I'm going to be real. I don't like mustard.
You like Mostert?
I do like Mostert. I do like Mostert.
Joey, this is really dependent, and that's why we wanted to go.
Probably somewhere around $45 million right now.
But this was really dependent, and that's why we wanted to go live a little early, because we thought maybe a Geno deal would get done today, which we're still on Geno extension watch.
G-Money, I got you.
A lot of this depends on what. I don't think it's if Geno gets a contract extension. It's just what the contract extension is going to be.
Azulex, I got you.
That might be also why the Raiders might be a little hesitant to sign
Bruce
guys.
Robinson,
because they don't know how much they're going to pay Geno Smith this year just yet.
Yeah.
I believe they're still working on it. We thought maybe the press conference today was going to be surrounded around maybe a Geno Smith introductory plus maybe a new contract. Maybe that's why they had to push it back. Maybe a little bit of negotiating this morning.
Maybe a little bit of the negotiation. Venthrak, I already got that one. Yes, 30 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, quarterback rating of 110 indoors. Thanks for the wedding invite. See you there, big boy.
Hell yeah.
I'll tell you this. If I know I didn't invite anyone, you better say thanks to Alex. It wasn't from me. Brandon, if we don't sign an offensive lineman in free agency, who would you draft on the interior offensive line? Also, much love to you and to Alex. Thank you so much. I would say if I'm going to go on the interior offensive line, somebody that you might be able to get in round 2, Tyler Booker from Alabama. He is a mean mother effer on the interior line. And if I want somebody that has that JPJ type of mentality next to Jackson Powers Johnson. Somebody where they're going, I got to go up against JPJ and Booker for 4 quarters. That is a mentally exhausting thing because both of those guys are just going to try to beat the absolute shit out of you, and they're going to let you know about it for 4 quarters. And I want somebody next to JPJ like that for the long haul. It's why I like the idea of putting next to Mekhi Becton next to JPJ, because I get there's a lot of teams out there that are worried about Mekhi. But JPJ would make Mekhi Becton look like the Mekhi Becton that you've seen. What do you got for me?
Just something funny. Kenny Pickett had an introductory press conference with the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
Would have been a 9 and 10 on Raiders. It has 5,000 views.
Oh, really? That's hilarious. Big mother effing Bill. I can't believe that even got through.
Big motherfucking Bill.
Mitch, just checking, did I get in that duck race? What O-line should we bring in after in free agency? I mean, wait, who should we go after? Oh, go after in free agency? The number one name that I want is Mekhi Becton. And I've said that multiple times, that Becton is the dude that if I was the Raiders, I would go out and pursue. I'll admit all the other offensive line targets that I had, I believe are gone. The only other name that I'll throw out there is Kelvin Beachum, who hasn't been great the last last year wasn't all that good. He is a right tackle, can play both sides a little bit. I would say that that's somebody that you bring in to maybe just be, again, a veteran to help out somebody young like DJ Glaze.
I talked about him this morning on Texans. The only other high-profile lineman out there besides Mekhi Becton, Tevin Jenkins of the Chicago Bears.
Tevin Jenkins is another interesting option, and maybe if the Raiders are really confident in their depth, you go out and get a Jenkins. It's just
he's injury prone.
That, think about Tevin Jenkins and how we think about Nate Hobbs getting injured. Jenkins is worse. Yeah. I mean, he's worse. Curtis Bishop, what free agent would you be interested in? I am interested in Tyler Lockett. I am interested in Keenan Allen. I am interested in Brandon Cooks at the wide receiver position right now. At corner, I think Asante Samuel Jr. is interesting. I think a Justin Simmons at safety is interesting. I would go out there and say, maybe even a Kendall Fuller could be somebody that you could keep in mind. Some good names that off the top of my head right now. Blaine! I would love to have Kupp as a Raider. I am an Eastern Washington University alum where Kupp played his college ball. I can get that then, Blaine. I'll tell you this right now, Blaine Craig. If the Raiders go out and they sign Cooper Kupp, I'm going to get you a Kupp jersey. You don't got to do nothing besides show up. And once they know you're here, if they do it, I'm getting you a Kupp jersey. Though you might have to remind me because that show might get a little bit crazy.
Could you imagine if somebody from your college, Centenary, got signed by the Raiders?
Here's the thing. Not possible.
Never say never.
Not possible. We don't have a football team, dude.
No, I know, but maybe somebody who played another sport there, maybe played in the UFL.
I am a proud alum of Centenary College.
Do they have soccer?
They do. It's not good.
Kicker.
The best sport that Centenary has is their equestrian team. They are our college's equestrian team is as good as SMU's. They are D1. They are top 5. The barn. I'm not kidding you when I say this. The barn at Centenary College. Now, this is 10 plus years ago. The barn where all the horses were, where all the equine students would go, was, I'm not kidding you, was worth 10 times the entire college campus. It was an unbelievable spectacle.
Hector.
What up, Hector? Twinkie, why did Mitch comment beat over best? I don't know what that means.
No, not sure. Sorry, Twinkie.
Ruthless Mustard. I'm going to keep saying it now. And Scatabo incoming. I'm an ASU fan, so my opinion might be slightly biased.
I like that, actually.
I'm telling you this.
A running back room of Sincere, Mostert, and Scatabo.
Again, I'm not as high on Scatabo as I think some other people are out there. But going out and getting Mostert, now if you're the Raiders, you try to draft a running back that, is a little bit of a thumper, is somebody that's going to pick up those tough yards because Mostert can hit the home run. Mostert! LB! 49ers picked the trade Christian McCaffrey to the Raiders in league-altering blockbuster. Any truth to this? It sounds like that's an article. And it sounds like that's just an article that it's going to try to get people to click on.
Not saying that it's impossible. But.
Yeah, I mean, again, anything's possible, right? If the Raiders can trade for Devontae Adams, if Luka can get traded to the Lakers, why can't Christian McCaffrey come to the Raiders?
Facts.
I talked to our 49ers guy. He said third-round pick is what it would cost. What's up, Mitch and Chuggs? Congrats on the wedding. Also, do you honestly feel like we might sign Kupp Diggs? Also, Chuggs, Woe's game is it? I don't know what that means.
With everybody saying L.A. Night, yeah!
Oh, there you go. To me, the only reason why I am going to just pump the brakes on some of the Stephon Diggs talk is for a big reason and big reason only.
Tell them whose game it is.
Well, you got to think about, has this Raiders team this offseason been careful? The answer to that is yes.
Can I get a yeah?
If Stephon Diggs has an allegation against him right now, which he does, he has a domestic violence thing going on right now.
Yeah.
And if you know that, I don't know if the Raiders would be interested in going out and get him. But here's what I said on my video this morning.
Yeah.
I said if the Raiders do go out and they bring in Stephon Diggs, the way that they have acted this entire offseason tells me that they are confident in their decision that they are going to make. But based on the Fred Bilenikoff rule, I would be surprised if they went out and signed a wide receiver that could be in that situation, just the way that they have acted this entire offseason. Yeah. Let's go to John. We should sign.
Oh, we just signed a running back.
We just signed a running back. Yep, Raheem Mostert. G. Jones, don't care how you frame it. This signing is an F. Jones.
I don't know how you can have a 1-year, $2 million deal and say, yep, that's an F.
I agree with you. Quite frankly, I don't get it. Pablo threw up an alley-oop!
Martinez!
Pablo threw up an alley-oop! Which I have no idea what that is.
See, he just sent us $25,000 of currency.
25,000 CLP. CLP. What is CLP?
If you don't know what it is, you can't afford it.
A Chilean peso.
Okay. Chilean.
Tomato.
Raymond.
Mostert wasn't used much last year because of injury. Should be C grade, maybe a B minus if cheap. Yep, 2.1. Shouldn't look at last year's numbers, but 23. Now draft a running back. Thank you, Raymond. This is a smart way to think about it. Let's go to my man, Big Brother Evan Bill. White, C, ya, wouldn't want to be ya. You're right. Zamir White, we might as well already.
Just Raiders baby. He was actually on it before Schultz was. I think this came in before Schultz.
Good move. He has a relationship with Chip from Philly.
This dude knows ball.
This guy's a ball knower, baby. O'Neal, check out Raiders Threads post. Geno video clip with dollars, money attached.
Oh, with nothing attached.
With nothing attached. I gotcha. I don't know. With attached. I'll go check it out. I don't have Threads, though, so I don't really go on Threads. I'm not going to lie to y'all. Twitter, Instagram, plenty for me. Also do a lot on YouTube, which I don't know if you guys know that or not, but I do try to do quite a bit on YouTube. Val, Pete Carroll likes versatile backs. He mentioned it when he drafted Walker, and then I think you mean Charbonnet. Judkins makes sense, is a vet and a pro, smells the end zone. I think Judkins is one of those really good running backs where, again, when I first started talking about Ohio State running backs, I actually like Trevion Henderson more than I like Quinshawn Judkins. The more and more tape I watched on those guys, I actually started to like Judkins a little bit more just based on fit. And now seeing the way that they've done this, I actually think that you could see the Raiders still try to go out and get both Henderson and Judkins. Like, I can make an argument for both of those guys, and the fact that they met with both of those running backs, the fact that they both have those connections with Chip Kelly. If I was a betting man right now, I would say Judkins, Henderson, and then somebody along the lines of like an Ashton Genty would be the top three running backs betting favorites for me. Judkins, Henderson, Genty of who I think the Raiders could draft this season to pair with Raheem Mostert. Let's go to Raider Tone. With Mostert signing, we need a thumper like Iowa running back Caleb Johnson. I think would be a good fit with that. Quinshawn Judkins is a good one. Ollie Gordon is a good one. Who's the kid from Oregon?
James.
James is another running back where it's like...
I can't remember his...
I know, I can't think of his first name either. But I like him a lot because he's not a home run threat. He's somebody that's going to get you 3, 4, 5 yards a carry. He's going to be a chains mover, and going up against a running back like that...
I love Martinez from Miami,
It's tough.
too.
You are a big Martinez guy.
I covered him in high school, so it's a little more for me, too, because I've been able to see him the whole way through, but he's also a dog.
Omari and Hampton, you guys know, I am a big Omari and Hampton fan. Let's go to Rage Raider. Thank you, my man, Def. We keep getting cheap base players. Draft is going to be fire. And that's what the Raiders are doing. They're trying to just get players that they believe in that can help them build this thing the right way. And they're trying to be a playoff team this season. But I think they're trying to compete for a Super Bowl in 2027. To me, that's the plan that they're trying to do. Let's go to RJ Beats. Hey, y'all, 7 minutes left of the Mostert party. Is it smart to go out and sign a bunch of one-year deals?
I will say, hilarious down in the chat. Give me last name James of the Oregon running back. Wrong answers only. I see LaMichael James. I see Edgerrin James. I've seen LeBron James. The correct one is Jordan James.
Jordan James.
But let me know. Wrong answers only. Who's the Oregon running back? Last name James.
I do think it is okay to go with some one-year deals. The only way the Raiders are putting guys on 3-year deals or more is if they think that that's going to be somebody that can help them win a Super Bowl. Adam Butler,
Rick James,
Max Crosby.
Jesse
Carl,
James.
I told you, Mostert now say Raven was right. Raven was right? I guess there we go. Raven, one word, comeback. A-Chain was overloaded in the Miami, 10-plus touchdowns. I know Devon Achane is another very injury-riddled running back, but Mostert's also dealt with some injuries. But here's the other thing that I don't know if is necessarily fair, and I've actually said this before about Mostert because I used to do some fantasy football content way back in the day when he was with the Niners. I used to always say that
James Woods.
The Titans have agreed to terms with quarterback Brandon Allen on a one-year deal. Little backup. But I used to always say, I don't know if it's fair to call running backs in Kyle Shanahan's scheme injury-prone. Because running backs in Shanahan's schemes, they have gotten hurt more than almost any running back scheme that I've seen out there. And maybe that's an unfair thing to say, but I do think it's deserving to at least talk about. Rage, what do you think about Love from Notre Dame?
I don't think he's coming out this year.
I was going to say, He's definitely somebody that should be on the radar because the Raiders' new running back coach is the old running back coach from Notre Dame. I didn't think he was coming out this year.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about his name. I think he's, especially because he got injured at the end of the year, I think he's coming back. I don't even know if he's eligible, but I do not think he declared for the draft this year.
I want to put out this video real quick. Can you get this next one?
Yeah, Daniel, Mitch, you are the only Raider fan I can always agree with or agree on. Being on X has been hard. So many Raider creators being negative. Let Spytek cook. And that's the thing is, it's all speculation. So you can be negative about it. You can be negative about it. You can be down in the dumps. But how does that help this team? How does that help your psyche? How does that help your fandom of the Raiders if you're just going to be upset 24/7? We were upset the entire season this past year. We had 17 games of upset here on the Raiders Report. I don't want to be upset in the offseason.
I definitely don't want to be upset in the offseason, but I'm also the type of person where I don't feel like I've ever been afraid to sugarcoat things, right? Where in the draft, I was not afraid to say I didn't like the Cleveland Farrell pick. I didn't like the Damon Arnett pick. I didn't really like the Henry Ruggs pick. I didn't like the Alex Leatherwood pick. I didn't love the Tyree Wilson pick. Like, I've never been somebody that's afraid to give a controversial take. So when people, I do think they've seen me be excited about a lot of the moves that the Raiders have made, and I'm serious. Like, I do think that it is a good overall value move for the Raiders, and they are acting like a smart team. I just don't think people are used to seeing a team act smart because the Raiders have done it really dumb, but people also want big names. This is how I would say it. The way that I know somebody can talk Raiders with me one-on-one when I meet them out at the bar, when we start talking about offensive linemen, when you start talking about players, the second, the third string guys, depth is extremely important if you want to try to win in January and you really want to try to win in February. It's just so important. And I think, yes, this isn't a huge name, but at the same time, if you know that you can bring in somebody that's going to help you, it's a good move. And I think that this is a good move for the Raiders.
I will say just some of the best ones that I've seen in the chat. Rick James, Spencer James, Andre James. Three of the better fake James names is in the chat.
Mostert.
Racing Raider says bottoms up, and he actually said this one's for me. So if you want to pass me the fireball, I'll take a little swig.
I'll pass you the bleeze.
He said this one is for Chuggs. He played for Chip Kelly for the Eagles, and you know what we say here on the Raiders Report. We believe in Chip Kelly. Next up.
You gotta.
Big mother Bill.
Big mother effing Bill, Mitch. If we don't stack our O-line, it doesn't matter who we bring in at quarterback and running back or wide receiver. I agree, dude. And this is why, if I'm the Raiders, I want to see some offensive line action. Where the one move that I haven't liked that they've done is Alex Kappa. And again, I'm not afraid to admit it. If you think that you're going to just be able to have an offensive line with Alex Kappa as a starter, that's not going to be what we're looking for. Oh! Moose! Bang! Come on, Moose!
2 more minutes!
Come on, Moose!
Shots. $100 beer bongs. I'll take down the beer bong if you take down the rest of the shots.
Come on down, Moose. Also, Jeremy Chinn is officially official.
Let's go!
Come on, Mostert.
Moose!
Moose. Thank you, Mitch and Chuggs, for all that you do to the nation. My first live was the Waller trade.
Wow.
Also, my birthday is tomorrow. 24 years old, Moose. Moose, you and a legend, 93 Navman, share the exact same birthday. Happy birthdays down below. How about this? Whoever spams HBD the most, I'm going to put you on the Brandon Jasper jersey. And I know that you put the RIP in there for you. I got you right here, Moose. I got you right there, Moose. Shout out to you, man. This jersey is freaking sick, and I can't wait to send it to the family. Brandon Mostert lost his starting spot to a track runner.
He a runner, he a track star.
I mean, what they did was they tried to replace Mostert with the guy that they thought was Mostert, just a little bit younger, in Devon H.
Hey, I'm going to be looking. We may not get to your super until after the clock's up, but you have 1 minute.
Yep.
I'm going to see how many other shots we have. If you send it in after, it doesn't count.
That's the alley-oop! Brandon Nation for life! Bang! Come on, dude!
45 seconds of a Mostert party. A
Mostert!
party never hurt nobody. That's just how the Raiders rock.
With the Mostert signing, are we out on Genty? No. To me, this is just depth. Like, Genty is still on the table. I'll admit that I don't know if it's as likely that you get Genty, but I'll be real. Like, I've always thought that the Raiders' plan all along has been trying to target Quinshon Judkins and Trevion Henderson in the draft. I'll continuously say that I think the sneaky player that the Raiders pick at number 6, if they don't trade back, I would trade back, is somebody along the lines of an Armin Membao, the right tackle from Missouri, or Will Campbell from LSU. This is an organization that values the trenches. This is an organization that in the past, like Spytek, has drafted somebody like Tristan Wirfs, who, when you look at Armin Membao, Will Campbell from an athletic standpoint, it is very close to somebody like Tristan Wirfs. Ronnie Jones, cheers to you, man. Brandon.
I will bang if we sign Mekhi Becton. All right, Brandon Slammin'. All right, Brandon Slammin'. Robbie, bro, why are we gassed about Mostert? Injury prone. Because you got him 1 year, 2.1. It's value. You can't. Not every signing is going to be a out of the park, insane signing. That's not how it works. But how many of y'all were saying this whenever the Raiders signed Robert Spillane? How many were like, this dude sucks? Mitch, why are you excited about Robert Spillane? And he ended up getting paid this offseason because he was one of the best low-key signings in free agency.
Celtic Raider, I got you.
That's why we're excited about this move, is because when you get guys like this who have production in the league on a value of $2 million on a 1-year contract.
That also has a connection with Chip Kelly. Right? Like, he had 21 touchdowns in 2023 and an offense that is going to be very similar to the style of offense that the Raiders are going to try to run this season. But I've been trying to think of different analogies all the time with Raiders fans because I try to mix it up with like what I say. To me, Raheem Mostert is a great appetizer. Like, when you have a meal, you're not just going to have a steak. And maybe you will.
I see people in the chat being like, oh, I didn't say that about Spillane. If you thought Spillane was going to be as good as he was with the Raiders, you're either 1, lying, or 2, you're in Spillane's family. Those are nobody, I don't think I saw, and I was there live whenever we broke it down. I don't think there was a single A. I don't think there was a single A at the Robert Spillane
And
side.
that was one of the moves that I could not tell you how happy I was that I was wrong on, right? Like, and that's going to happen. Would I trade a 3rd-round pick for Pickens? I'm going to be real. I wouldn't trade a 7th-round pick for George Pickens.
Yeah.
Because that guy's going to want a brand-new contract, and he is the biggest diva in the NFL.
This is a shot for
Jonathan, I got you.
Jonathan.
Been watching you guys for years. Thank you guys for always making the offseason fun. I'll tell you this. If we didn't make the offseason fun, this show wouldn't be very fun all the year round. I mean, if there's one thing you got to learn as a Raiders fan, you got to be able to have a good time when you have the opportunities to have a good time because you don't know if those good times are going to happen between September and December. But no matter what, we go live for every game day. We're going to be doing games in the offseason. Like, one of my favorite things that we do, if you like game days, in May, June, and July, we always do Madden watch parties. And I'm telling you what, they're low-key fun. They're low-key fun. Marcus, who would you go for, McMillan or Genty for the 6th if no one is available? I mean, if you're telling me right now I got to pick between those two options, I'm going to go Teteroa McMillan. But that was even before Raheem Mostert signed, right? Like, the Raheem Mostert signing doesn't change my opinion on this at all. I'm just going to go with the outside, true X receiver, which I do think that the Raiders are looking for. And with that, because Geno's trying to stretch the field, if anything, now going out and getting a home run threat in Raheem Mostert makes me want to go get McMillan. Actually, now I'm talking about it out loud. It kind of makes me want to go get McMillan definitely a little bit more than Genty. But it's because McMillan can do all those things that you need in a true X and a field stretcher. But I've already said it before. If it was up to me, I would take Will Campbell or Armin Membao over both of those players because I agree with a lot of the things that people are saying. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you don't win in the trenches. And it's maybe an unsexy thing to talk about, but I think that's also, to the fans out there that want that home run hit, that want that splash, a lot of times the players that are the least appreciated, least talked about are the guys on the interior, the guys that are blocking for all these star dudes. You know why the Detroit Lions were so great last season? because Jared Goff had all the time in the world to throw. You know why Bo Nix also was really good last season? They had low-key one of the best offensive lines in the NFL. When you give your quarterback time to make decisions and make the proper decisions, it makes everybody else around you better. J-Ro, not sure what's in the water in KC, but their wide receivers are troublemakers. Yeah, the Worthy, I actually think it came out that he's okay, or that it wasn't true. So I guess he's going to be all right there in that whole situation. Rashid Rice still a piece of shit. Like, I'm not afraid to admit it. Like, I live in this area. When you're driving reckless and you run into a car that's filled with a bunch of kids in it, and you run away from it, and all of your buddies are walking around with taking out guns and cash out of the car, with all due respect, I think you're a shitty human being for doing that. But I also think that right now the Chiefs have a little bit, and you kind of saw it in the Super Bowl of, I think that they think that their shit doesn't stink, and they can just do whatever they want and get away with anything. But I also think that this is also to blame for the NFL, where the way that the NFL, and the referees, I think, deserve some blame here too, but when the NFL and refs treat the Chiefs differently, they treat you like, the way that the NFL has treated Kansas City is they treat them like the kid. Like it's their kid, and all 31 other teams are either the cousin or the stepchild. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that happens, and I think the Chiefs have almost a little bit of that, what's the syndrome called? It's like Prince, I guess, all right, maybe I should know it. Only child syndrome. And honestly, that's how the Chiefs act. Though a lot of those Chiefs players, even the Chiefs coaching staff, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of guys on that coaching staff that have gotten in a lot of trouble over the past few years. But it's Kansas City's fault. But I think also, as the NFL, they also have to look at themselves in the mirror and go, we also created this. Because, and I'm not trying to get down a rabbit hole here, but let's be honest. The Chiefs have been given different rules than everybody else. And let's end it there. FKC. What up, Mike? A Mike Hushi's Harry Bang would be amazing. I don't disagree with you, Mike. I'm telling you this right now. I would yell this as loud as I humanly possibly can. I'm telling you. Edward, thank you, man, for supporting the show, dude. Thank you so much. Hey, if y'all don't know, we got over 3,000 people here in the building. If you're happy the Raiders made a move, hit that like button. I mean, it's just good to know that Pete Carroll and John Spytek get up before 7 p.m. You know what I mean? I was getting a little bit worried of what their sleep schedule was looking like. I didn't know what they were doing because I was like, oh, early bird gets the worm. And then I started getting worried. I was like, is Pete getting up at 4? And then he's just going back to bed at like 3 o'clock. Then he gets back up again. He's just ready to go. Douglas loves it. Yeah. Douglas. Pablo Martinez. Thank you so much. So we looked this up. This is basically $50. 25,000 Chilean pesos. Imagine Mostert and pick 6 Genty. It will be epic. The only way it's going to be epic is if you have a great offensive line. Josh Melton, watch Genty live in Boise. He had 11 carries for 127 yards with a 60-yard touchdown brought back due to the holding. Genty and Booker would be fire. I mean, Ashton Genty with the offensive guard prospect and Tyler Booker, I agree with you, right? But you have to have an offensive line like that. If the Raiders want to be a team that goes out and gets Ashton Genty, I'm going to be real. I think you need to sign a guy like Mekhi Becton. And I think you got to be okay with overpaying for a guy like Mekhi Becton. So one of the things that I said earlier on the show today was I personally would have designated Andre James and Gardner Minshew as post-June 1st cuts because that would have been $12.7 million. Sure, we would have had to spend that $12.7 after June 1st, but we still would have had to been able to pay a lot of our draft picks. So I would have thought to myself, all right, I can use some of that money to pay the 9 whatever amount of players we're going to try to draft. That's the money I would have used. By the Raiders doing what they did, now we have $4.5 million that we can spend right now. If I'm the Raiders, one of the ways that I am okay with you going out and spending that $4.5 million is, let's just say they were all in on Ashton Genty. They called up Mekhi Becton and they said, how much you want? Here's the offer, $10 million. Mekhi goes, I'm somewhere around the $14 million range. And they go, okay, we'll give you 15, and they hang up the phone. If you use that 4.5 to overspend one time, if you're going to overspend, if you're the Raiders at this point, it's got to be somebody like a Mekhi Becton. And that's where all these other, under-the-radar moves allows you then to do that, to go get somebody that helps you really, truly achieve what you're trying to achieve. Let's go to... Wow, that's a tricky one. The Jitsu Trigger. Seahawk fan here. Take care of my boy Geno. You know what's funny? The amount of Seahawks fans that I've had actually in the last, I'm going to say 2, 3, 4. I mean, since the trade, the amount of Seahawks that I've had reach out to me and be like, take care of Geno. He's a lot better than what people realize. Blows my mind. And honestly, it kind of reminds me of the way that a lot of Raiders fans still defend Derek Carr. But when you always know when a player is a lot better than what the average person thinks is when you see the other fans freak out when they lose him. When the Steelers fans lost out on Elandon Roberts at the price tag we got him, dude, there was a lot of people upset. The amount of Seahawks fans that are upset that Geno Smith is our quarterback and they have to deal with Sam Darnold, I'm not going to lie, it's pretty hilarious. Jay Blixer! Bang! We're getting blitzed. Who else is here to get a little blix? Jay Blixer, I got you. I'm going to add you to the Jay-Z. Whoever can spam Blixer, B-I-X-L-E-R, the most down below, I'm putting you on the tuna jersey. Joseph Martinez, don't know if this was brought up, but thoughts on Jair Alexander trade. Congrats to you and Alex. I'm not really interested in Jair Alexander trade. Not that I don't think that he's a really talented player. He is a talented player, but Jair is also known for being a diva. Just the way that this team has operated this offseason, unless there is a Jair Alexander coaching connection that I don't know off the top of my head right now, to me, that's the only way that it would happen, because you would have to give up, let's say, I don't know, third, second round pick, something like that. That's probably what they would want. And you'd also have to go pay him $25+ million per year. I think Jair Alexander is a good player. He's 28 years old. But that's just not what I think that this team's trying to do. I still think that they're going to go out and they're going to try to sign a corner, something in free agency. And maybe it's a Stephon Gilmore. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like. But I really do not think it's somebody along the lines of Jair Alexander. I just saw somebody say, Mitch, can we play Tuna Clock again? If we get to 1,000 likes, I say we open up Tuna Clock yet again. If we get to 1,000 likes, I say we open up the can of worms to Tuna Clock again. Jay Blixer, some of the best Raiders teams were built off of retreads and rejects. Do you guys hear that? It sounds like the autumn wind. You can just call me Blixer. I also have been watching your live since the Waller trade. All right, Blix. I'll tell you this. The amount of people yesterday that told us what they did for a living and how often they would listen to us and when they started watching us and listening to us, I do think it's a really cool thing. It's one of those things that, again, we do not take lightly around here. Yeah, well, the Waller trade we were excited about because, again, people saw the Waller trade as, man, we're losing out on Darren Waller. But then also you got to be able to realize, Waller is not the guy that I think a lot of people thought he was. We tried to warn Marsh, and Marsh would even I think even Marsh would admit, yeah, y'all were right on Waller. Third round pick. Yeah, it was Trey Tucker. Trey Tucker was the pick. Let's go to Hench Martinez. Do you think we are still pursuing Genty? I still think that there's a chance. But again, I don't think that the pursuit of Genty is the running back that the Raiders are pursuing the most in the draft. I think what people have just done is they have just put Genty on the Raiders in mock drafts. Now everybody thinks that Genty's on their radar. Genty, they did meet with at the combine, but I think that the top two running backs that this team is interested in is the two backs from Ohio State and Junkins and Henderson. Let's go to OTK. Thoughts on Caleb Johnson, Kyron, Lacey, Jeffrey? Yeah, Kyron Lacey is... Yeah, dude. I'll tell you this right. They're not going to take Kyron Lacey. Jeffrey Bassa, is he the linebacker from Oregon? I have a few notes on him. Yeah, I was going to say, I had a few notes on him. We've talked about him before on some shows. I actually do think the Raiders might have met with him at the Combine off the top of my head. Big luck. I got you. And Ryan Ross, you said? Okay. I got you. On the Tuna jersey you go. But if you wanted to target him, yeah, I was going to say in round 4. I think I did take him in a mock draft. I do like Caleb Johnson, too. He did have not the greatest combine, but that's okay when you're Caleb Johnson. Like, I don't need Caleb Johnson to have a great combine because that guy is a good runner of the football. What's up, Nick? Could be completely BS, but heard a rumor that McCaffrey is coming to us. Yep. It's definitely a rumor. If it happens, it happens. But, again, I think people just make articles, and then people read them, and then people talk about them, and there you go. Rubio. What is yours and Chug's biggest disagreement this offseason? Biggest disagreement this offseason. Right now, it's probably who's going to win the Raiders and Texans game. To be real with you, though, like, I actually don't know right now. And I feel bad for saying that because we have been live together for so long this year, but like I can't think of anything. All right, you down to make a bet? If Geno Smith wins the MVP, you owe me $5,000. If Geno Smith wins the MVP, you owe me.
This should be a good thing. I actually don't feel comfortable making that bet this year. Last year with AOC, I would have bet you $20,000 that AOC was not going to win the MVP.
All right.
Geno, I don't feel as comfortable because Geno can put up depending
$500.
Oh.
I'll give you 50.
It's got to be like some even. It's got to be closer to even money, not even money, but it's got to be like
$100 if Geno wins MVP, and if he doesn't, I'll give you 10.
Make it 50, and we got a deal.
You give me 50, I give you $5.
20. I'll give you 50 if he wins. You give me 20 if he doesn't.
Stop.
What?
Dude. Stop.
I think there's a better chance of MVP.
I think there's a better chance too.
And especially if because just in my mind, this is how it plays out. Mahomes gets hurt. Chiefs don't win the division.
Yep.
Raiders win the division with Geno and he has a good year. It's a good chance.
I'm
not saying it's likely, but I'm just saying.
Of course it's not. It's not likely.
But AOC, there was zero chance. There was a negative chance that AOC was
Well, technically, it was Raiders quarterbacks.
Still.
No, I hear you. Believe me, it was one of those things that I think I got caught up in the moment. Who was like the AOC guy last year? Demokes was the AOC guy. What up, Demokes? S.187. Oh my God, no broke legs. Cooper Kupp, please. We should save the money and spend it on a deep threat. 4-2, Monterey Baldwin. Monterey Baldwin. I'm not gonna lie to you. Monterey Baldwin. All right, I'm looking. He is a Baylor Bear. 5'9", 172 pounds. I'm looking. They say he is fast, but he did run a 4.24. I don't see him at the combine, though. It's just apparently like what he ran. Monterey Baldwin. I mean, you got 4.24 speed. It's intriguing to me. But does he catch a ball like Trey Tucker? No. So it's a 4.24 is what they have documented. Yeah. Grain of salt. Have you guys not seen this man's film yet? He's the next best catcher since OMG. I mean, I don't think that Deshaun and Ruggs were like great catchers of the football. Like those guys were just speedy. Like they were just really, really really fast runners. And I'll be real, I actually think Ruggs and Deshaun Jackson are kind of different styles of deep threat receivers. Like, we can't just say this guy's really fast, therefore he's like other fast receivers. I actually don't think that that's like a fair comparison. But I also haven't watched tape on him, but I don't think Henry Ruggs and Deshaun Jackson are actually all that similar of wide receivers. Let's go to Gorm. This is a shot. Draft Jack Sawyer to add to the defensive line depth. Congrats on the wedding, Mitch. Gorm, thank you. I do think Jack Sawyer is a fun player, and I do think if you put Jack Sawyer in a room with Max Crosby, I think Sawyer could turn out, and this might be an unfair comp, and I'm not going to say somebody like TJ Watt, but Watt was somebody that people liked, but I don't think that they liked as much as what they thought he was going to be, and he had that last name. Watt, knew he was going to be a worker. Jack Sawyer with Max Crosby would be much better, and I think he'd be a lot better on the Raiders than he would some other teams because Sawyer does have that just work ethic, and he would work really well with Crosby. But if there is one area that I am completely confident in right now, it's the Raiders' defensive line. And you'd have to take Sawyer probably at 37. Renee, bro, what I missed today, I've been at work. The Raiders, they signed Raheem Mostert to a 1-year, $2.1 million deal. Could you do me a favor? I like the way that the graphic looked. Marsh put one up yesterday. He turned this red. Is that possible? If the answer to that is no, I just saw him do it, and I thought it was interesting. If the answer to that is no, I just don't know how any of that works. Oh, okay. No, it's okay. I just thought it was easy as a click of a button. Okay. Armando, Raiders fans with not much ball IQ think if we aren't spending, we aren't trying like the Pats are doing in free agency. John is making smart moves. What do you think about CJ? Because he just got released and they're in contacts with Asante. I guess CJ's got to be CJ Mosley. CJ Mosley got released yesterday by the New York Jets. That's the only CJ that I can think of. Is it CJ? Like Mosley, Armando? I will say this. Raiders fans freaking out about the linebacker position. Hang on here. Oh, man, I just saw Raiders. Really good signing here by the Eagles. Harrison Bryant going to Philadelphia. Actually a tight end that I wanted the Raiders to pursue. I actually think that Bryant's going to be a really good pairing with somebody next to Dallas Goedert. What? Did breaking news happen? Mike Hoochie's Harry Bang! I had no idea. All right. I'm telling you this right now. I'm going to throw one back here for Mike Coochie's Harry. And here's the other crazy part. Brandon Jasper is laughing his ass up from above because he knows this is going to go on his jersey. And the sense of humor that Brandon frickin' has, dude, I'm telling y'all right now, and I hope there's somebody in the chat right now from Mount Raider Moore, somebody that is actually talking to Brandon. He would frickin' love that, dude. I mean it. That was, your name would make Brandon laugh his ass off. Brandon, dude, he had one of the best sense of humors out there. I'm excited to be able to write this one on. Though, I feel like Brandon's girl is going to be like, oh, what on earth is this? That's hilarious. I got to write it, though, across the entire bottom. Mike, who? She's Harry. R.I.P. to the great tuna. Hey, man, if you want to get on the Brandon Jasper jersey, next to Mike Hoochie's Harry, you can see it down there. Yeah, the next bang goes beneath. But I got to get some, whoever can spam Mike Hoochie's Harry the most, we'll put you on with them. We'll put you on with them, man. That's cool. Mike, thank you, man. Thank you. I owe you one, no doubt. Hang on. I definitely owe you one. Can you possibly make a video of another mock draft after free agency? I can. How about this, Raider Nation for life? Every time you throw up an alley-oop today, that's how many mock drafts I'm going to make. My other point is this. You actually don't need to do that because I'm going to make a bunch more mock drafts is my point. Actually, one of my favorite shows that we do in the offseason after free agency is we let you guys do a mock draft. We go live, and don't get me wrong, it's a long show, but we will let you vote. We will let you guys pick every single pick that we have, and we do a mock draft that way. I'll do another mock draft with some of the other content creators out there. I try to do that every single year. But my own personal mock drafts, yeah, like I'm going to make 5, 6, 7. Honestly, I bet you I'd probably make 5, 6, 7 more mock drafts. What? I don't know.
Like, if you ask any, like, high schooler, middle schooler, or whatever, there's, like, a rap song where he goes, 6'7". So if you ask them, like, anything like, oh, how tall are you? I don't know, like, 6'7".
Gotcha.
Ninja gets it.
Well, I was going to say this. I was like, I'm going to be honest. I don't talk to many high school or middle schoolers, but then I remember what Danny does, like, Danny's teacher, so I was like, all right, that makes a little bit more sense.
No, I usually hang out by the park.
Say,
Hey, kid, 6'7"?
you want some candy? I got a van. 6 or 7 of them. Nope. No, sir. What's your opinion on Ty Robinson from New England? Ty Robinson? Oh, okay.
Really good. I like him he's a later round defensive tackle prospect. I actually took him in a mock draft a couple weeks ago for the Texans. Really, like, I don't think he gets to round 7, but you can almost always get him in like round 7 of mock drafts. A lot of production, really good out of Nebraska. I like him. I think he actually starts climbing up boards. I think he goes probably more in like round 4, 5, maybe sneaks into round 3. I really like his production, and I like him out of Nebraska. If you want to type Ty Robinson, Nebraska,
I will. I want to see if somebody can make me a short from the Raiders, Mostert.
Yeah. But no, yeah, he's really good. He's really good. You chooch.
No, you chooch. Not the fireball, Mitch. My goodness, put that down. Get some Patron. So you say that, and then I start saying, like, then I'm going to start wondering if my choochie's hairy. You know what I'm saying? Tequila is not made for me. And that, like, I do like Fireball, but I don't drink it because, I drink it because, like, I can handle it. Right? Where, dude, tequila just ruins my day. It really, really does. Well, what was else to that? What else did he have there? We don't know. I think I got through 2 of those sentences. Patron. Anyway, with this move, do you think he's better than Abdullah as a vet to possible run? I mean, I'm not kidding. Yes, it's not close. To me, I'll be real. I'm a little bit disappointed in myself, and sometimes, like, I do take a lot of pride in what I do. Sometimes I focus a little bit too much on, like the big stuff, where I've spent so much time on quarterbacks. I've spent a lot of time on wide receivers, and because running back was a position that I didn't really value in free agency because I just really, really thought that they were going to go out and draft a running back, I didn't do as much homework on the running back position. And I promise you this, guys, I'm never going to lie to y'all. I'm not afraid to say when I don't know something. I'm not afraid to say, X, Y, Z. But at the exact same time, it's one of those things where Amir Abdullah did a lot of good things. But Abdullah is an RB3 pass-catching specialist that if they still wanted to bring back Amir, I actually think that that's still a possibility where you could bring him back because he also gives you some special teams ability. I don't know if they're going to use Mostert and special teams, like as a kick returner, punt returner, that type of thing. But I do think Mostert is a better fit, especially for like what Chip Kelly's going to be able to bring to the table. Yeah. I mean, that's what I think. Wild stuff, though, dude. Hang on. Jackson's going to come in here. What's up, bro? So whatever the VOD is, yeah, I mean, whatever 60-second clip, and like I don't even need you to like take different parts of it. Whatever 60-second clip, which I would say is probably my best takes, are in that first 3 or 4 minutes. Just any 59 seconds of that, and that would be great. Thank you. Oh man, our social media team. I don't know if you guys have seen how much more work we've put into social media over the past like year or so, but that's where I always tell people, we don't keep your super chat money, we don't keep your Venmo money. I'm very proud to say the Raiders Report, I think, has been able to help create over 30-plus jobs. That's probably the number one thing that one of the things that I am the most proud about as a human being. But I hope that you guys have seen that we've been hustling as a company. And I know it's kind of hard to envision sometimes the plan of what it is. But imagine if, you've been a long-time watcher. I've seen a lot of people like, oh, man, I've been watching the show since the Darren Waller trade. Have you all noticed how much, like, us as a company has grown, how much the Raiders Report has grown, how much more content we are putting out? And my promise was always, it's not going to go in my pocket. It's not going to go in Chuggs' pocket. It's going to be built to getting you guys more content, because I want to be the one-stop shop, right? Like when my dad wakes up in the morning, first thing he does, turns on the Weather Channel, turns on ESPN. I want Raiders fans, when they wake up in the morning, first thing they do is they check out what Mitchell Renz had to say about the Raiders. And I want people to join our live shows when we do it. Like, that is my goal. And, we always like talk about like where shows can go. I want to be the Pat McAfee for Raiders. Like, I want to be a guy where, 5-10 years down the road, Mark Davis picks up the phone, he gives me a call and says, hey, Mitch, do you want to do what you do at Allegiant Stadium? The answer to that is yes, Mark. Let's make it happen. Because I'll tell you this right now, you put me in a corner of Allegiant Stadium. And I guarantee you the Raiders Report is going to rock, and we're going to have that stadium louder than ever. And I guarantee you this, I bet you if we were there, we're packing that stadium with a lot more Raiders fans than you're seeing right now. And if you're planning on going to a Raiders game, I don't know if you guys know this, they play the Cowboys this year at home. Go to chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys. And whether you need a Bo Jackson, a Max Crosby, Brock Bowers, maybe do you think they have... No, not Mostert. I was saying Geno. Do you think they have a Geno jersey? They might. I don't know if they do. Chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys. Also, if anybody wants to rock, I got a mean burp coming up here. Dude, that was bad. That you could taste the Happy Dads in that one. That's the most fruit I've had probably in a week. Chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys. But, wait, really? Is there any way you could make a photo of that so we could add to this rotation? So there are Geno Smith jerseys available. If you're a Raiders fan and you want a Geno Smith Raiders jersey, they are available at chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys. Though, the way that the jersey looks is it shows like 00 on it. It's because Geno technically hasn't picked a number yet. He's going to be number 7, I would imagine, right? So once Geno announces the number, so technically you could order the jersey now, and then once Geno picks his number, that's then when you're going to end up getting the jersey. They're not going to send you a jersey that just says 00 on it. They just do that as a placeholder until they actually know. But I mean, Trevon Merrick wore 7 last season. I've heard that he's not on the team anymore plenty of times this week. So it's going to be Geno Smith number 7. But if you want one, chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys. Yeah, no, you're good. I just wanted to think if it's there, let's make it. Barry, trade back to 9 to 12 range and take Membow. Use an extra 3rd rounder and take Judkins, Henderson, Caleb Johnson, kick Glaze inside to guard. If you want to kick Glaze inside to guard, I'm okay with it. But I also don't mind if DJ Glaze, and this is an extremely valuable role. Quite frankly, I think it's just as valuable as like having a guy like Aiden O'Connell on your roster. And that's why I get so mad that people think that I don't like Aiden. Because Aiden is a very valuable piece to a team that tries to win a Super Bowl. Because you go look at some of the teams that have won Super Bowls recently, they value having good backup quarterbacks. It's extremely important because you need to have You think about reps in practice. If you only have one quarterback that can give your guys the reps that they need, and a lot of times reps in practice are more about executing a play. I know Aiden O'Connell can execute a play in practice. It's the same way where DJ Glaze, if you have somebody that can play tackle and can play guard, and you can use him as a player that you could have for depth for 4 different positions, essentially, on your offensive line. I don't think they would trust him at left side. Maybe it's just the 2 sides. But having those type of players, it is extremely important for teams that try to make those deep runs, because the more competition you add to a roster, I don't care what you do in life, the more competition you add, as long as it's healthy competition, it's a good thing. Because what you're seeing in the NFL right now is too many guys getting big-time paychecks, big-time paydays, and they know, it's my job, I'm not going to lose it. They get a little bit lazy. You put 2 people in there like an Eric Stokes and Jack Jones, let them battle it out. That's fun to watch. You let a Jordan Meredith and Alex Kappa with a Dylan Parham battle it out. That's fun to watch. I think that's what the Raiders are trying to do this offseason. The offense is going to be fun to watch this year. I can't wait to see the Raiders offense. And I would bet anybody out there, and I'm not afraid to make this statement because I am this confident in the way that this offense is going to be built this season. I would bet anybody $100 to anybody out there. We can do it multiple times. I got some money in the bank, not a lot, paying for the wedding, but this will help me pay off my wedding. Raiders will have a top 16 offense. If you don't think the Raiders are going to have a top 16 offense, I'd make that bet with any single person out there. I would. Top 10 offense, I'll make the $10 bet. How about that? Or $50 bet. Darren, I'd wait to sign a vet wide receiver till after the draft. Take T-Mac in the first, Milroe in the second. Running back in the third, guard fourth, switch third, fourth round. My only pause on that would be, what if the options aren't good? Like think about the receiver. Now, there's some times where we've seen free agents and good free agents sign June, July, and maybe somebody like a Tyler Lockett could be one of those names where they're going, I'm probably going to sign with the Raiders anyway. I don't really want to go through all the mini camps. I don't want to go through all that stuff. The reason why I don't think that happens is because I don't think that mentality flies with this Raiders regime, and nor should it. I almost think in today's day and age in the NFL, but life in general, work, school, anything. And I'm not trying to sit up here like I know how difficult I bet it was, 20 years before that, and I bet you people that are older than me going, oh man, Mitch's generation has it really easy. And I'm sitting here going, man, that younger generation, it's getting a lot easier. But I do agree with that. There is a sense that it's kind of getting. What do you say? Yeah, well, I agree with that. But there is a certain mindset to. I do think the generations are getting in a way softer and softer and softer. But also, there's entitlement. And one of the things that I do not like in life is the sense of entitlement. Chuggs and I talked about it yesterday. My parents loved me to the end of the moon and back, and when you're a kid, man, that's all you could ever ask for. My mom, love her. My dad, he's my best friend. And those guys, they've always been great together, even though they got divorced. We didn't have a lot of money growing up, but I grew that if you wanted something, you had to go out and you had to work for it. And I think the Raiders are going to be a team that they're going to bring in as many of those guys that have that mentality, because as soon as you get one guy that thinks that his shit don't stink, it is a trickle effect. And if your top guys are doing the things that they should, the lower level guys are going to do that exact same thing. So that's why I don't think that they would wait on a player that would say, no, I don't really want to participate in minicamp. I don't really want to do all those things. I'll just show up in August and I'll get it done. I don't think that mentality is going to fly for the Raiders. And I'm happy about it. Yep. I gotcha. Can I get a Raiders Nicholas? Thank you, man. Keep rocking with this reminder. When the Raiders do shit, we go and get you videos. Hit that subscribe button. Turn on those notifications. In the next 10 minutes, we will go to the Raiders press conference, which the Raiders press conference starts in 10 minutes. So you don't have to leave this stream. You can watch it with us here. You do not have to leave. Whatever is on the Raiders YouTube channel will also be up on your screen right here. You do not have to go anywhere. Once that press conference is over, we'll talk about what was said. We'll talk about what was discussed. And then we will also do a video around a report involving Geno Smith potentially getting a contract extension. That's going to be coming up here in the next, let's say, 10 minutes is the press conference. The Geno Smith cut, we'll say, is probably going to be an hour from now. I was like, what? Who the hell is Spillane? He definitely answered my questions. And I think that what you just said there, that's going to be Elandon Roberts. That's going to be Jeremy Chinn. What up, Ray Javon? I met Elandon Roberts multiple times as I was in the locker room at Houston. He's electric. Also, Geno is fire, but if New England doesn't take T-Mac and he falls to 6 man, get ready, Raider Nation. I mean, McMillan, connections are important. We have seen it time and time again. And Pete Carroll's son was the offensive line coach for Arizona. The relationship between McMillan and the Raiders, it cannot be undersold enough. Let's go to Brian Baca, Miller, Parham, JPJ, Becton, Membao. If that's the offensive line, Raheem Mostert might score 20 touchdowns. I mean, that might be one of the best offensive lines in the NFL. And that's the type of offensive line that I would love to be able to rally around. You have Alex Kappa, good backup. DJ Glaze, good backup. Jordan Meredith, good backup. There's your 8 offensive linemen. Maybe you also try to keep somebody, like a Thayer Munford for a 9 offensive line rotation. But, I'm glad that you, in my mindset, the perfect Raiders offense, this is what an offensive line would look like. I would rather have this offensive line than any, McMillan, Genty. You give me this offensive line, and that's the best thing that the Raiders could possibly do this offseason. And it's maybe not a popular opinion, but that's a hell of an offensive line. That's a top 5 offensive line in the NFL. God Family Raider for life. Want my name on the tuna jersey, please. You want it Gabriel or you want it God Family? How about God Family Gabriel? I got you. My man. Also, don't take less than $100 for the hat because it costs just that for the hat plus gold embroidery. I promise you this, dude. I have an idea of what I'm going to do with the hat that you sent me. It's going to be such a large amount because you put Brandon's name on it. And because you put Brandon's name on it, it's not going to go for less than $500 Venmo. I promise you that. And I'm going to give part of that money that we raise for that when we auction it off when we decide to. And I'm going to send some of that money to Brandon's family. Ray, trade down to 10 for an extra second and draft Membao. If that team's willing to do that, I'm on board, right? I've said multiple times, the one team that I think is going to be interesting, the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're picking at 21. I don't know what they're going to do at quarterback if they don't get Aaron Rodgers. Doesn't even sound like Russell Wilson wants to play there anymore. They need a QB, and I think that they could get aggressive for one. Trade up. Let's go. New Doles, just seen Mostert signing thoughts, working right now. I like it. 1 year, $2.1 million deal. He's a home run threat. He's got a relationship with Chip Kelly back in 2015, 2016, but he also had 21 touchdowns in 2023 on a very spread offense, very similar to Chip Kelly's. It's another under-the-radar signing, but it is a damn good signing. Rubio, would you name your daughter Winter, or is that a trash name? I think it's cute, but my mom hates it. I'll tell you this right now. If you like it, that's all that should matter. Yeah, I don't think it's a bad name. I tell you I like names that mean something to me, where Alex and I have already talked about our kids' names. If we get a boy, his name's going to be William Alexander. William is my middle name. Alexander is for Alex, right? William Alexander Renz. War, pretty dope. If it's another boy, it's John Richard. John's her dad's name. Richard's my dad's name. JR. There you go. If it's a girl, Sophia. Sophia. Alex's middle name is Sophia. I mean, you can name them that. That's fine. My kids' names are, we got 3 locked in. I think Danny would be more mad that you stole our names for your kids. Nick, can I get a birthday shout out for my daughter, Destiny, tiny Raider? She is 8 today and a huge fan. I think we got to sing this one. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, tiny Raider. Happy birthday to you. Nick, you're a great dad. I can already tell just by the fact that you just did that. Brandon, one more than heading into work. What are the chances we sign Mekhi Becton in the draft, an interior offensive lineman in the first 3 rounds? If you're saying both, I think very small chance. I would say one or the other because Becton's going to play inside. So I don't know why you would sign Mekhi Becton when you also have Dylan Parham, when you also signed Alex Kappa. I know we don't love Kappa, but I do think that this team does, for that to be literally like the first move that they made. That tells me that they're confident in Alex Kappa, especially when you see the money that they gave him. What up, RN for L? Watching your guys all week with my nephew is a really good thing. Keep up the good work, guys. And Raiders! The fact that you trust your nephew or that you watch this show with your nephew, with me, that doesn't go unnoticed. I can remember the show that I used to watch every single day with my dad, Smart Guy. And it is a very, very close to my heart show. My dad and I used to watch it every day when we'd sit down for dinner. We would talk about it, talk good family values. I don't know if I'm going to teach good family values every day, but we'll always teach people to work hard and, show people that show you love to always have their back. Jordan Lumpkin, 6th pick, take Kelvin Banks from Texas. If Cam and Shador are gone, we need all offensive linemen to start in the trenches. I like Kelvin Banks, but he's not better than Armin Membow, and he's not better than Will Campbell. To me, Banks is a good player. He's probably going to get taken probably a little bit closer to the teens, 20s range. He's got some upside. I've seen him play. Obviously, I'm down here in Dallas. We see a lot of Texas football. But to take him at 6 over some of those other players, that would be a very ill-advised move. To me, that would be like taking Alex Leatherwood over a Christian Darrisaw. It would drive me nuts because we could have had just a better player overall. What up, Mikey? Mitch, do you think we go wide receiver in round 1? It's a possibility. I'll tell you this right now. I've seen a lot of Ashton Genty mock drafts. I think there's a better chance that we take McMillan than we do Genty. That I'll stand on. Jersey Boy, grade my mock draft, no trades. T-Mac, Tyler Booker, Judkins, Denzel Burke, Chris Paul, Mitchell Evans, Cam Jackson, Logan Brown, Nick Nash. Nick Nash ain't going to go in the 7th, but I respect that you took him there. Sometimes when I do mocks, I don't take players that I know won't be there, but this is an A+. Like, you got T-Mac, he's the best receiver in the draft. Tyler Booker is a top 20 prospect to me for the Raiders. Quinshon Judkins, that alone right there is an A. Yep. So the Raiders did start their live, and here's the thing. As soon as that starts, we then will just cut right over there, and you guys will be able to watch that live stream with us here. Hypothetical, let's say the 49ers call Spytek to trade McCaffrey. What would you give up? I would want to give up the 4th-round pick. That's what I would try to give up for McCaffrey. I wouldn't really want to give up our 3rd, but I also don't really think that that's the Raiders' plan. I think the Raiders' plan is to draft Judkins. Nick Sanchez or draft another back. Henry Ruggs was the fast receiver we had. Dylan, Raiders beat reporter here. Per source, press conference will take place sometime, somewhere, someday. More to come on this development. Honestly, I'd actually rather them say that than give me a time and them just be wrong on the time. You think would ever wear all black? Oh, I hope, and that might be an unpopular opinion. I know the Raiders have great colors, but to me, an all-black jersey would be sick. An all-white jersey would be sick. An all-silver jersey would be sick. I am okay with the idea of you switching up jerseys, and that's an unpopular opinion for Raiders fans. Would you be okay with an all-black Raiders jersey? Helmet all the way down. Y for yes, N for no. Let's go to MDB. With the running back signing, I look for them to draft Henderson instead of Genty. I think Trevion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins are now both more likely than going out and getting Ashton Genty. Mike, biggest disagreement between you and Chuggs is the color of his shirt. You're not wrong. I actually think that could not be more of a correct statement because we all know the real color. Jeremy just doesn't. What an acceptable size? LOL. Now, man, do you know that Mostert was the NFL rushing touchdown leader in 2023? Hell, that wasn't long ago. 18 rushing touchdowns record is Tomlinson with 26. LaDainian Tomlinson. That was a hell of a year, man. Also, now, man, once the end of the show gets a little bit closer, I got a special happy hour deal for your birthday tomorrow. I hope that you pull up, man. I hope it's going to be wild. Marlon, is their current running back that gets released or traded? From our team, Zamir White's going to get cut. Dylan Laube going to get cut, and I think we hang on to Sincere McCormick. Let's go to MDB. Is there any news about Mayer yet? Unfortunately, no. We do not have any updates on Michael Mayer. The last thing that we heard was the Raiders were open to trading him in terms of like taking calls. But then again, there was conflicting reports because Vincent Bonsignore in 1 hour said the Raiders are shopping Michael Mayer. An hour later said, well, the Raiders are just taking calls on Mayer, which is very, very different. Blaine Craig, I'll be at that Raiders versus Cowboys game. I'm pretty confident I'm going to be in Vegas. I was talking to Albert yesterday. Not about that. I'll bring that up then. Like, I don't want to overforce it, but I think Raiders Cowboys are going to be. We won't actually be at the game, Chuggs and I, but we'll be in Vegas. I'm pretty confident that weekend. Obviously, it depends when the game is. Ashton Genty or Jalen Walker in round 1. If I had to pick now, I'd actually go with Genty because I think we have solidified our edges and our defensive line. Got you in the background while doing my work. WO farming? I don't know what that is. You and Chuggs keep up the great work. WOW. I don't know. I used to farm, but I don't know what that is. Renee, news on intro press conferences. That's got to be up there, and Brandon Jasper would back me up on this there. That's got to be in the top 5, right? That was somebody that, I'm not going to lie, when he first started, I looked at Chuggs and I was like, is he nervous? You know, he was a very soft-spoken, but that was a great teammate, great leader in the room. One of the little things that he said in there, he's like, I've never missed an OTA. I've never missed a minicamp. I've never, and I mean never missed a day in my 10-year career. When you get that type of stuff and you're able to bring that guy in, and I get it, he might not be as talented as somebody like Robert Spillane, but also Robert Spillane was a Pittsburgh Steelers linebacker, and I think certain organizations have always done a really, really good job of being able to build certain positions and getting the most out of those players. But I'm telling you this, Elandon Roberts is going to be a fan favorite, and if you watch that show and if you listen to him talk, if you didn't get goosebumps once or twice, I said it before, man, you could check your pulse. But him with Jeremy Chinn, I think is going to be a really good way that they're going to try to go out there and match. I love the fact that he talked about, you know, the relationship that he had with Patrick Graham and how he felt like he already knew PG from his relationship, you know, from somebody with Brian Flores before. This coaching staff shows time and time again how important relationships are. When he said he's going to be the first one in, he's going to be the last one to leave, I believe it, you know. You could tell he had a great, great head on his shoulders. And I love that he said, he was like, man, like getting to play for Max, like that's easy. And it is, you know, but it's wanting to go around and meet every single teammate, getting to want to know every single teammate. And I'm not going to tell you which Raiders player told me this in the past, but I did sit down one time and I had the opportunity to talk to a Raiders player, and I was blown away how many players on his own team he did not even know. And again, like that player doesn't play with the Raiders anymore. Maybe that was one of the reasons why. But Elandon Roberts, I believed everything that that guy had to say, and I love that mentality that he brought. But here's the one thing. Jeremy Chinn, Lonnie Johnson Jr., Eric Stokes, and Elandon Roberts, all 4 of those players, great men, great teammates, great leadership qualities, and I'm excited to see what all 4 of those guys are going to do because, again, when you see those type of players and you add them into the mix, they might not be the big standout names that a lot of y'all were hoping for, but you need to have those type of pillar players when you're really trying to build something special. Elandon, Eric, Lonnie, everybody that just talked right there, man, that was cool. And I appreciate the fact that you guys were that real with us. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go through some of the moves that have just happened today. We've had a lot of people kind of ask us, hey, man, what exactly gone down? There are no more interviews. That is the only interviews that are happened. The Raiders ended the live, so no Geno Smith talk yet. I would imagine the Geno Smith conversation, which this tells me this, the contract extension is going to happen sooner rather than later. Yeah. Geno's going to get his own press conference. Exactly, right? Because no disrespect to those other players. If Geno Smith's there, everybody wants to hear what Geno Smith says, and maybe people don't listen to what those other 4 players said in its entirety. But I loved what I heard there. And then once the Raiders get that new contract done with Geno Smith, which we'll kind of talk about a rumor report that's kind of going around right now in that regard, I loved what I heard right there. KJ Osborne signed a 1-year deal. Also, the Houston Texans did just trade for a offensive lineman. It was Ed Ingram from the Minnesota Vikings from LSU. So Chuggs will have to leave here in a little bit. We will get a new producer in just a moment. But hang tight, like the show's going to keep rolling. Scotty Miller, Will Clapp. I mean, what a name, dude. And then Raheem Mostert, 1-year, $2.1 million deal. Also a former Raider, Alexander Mattison. He actually just signed with the Miami Dolphins. Michael Dieter, Noah Brown, they all went to the Washington Commanders today. Deshaun Hand signed with the Chargers, FLAC. Defensive tackle, Josh Ross. Dude, I'm not going to lie, I thought that said John Ross. I was like, you're telling me that guy's still playing in the NFL? That would have been crazy. Brandon Allen at quarterback goes to Tennessee. Harrison Bryant, he was somebody that I really wanted the Raiders to be able to figure out a way to hang on to, but that was more of the realm of if there was some shit going on with Michael Mayer. He goes to Philadelphia, which I think is actually a really good fit because I've actually compared Harrison Bryant to Dallas Goedert, just like the lower-level version of it. Sheldon Day, Malik Collins, Daquan Jones, he ends up going to the Chargers. Dakota Shepley ends up going to the Dallas Cowboys. Stone Smart, I'm not going to sit here and pick apart a lot of these, but the Alexander Mattison move, I haven't seen the contract details out on it yet, but I will be very curious to see what Mattison gets. 26 years old, probably going to get something pretty similar to what Mostert got. Chuck said he doesn't really think that he fits what they do. I don't disagree with that, but Mattison might have the most value as a pass blocking running back, and for a team that's got as many injuries concerns as they do. But I agree with you, like, that's a team built on speed. That's not Alexander. Like, the runnings, like, the way that they run the football, I think it's kind of a weird fit, quite frankly. I really do. I think it's kind of a weird fit. I wish him the best of luck, but Raheem Mostert or Alexander Mattison, like, again, no disrespect to Madison. I get the age difference, but Raheem Mostert is a better running back for the way that we do what we do than somebody like Alexander Mattison. All right, we're going to hop back over to some Super Chats here. We're going to run through some questions. Again, hashtag Raiders or Super Chat. We do have some catching up to do. Again, if anybody wants to get in our Venmo, it is a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. Right now, you would be entered in for a chance to win $260 here on the Raiders Report. What's up, Nicholas? By the way, I'm from New England. You know, I can remember when I was up in New England. I used to live in Saugus, what is that? Saugus, probably like 30 minutes away from Boston. That was like one of the first places I moved to, which I think really did help me jumpstart my career to what I do now. I hold that place very near and dear to my heart, which it might be surprising to some of y'all. I also went to a Coldplay concert at Gillette Stadium, which it's the only time I've ever been in Gillette. Kind of hope it's the last time I'm in Gillette. I did already answer this, but no, I'm not really in on Dart and the. I'm not a big fan of Jackson Dart. I'm not afraid to admit it. OTK Spiders. What are some Raiders bars in Dallas? Thoughts on Isaiah Simmons, free agency. Bars, Dallas bars in Raiders bars. I'm trying to think of what it's called. There's a bar that's like 20 to 30. It's called like Rick's Place or something like that. That's a spot. I know we've been to some different ones. Yeah, I don't remember where that one was. I know if you look up Raiders bars, you'll be able to find some, but if you're ever in Dallas or in the DFW area and you want to try to go to a Raiders place, the number one person that I would message, and this is like my guy down here, his name's Oso Raider, OSO Raider. He's one of the, not one of the captains, but one of the leaders, I guess, of one of the Black Hole chapters down here. He was the guy that also invited me to participate and be I've just met a lot of really, really cool Raiders fans down here through Oso. So that would be the guy that I would recommend. Thoughts on Isaiah Simmons? Really good athlete, and I think it would be kind of a fun pick overall. Billy Bowman. Billy Bowman's a good player to me. Kobe Bryant, the Raiders met with, though he did have a little bit of a bad combine. Maxwell Harrison is an unbelievable athlete at corner from Kentucky. Love the show. Thank you so much, OTK. Let's go to CJ Scott. Scott, thank you, man, for showing love. Greatly appreciate it. If you do want to try to get a super, though, put a question in it. If you didn't know how, you can always just type it down below. I'll try to get you. L Raider, if both available at 6, Membao or Will Campbell, I'm going to go Armin Membao. And to me, he's the right tackle where you don't have to move anything around all that much. And he's really, really special player that I think is going to blow the door off of some people. Will Campbell, I don't know if every team thinks that he's a tackle. And some teams might view him as an offensive guard. So to me, I would go with Armin Membao, and I'm starting to just be more and more on that train. Elijah Jaron Music, dear Raider fans, free agency isn't a draft. It's mostly vets, cap casualties, and depth pieces. Teams use it to fill gaps, not build a dynasty. Smart teams find value, not just big names. Youth comes from the draft. Relax. Could not agree more. Good teams, Super Bowl teams are built in the draft. Put your mic on. I was going to say, if you're going to talk, put your mic on.
There's some guy on Yahoo Sports. I was ripping him on Twitter because he gave his grades for free agency, and it was literally just whoever spent the most got an A.
Yeah.
He was like, Patriots, A. Panthers, A. Like.
And that's the lazy way to do it, and I get it, but that's what they do. They're lazy.
It's like, oh yeah, you spent a lot of money. Oh yeah, and guess what? Cowboys, any team that didn't spend a lot of money, they're like F.
Well, I actually don't like what the Cowboys have done.
Oh yeah, me neither.
I was going to say I actually don't disagree with that move. Also, random veteran right tackle Jack Conklin and the Browns have agreed to a revised contract that keeps him in Cleveland. Let's go to TJ. You think we are relying on our coaching staff to coach up our players rather than spending big money in free agency? I mean, but yeah, that's what you should do. That's what your coaches are for, right? Like, again, I think just far too often we've seen the Raiders do what really bad organizations do. They go out and they spend way too much money. They overpay for players. It's kind of like overcompensating, right? Where if you're confident in yourself, you don't always have to overspend. If you're confident in your ability and you're confident what you're going to put at the table, you don't need to go out there and overpay. Think of it as like somebody that's in a healthy relationship, right? Like, I don't need to go out and spoil Alex every single night because I know she loves me and I know what we have is very solid. There's some relationships out there where people are like, man, I got to go out there and I got to spend an arm and a leg to make her happy or make him happy, whatever the dynamic is. But, I think the Raiders are very confident in their coaching staff. They're very confident what they're putting on the tape. They're very confident what they're going to be going forward. And I think Raiders fans should be too, because everywhere Pete Carroll's gone, he's won. Everywhere John Spytek has gone, he's won. Everywhere Chip Kelly has gone as a coordinator, he's won. So I think that we should be excited about it. Ventrac, happy birthday to my fellow Pisces, 93 Nabman. Hey, you know what? I'm a Pisces too. Nabman, once the happy hour for you starts, which is going to be coming up here probably in about, I'd say like an hour or so, I'd say we could probably get into it. It's going to be wild. I got to leave today by 6, so I can only stay live here for another 3 hours. I have to leave by 6 o'clock. Well, no, I'm saying like we got to end here by 6. I'm okay. Alex told me I have to be at the where do you get drinks before a wedding? I don't even know. I got to be there by 7:30. Welcome party, that's the word. I have a welcome party for a wedding. I will tell you this, though. If big-time breaking news happens, I will leave that welcome party. Alex and I have already talked about it. She's super supportive of what I do. She understands what I do. She understands that it's free agency. So if I got to leave a welcome party and it's big-time Raiders news and I pull back up here and we go live, I'm going to need y'all to rally or else I'm going to get my ass kicked. What's up, Steve-O? Glad you're back, man. Cordell, Brandon, DK equals Savion Williams. You know what? I'm not going to go with all of those things, but from an athletic standpoint, he is a great, great athlete. And this was actually one of the players that I told all y'all to watch at the NFL Combine because he does remind me of this gadgety player that is just a crazy good athlete. But if you give him in the right system, I think he could go out there and he could do a lot of special things. The problem is, though, I don't know if he's as solid as a receiver as what some people think. CJ Scott, $7.6 million saved with Minshew, failed physical designation. Let's go spend some money, Raiders. Yeah, the failed physical designation, I'll have to double-check that. I do know when you fail a physical, it can definitely, impact the overall salary cap situation. You coming back? No? Chuggs is getting ready to step out, and we're going to get a new producer here in just a second. Who's pulling up? Uh-oh. We're going to get Trizzy Trace, which I'll tell you this. Trizzy Trace is always down for a good time. Always down for a good time. What up, Nav? Unnecessary roughness. DB gave the wide receiver chin music. However, great hit. If he wakes up, no penalty. I'm telling you, this Raiders team, that was unbelievable. Dude, the video you put out on social media with, like, the best moves, it's really good. One where you like went around, you're like, what's the best move? Dude, it's funny. Yeah, it's a really good one. That's a good idea. I love, though, what Jeremy Chinn was talking about and was saying, like, in terms of, like, what he would bring to the table. So our Vikings guy just asked me this question. Would I take wide receiver Jordan Addison, pick 24, and a third-round pick for 6? No. Seeps just asked me, Jordan Addison, pick 24, and a third for pick 6. I said, LOL, no. Right. I'm going to send him, would you trade his girlfriend for a night? Would you trade her for a night with Chuck's Chew Toy? And a third. I'll throw in a third round pick. Oh, man, that was good. That was good. All right, let's keep going through here. Some super chats. Again, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365 if you want to get in for a chance to win some money today. I wanted to do something a little bit different. So today what we're going to be doing is if you come in first place, you're going to win the money, which right now as it stands is $250. If you come in second or third place, I'm also going to throw in a Raiders Report hat. So today we're not doing a raffle through supers, but if you do get in, at least from a Venmo standpoint, you do have a chance of 1 out of 3. No, not 1 out of 3. We're giving away 3 things: money and also a Raiders Report hat.
Money, power, hats.
What do you think about this mock draft here? Teteroa McMillan, Jalen Milroe, Judkins, Jack Sawyer. All right, I'll tell you this right now. Not going to happen. Like, you're not going to get Jack Sawyer in the 4th round.
Yeah, that's going to be tough.
Now, if you swap Jack Sawyer and Jalen Milroe, I actually think that would be a little bit more realistic. Mm-hmm. But I think there's some good talent in there. I don't know Hunter Wooler, Tyler Cooper's not ringing a bell to me. Shiloh Sanders, I actually don't even think gets drafted, quite frankly. Like, he didn't get invited to the Combine for a reason. Like, I get his last name Sanders, but I don't think that he's all that good. I like the first starts to your picks, though. But I do not know if Quinshon Jung is going to be available in round 3. Mariano, what's up, man? Remember the day you and Tom announced Max's pick? Or you're saying you do remember? I can also remember that. Man, that was 2019
Tom,
live.
I remember this video. Tom said that that Max Crosby had like a 6th round grade, or like at best he's like a rotation or something.
No,
something ridiculous
he
like
didn't.
that, right?
No, Tom loved Max.
I thought Tom had Max like.
No, Tom
graded high.
Tom had Max as a 3rd round grade, and when he got drafted in the 4th, and I can remember Tom was really excited about him. I forget where he had him ranked in like Downey's rankings, but it was like the 17th best edge. But again, like, that shouldn't really surprise anybody because nobody really thought Max was going to turn out to the way Max was. And like, here's the thing: I've had the opportunity to talk to Max Crosby's dad, who was very, very nice person, and he even told me and Chuggs, he was like, honestly, like, we knew Max was good, but we never thought Max would be the way he is. Max is the way he is because of Max Crosby, and he's the proof of when you put time, when you put energy into your craft and you give it everything you got, you're going to be able to see good results out of it. Let's go to Nav. Navman's birthday's tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
And I don't know how long Chuggs is going to be away, but at 4 o'clock, 1 hour from now, we're starting the Navman shit show. 1 hour from now. Be ready to go. Get your drinking pants if you don't got anything. If you don't want your kid to watch the last 2 hours of the show, 1 hour, it's going to get messy.
Is it fair to say that this shit show for Navman will be worse than the shit show for Mavman, Nico Harris, or whatever the GM for the Dallas Mavericks is?
I hope it's better. I hope it's not like Nico Harrison shit show. Do we think DeCamerion Richardson is trash? I do not. I actually think DeCamerion Richardson is a project player, and quite frankly, I actually think that Richardson's probably got to be pretty excited to work with somebody like Pete Carroll. Richardson's a really good athlete, long, lanky. Would like to see him go up and compete with somebody like an Eric Stokes, no doubt about it. But also at the exact same time, dude's just crushing beers for the sake of crushing beers.
Shout out Navman.
If DeCamerion Richardson can develop, then why can't Jacorian Bennett? I said that wrong. If Jacorian Bennett can develop, why can't DeCamerion Richardson? Let's go to Sanchez. It almost seems like they are trying to bring in vets to be captains and teach these guys the way, almost like having multiple maxes to motivate the rest of the team. And I mean, I think that's what they're doing, where, again, like, I know that we want the Raiders to try to go out there and win a Super Bowl in year one, but if you're an organization, you're trying to build a foundation to then go chase that ring in maybe the third year. That's what I think that you're going to end up seeing.
I have a question for Raider Nation.
I'm listening.
Would you rather have one Super Bowl this year, or would you rather have the chance at 5 Super Bowls over the next 6 years? You want to build a dynasty. You don't want to build 1 year of success. You want to build sustained success because it's FKC always.
I mean, I'll tell you this. If you could guarantee me a Super Bowl.
Okay, either way, you're guaranteed 1 Super Bowl, but it's, do you want it this year, or do you want one this year, but also possibly 4 more?
I mean, of course, I'll take the possibility of 4 more.
Got to build.
I think
for
if
that.
you're the Raiders, you got to try to get to 10 wins this year, right? If Geno Smith can win 10 games of that Seahawks team last season, that's where I'm kind of looking. And then you try to build off that. You're like, can we get to 12 wins, right? And then the way that Mac's contract is built, because think like this is the way they did Max's contract. So Max had a 22 or $24 million cap hit in 2025, 2026. They gave him a contract extension. So in my mind, I thought, oh, they're going to backload it. They actually front-loaded it.
Interesting.
So Max is now 38, 32, and then he's got 0 guaranteed for the final 3 years at 29, 28, 27.
Interesting.
So in my mind, when you see a team do that, I think that is telling everybody in the world out there, like, hey, 2027 is the year that we're going to go for it. And that's the way that I would look at it. I also would say this. If the Raiders are not good by 2027, the way that Max's contract is, I think Max also said, not like, I don't know for a fact if Max said this. I'm not trying to, take it out of context. But when I look at that contract, I would say if the Raiders aren't good by 2027, the possibility of trading Max Crosby
you can get out of it
much easier.
Yeah, you can get it. And that's the other thing with like all these contracts. You look at these years that are very backloaded. It's like, well, it's because we're trying to be cap compliant right now, rather than we're trying to possibly either A, extend them, restructure them, move the money backwards and have more time, or B, we have a way out of this if we absolutely need to, just to make life easier.
Big facts. Let's go to Adam Valdez for those asking about the hat. New Era 5950 Pirate logo, black cap. There you go. So that was the hat that both Elandon Roberts and Eric Stokes had on. Let's go to Derek. Thank you, Derek. Appreciate you, man, for showing some love and support. How do you feel about Donovan Edwards from Michigan?
James loves him.
Yeah, Donovan Edwards is going to go down in the history books as maybe the worst player to ever be on the cover of NCAA. Again, they won a natty, so I get it. It's actually a shame that he might not get drafted. He's, again, a little bit of a home run threat. I think the only team that takes him, though, is the Chargers.
Yeah.
It's a shame because I really do think if he would have came out 1 year before, he could have gotten drafted a little bit higher. This past season, though, was not what he was hoping for. Preston Rodriguez, what offensive tackles are we looking at? Colton Miller, accident prone. We need 2 minimum. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, I actually think Colton gets ripped on a little bit too much for being injury prone because for the majority of his career, he's been unbelievably healthy, and he finished last season really strong. So I'm not going to say that he's injury prone. He is 30 years old, but he does have $0 million guaranteed on his contract these final 2 years. You already have DJ Glaze, who this team views can be like a little bit of a swing guy. You also have somebody in Thayer Munford. I agree that we need to go out and add some extra tackle depth. There is no doubt about it. Let's go to Mariano, Quincy Riley, and Judkins. Love the show. Been an OG. I like Quincy Riley. He was one of my corners that I talked about in my Combine video. Good athlete. Can surprise some people out there. Maybe he's a little bit thicker, I would say, at the cornerback spot. Judkins is turning into the back that I would say might be the most thick. Wow, that was a lot of season that. a lot of season that. Judkins, though, might be the back that I would say is the most likely to be drafted by the Raiders. I think we already answered that one. Alex, Geno about to turn the F up with Chip Kelly and the number 1 tight end. Get him Lockett, then draft McMillan, T. Hendo, Trevion Henderson. We know Patrick Graham will have the defense prepared and playing like dogs. I mean, everybody that just interviewed for the Raiders there's a bunch of dogs, and I do think that Geno Smith is a great pairing with Chip Kelly.
Okay, so I have a hypothetical.
I'm listening.
Would you rather have Tet McMillan and Trevion Henderson, or would you rather have Ashton Jinty and Jaden Higgins? So you either get still a good running back, big body wide receiver out of Iowa State.
Yep.
Similar size profile as Ted McMillan. Would you rather go get Genty, the top running back, and then get a really good receiver, or would you get the top receiver and a really good running back?
I'd go out and get the top receiver.
I agree. I agree 100%.
And I'm glad you asked it because we've kind of talked about that before on here. McMillan also played, was on Arizona's team. Pete Carroll's kid, Brennan, is the offensive line coach. He was there at Arizona.
Oh, really?
There's a lot of ties with McMillan that I don't think people like. One of the combine videos that we have that the team got, McMillan literally is like, yeah, I got a great relationship with the Raiders coaches. Mm-hmm. Like he literally says it right in the video. So that's kind of the route I would go. And I know they love Quinshon Judkins, obviously because of Chip Kelly, and he already kind of knows the style they're going to run. And then they went out, and today they got Raheem Mostert, who he was with Chip Kelly from 2015 to 2016, a long time ago, is a home run threat. And I think by them going out and getting a Mostert, and again, I'm not saying Mostert's going to take anything away. I don't think that he takes away from the chance of drafting Genty. But Judkins and Mostert makes more sense to me personally, just because you got to have a great offensive line. If you don't have a great offensive line, I don't really like the idea of taking a running back at pick number 6. Let's go to Venthrak. Agree or disagree? This offense will only go as far as the O-line can take them.
That's every offense.
And that's where, we talk so much time about all these other things. That's why I really think that if it was up to me right now, the sneaky pick for the Raiders is Armin Membal. And I also think Will Campbell.
I was going to say, what about Will Campbell?
Well, I just don't know where they're going to play him.
True.
They have Colton Miller. Now, Miller could play right tackle. He's done it before. Hasn't been for a long, long time.
Okay.
And I think if they did that, if I was Colton Miller, I would say, well, then you got to pay me.
Okay.
And that would scare me a little bit. Armin Membal, I read a stat, and it's just stuck in my head because it's both of them. Will Campbell and Armin Membal are them two, and there are 2 other offensive linemen. Trent Williams, Tristan Wirfs. Wirfs also was a pick by John Spytek. They are the only offensive linemen ever at the NFL Combine who are over 350 pounds, to run a sub 540, to have a better than 30-inch vertical at that weight, essentially.
Interesting.
And it's only those 4. And I know how much this regime values the line, where we've been talking a lot about wide receivers, running backs. I think that there's a good chance. I think there's just as much of a chance as Genty and McMillan as there is Will Campbell and Membal.
Yeah, well, and it feels like for the Raiders, it's not a bad route whichever way you go with those. Obviously, the Will Campbell one might be like you have to have a conversation of where you put them. Mm-hmm. But when it comes to the skill players and then Membu, they fill positions of need, they add juice, they raise the overall talent level, and they raise the floor, which just makes the quality of football that much better. The ceiling, it's still a high ceiling you got to climb to get past the Chiefs and past the entire division.
Yep.
But the floor automatically raises to make that a little bit easier to attain, in my opinion at least.
No, I hear you, dude. I'm with you. Let's go to Venthrak again, or
we're caught up.
We are all caught up. That is freaking awesome. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you one more time here. Get in the duck race. It's at Mitchell Renz 365. I don't know exactly what we are up to. I'm going to add some extra names here to the mix, which the last name that I got was Jason Gutierrez, 93 Navman. I got you, my man. Happy birthday again. I see Carlos Rodriguez. I got Dungeon Fitness. Juan
Is it
Navarrete.
What's the raffle?
Timmy Jones.
How much does it cost to get in?
20.
20? Okay.
Johnny B. Good. I got you. All right, so as it stands right now, it is a $20 Venmo for a chance to win $310. Also, if you come in second place, you get a Raiders Report hat. If you come in third place, you get a Raiders Report hat. If you come in last place, you get a butthole pick. Congratulations. And that's the ultimate prize.
That's as good as it's ever going to get.
I know that you're not always the producer here, but I think you guys have hung out with Trizzy Trace enough, no doubt about it. I got to pee.
Go.
It's my first pee of the day. First time I've actually hopped off here.
I hold it down.
Give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back here. Don't be afraid to ask any questions. Also, Trace runs our Saints show, so there's a certain guy that you always ask me about anyway if you want to ask Trace about a certain someone.
The answer is yes, I will trade you back Derek Carr. That is 100% the answer. All we will ask for a return is a bag of peanuts and just come take out the trash twice a week for the next month. That's it. That's all we're asking for. That is all we need. You can have him back. We'll pay the salary. That is it. I can't stand that. What does he wear? What's that makeup bullshit that he wears? Eyeliner. I can't stand eyeliner boy. I'm over it, dude. I'm over it. You guys can have him back. All right, here's the deal. I will give you a first-round pick to take him back. Here's what we'll do. Derek Carr and the 9th overall pick. In return, we get a crisp high five. Just that's the deal. That is it. You can have him back. He is y'all's God. He is y'all's king. Please take back your sweet prince. Trizzy is a Derek Carr lover from John Scheffler, LOL. Any word on Geno? What are you looking for? What word? I have a word on Geno. Dog. Lots of Carr Glazers that want him back. Take him. You can have him. We were better off with Drew Brees. We were better off with Andy Dalton. We were better off with Jameis Winston. I would rather be winning 2 games than 8 because at this point, at least we'd have a top pick. We have 5 wins and you're the 9th overall pick. What a joke of a football team. You guys can have Derek Carr back. Red Eye Nation says we really need Derek Carr back. Andre asking me about Kellen Moore. I do like the Kellen Moore hire. The Saints are a team that just quite frankly need to get younger, and that starts from the top all the way down to the bottom. So having the coaching staff be young is really, really good. David Zahn asking about the latest signings. Raheem Mostert, 1 year, $2.1 million deal. He's 1 season removed from a 1,000-yard rushing year. Last year, didn't have as great of a season. The tail of the tail has been injuries for Raheem Mostert's career. So that's the latest signing for the Raiders. And then you can also see down at the bottom, it's just rotating all of the moves for every team across the entire league because we want to make sure y'all are informed, make sure y'all are the smartest fan base out there. Include Justin Reed in that trade and you got a deal. No. You get Derek Carr and that is it. You can have Derek Carr and a first-round pick, and that is all we're giving you. We get Justin Reed. We have Tyrann Mathieu. He's from Louisiana. He wanted to come to us. We won a bidding war for him. He came to the Saints. We're not giving him up. You can have Derek Carr back, though. That is 100% on the table. What's going on, Rebel? What's going on, Sean? What's going on, David? I hope y'all are having a great time. I know I don't hang out with you guys all that often, but I do enjoy hanging out with you. Rocky's saying, why is he talking? Well, because if I was quiet, then you guys would complain about that too. I mean, I could just sit here and be quiet. Is that what you guys want? I could just sit here and nothing. Or we could hang out and chop it up. I will tell you this. Can we get 100 likes right now if you want the Raiders to go make a big-time splash signing? Like the video right now. I want to see if we can get to 1,500 likes. We're at 1,404. Can we get to 1,500? I'll tell you what, if we do, I'm crushing this beer right this second. I got a full Happy Dad. I will crush this Happy Dad if we get 70 more likes. Or 75, I should say. 75 likes away from getting to the next milestone of 1,500. Come on, keep going. Like. It's a like Spike. Like Spike. And yeah, King Zay is saying, I don't know why y'all hate on Trizzy. He's vibes. I feel like I'm great vibes. Anyway, long story short, I'll tell you, Raider Steen, I got a fever. I got a fever. And the only cure is more cowbell. We just crossed it. There we go. Good stuff, squad. I'm going to crush this brewski. Boom. That right there is a empty beer. That's a smoker's cough, LOL. Anyway. I will tell you this, though. In terms of cornerbacks, I know some of you guys are still wanting to add corners or add safeties and stuff. I mean, there's some still good options out there. Justin Simmons is available as a safety. If you want a cornerback, you can go and grab Asante Samuel or Stephon Gilmore. Those are options that are available still in free agency. So, there's still a lot of options available for the Raiders. And, if I've seen one thing about if I've seen one thing about the Raiders, it's the fact that they're being aggressive this offseason. I'm sorry that I messed up that I need a prescription. My fault. I was not alive when the cowbell skit came out. I think the fact that I even got it that close should be celebrated. I mean, come on. What are we doing here? They're over here throwing shade over here. They're like, dude, get Trizzy out of here. I'm like, you guys don't know about the old Trizzy Mitch show.
Well, I'll
Those
say
are good
this.
times.
I don't know. The Raiders haven't been aggressive. They were aggressive for Geno.
Okay, that's more so what I was. Yeah, going to get Geno, go and grab their head coach.
Like
that's kind of more
they've been aggressive, like spending more money for Chip. I love that they gave Patrick Graham a raise. Like that, like they've been aggressive. Like when they know that they want something, they have tried to pursue it, right? Like they've tried to get in Stafford. That one didn't work out. They tried to make some different moves, but this like free agency period, they've gone the smart route. And this is the way that I would explain it, right? Imagine when you and Maddie go to Target.
Yep.
Imagine if you gave your
those are so expensive.
If you just gave Maddie your card at Target and just said, I want you to get whatever you want.
She wouldn't make it past the dollar section.
Like, I just want you to get whatever you want. I think like people want the Raiders to spend money the way the teams like, the Patriots are, where they're just going out and they're spending a bunch of money. Mm-hmm. The Raiders are spending money the way that I would spend money in Target.
I also have this theory. Just because you spend the most money doesn't mean you have the best roster.
I mean, correct.
History
shows that when teams actually go out and they overspend and they do that, there's actually less success.
Yeah. You don't sometimes the best moves you make are the ones you don't. Mm-hmm. So it just, kind of comes down to it. We did get a super chat from Nav.
Completely agree. Nav, give me Becton for my birthday. Let's go. All I want for my birthday is a big booty Becton
block. All I want for my birthday is a Mekhi Becton block.
All I want for my birthday, she got a big Becton, so I call her Big Becton.
Skirt, wrist, move it, couldn't get to it.
Oh, I miss Titty Boy. I miss Titty Boy. 2 Chains. Hey, man, happy birthday to 93 Nav, man. For those of you that do not know, we are going to start a 93 Nav Man shit show here in about 40 minutes.
We're so close.
It's going to get wild, okay? And obviously, if any other Raiders breaking news does end up happening, going down, we will obviously break that down to the best of our ability. But at the same time, there's going to be there's always new people that join this stream during free agency. You see a lot of different little things. I need people to show how, Raider Nation does end up getting down. Let's go to, can you read this? How would you say this? If you had to read this next name really quickly.
It's loading in. We're getting it loaded.
I can't. It's not loading on my screen. How would you read that? Could you say it 3 times fast?
Let me get it on the screen first so everyone can see what we're working with.
All right.
I'll say this.
He's already banged obnoxious today, so
okay.
People know. Oh, wait. I didn't know that he supered that.
Mike. Who's she's? Harry? Mike Hooshy's Harry. Mike Hooshy's Harry. Mike Hooshy's Harry.
Wow. I'll tell you this, with a beard like that, not a doubt in my mind. Trace came to my bachelor party, and I know.
Me and Dave had a good time. Just going to put that out there.
I know that. Dave's a good time. You and Dave are the perfect yin and yang.
Oh, yeah, it was great.
No, it was a good so combination.
Much. Whenever we were hanging out, whenever it was just the two of us in the room, in the morning or at night too, we were just having such a good time without all of y'all.
One of my groomsmen, Dave, who was the catcher on our baseball team,
he was more red than a Chiefs helmet.
He's genuinely the nicest human being ever.
He was more red than a Chiefs helmet, though. It was insane.
Yeah, dude.
But he is genuinely the nicest guy I've ever met.
His shoulders were blistering after 6 hours. He was so sunburned at my bachelor party that we actually made a rule on day 2. Every time Dave put sunscreen on, we all put sunscreen on.
Yep.
It was
bad.
Crispy.
We burned through SPF 50.
Oh, man. SPF, we were eating it. We were Howie from bench warmers.
We were literally bathing in it. It was great.
I live 15 minutes from the Superdome and love shitting on the Saints fans about them having Carr. Good luck, Trizzy. And I think it's just like anything where, we know that Derek Carr is a good quarterback, but I really don't think that people look at DC and go, that's a guy that can win us a Super Bowl. And sometimes that can be a little bit of a frustrating thing. Happy birthday to Professor Nabman! Nabman! David Zahn, Mount Raider Moore. Threw one up. Throws up an alley-oop. Who's going to throw it down? Who's going to throw it down? All right, you know what? Would you guys be down to start the Navman shit show early? Because we're all caught up on Supers. We're kind of just hanging out right now. What do you say?
Like 2 just came in. They're $2.
Happy birthday to Professor Navman. I got a bunch of people here from Mount Raider Moore. Already, if we got enough yeses down below, because I'll tell you this, Trizzy can also get down. I actually think, I'm not going to lie, I think Trizzy can get down better than Chuggs. Recently. All right, you know what? I think we're going to start this Navman
Fuck
shit
it, let's
show
go.
early.
We
Coming
ball.
down the lane, we got David's on. He's going to throw one up to Yoda Jenkins. Bang! And then Ryan Campbell between his legs off the backboard. Bedrak! Bang! Let's get this party started. All right. So here's how we're going to do this.
Too. Bob's birthday's today.
Go Raiders. Today is my birthday. Bob Standard, happy birthday. Joe Mata, am I in the duck race at my Venmo about an hour ago? Joseph Mata, you in. Happy birthday, Yoda Jenkins, to my man, 93 Nabman, HBD, Ryan Campbell. Threw one up there as well. Bedrak, I got you, Zon. What's funny is he's like, I got you, Zon. He was the third one. I got you, Ryan Campbell. Jonathan Martinez off the backboard. Nabman. Come on, dude. All right, give me a second. So what we have is, if you could show, we have a List 5 logo. It is a Navman.
Got it.
Happy hour deal. So here's going to be the deal, okay? I'm going to say every 500 likes, we're going to play Tune O'Clock. If you send in a super chat that says in any way regard, I don't care the amount, happy birthday to Nabman, I'm going to cheers you some beers. If you want to get in the duck race, it's a $20 Venmo. If you come in first place, you win the money. If you come in second or third place, you are going to go home with a Raiders Report hat. $50 or alley-oops, and if you send in a hundo, I'm going to do a beer bong, and it counts as a bang. So the way that we've been doing this is, if you alley-oop somebody, I'm going to put you on the Brandon Jasper jersey. So I know we've had a lot of people already, and I know a lot of y'all are already on, but I do want to be able to fill up that jersey, and I want to be able to send it to his family. So Yoda Jenkins, I got you. Ryan Campbell, I got you. I see down there below Mr. Zahn, which, Zahn, I know you're already on, but I'm going to throw you in there again. Jonathan Martinez, Jay Martinez, gotcha. And then I also see Josh, I gotcha. All right, so here's what we got to do. There is a player card reveal. It's like the way that we do it for Thursday Night Football of deals that I have today, okay? So the other day, you can go to it, which I'll say this, I think we're already need 3 bangs to reveal step 2, so we can go and reveal step 2. Need 930 likes to reveal step 3. We already did that. I need 9 good vibes and 3 Venmo bangs to reveal step 4. Can I be honest with you? I actually think we are 9 good vibes away, and I think that we can advance because we're getting close to 3 Venmo bangs. Okay?
So we have not advanced yet.
We're getting close.
We're close.
We're
not
getting
there.
so many alley-oops right now. It's the alley-oops is where I'm like, I know that these people are already doing some crazy shit. It's today's already been wild. So the idea of my show today, I wanted to be able to create something special for 93 Nabman. He does a lot of stuff. So you're going to see a lot of numbers with 9. You're going to see a lot of like 930s. You're going to see a lot of these different style and numbers here. I want to be able to go and stick with what I have already created, but at the exact same time, I'm not doing the hottest gummy bear again, Cast Joey. That's just not going to happen. Not going to happen, dude. But you guys are just piling it on right now. You know what? We can reveal the next one. I think we've already passed it. Venthrak, with free agency winding down, the Raiders' most glaring need is to stop making every other NFL uniform look so lame in comparison. I will say this. If there's another uniform that I think can compete with the Raiders, I do actually like the Saints.
I think that the Saints and the Raiders have some of the best colors. I think that the way that their colors look on the uniform, on the helmets, on the jerseys, all that just looks so clean.
Yep. Are you next?
I just came to tell Navman I said happy birthday to the Vols.
Oh, okay.
Because Navman's my guy.
Hop on.
I'm coming up there.
Come on up there.
So you're going to make me look short.
I'll bend down.
I'll bend down.
Navman, just want to say happy birthday, man. Go Vols, go Ravens, and go Raiders.
No, I think one of the cool parts about Navman is he shows love to so many other channels here at Chat Sports. He's a legend, and, there's not many, I know, y'all rock with me, but, think about it in your mind where if you could also have somebody that also shows love to so many other people that do, very, very similar to what I do, that man is a legend at Chat Sports. Just like, Buddy Bear is a legend at Chat Sports. Ed Robbins is somebody that shows a lot of love to a bunch of our different channels as well. So that's what family's all about, and that man's done a great job with that. Mario Gallardo, happy birthday, and cheers to a legend. Cheers to a legend, 93 Nabman. Nab, cheers to you, bro. Cast Joey, happy birthday to Nabman. Another alley-oop being thrown up there. For those of you that don't know what an alley-oop is, if somebody throws up a 50 and you also throw down a 50, I count them both as a bang. It's kind of like a discounted bang that we do for the bang competition. I'll be real, I'm not keeping track right now of everything that's happening. I will probably go ahead and do that tomorrow. But if you throw up one, I'm going to throw it down with you if you want an alley-oop. If you want a beer bong to go down, that's going to be this. Ryan Campbell! Bang! Oh, dude, that man said, I love you, right back at you to Joey. Which, again, that man, for what you do all the time, it is, man, it does not go unnoticed, and I really, really hope that you know that. It just doesn't go unnoticed, man. So shout out to you. Ryan Campbell, this one's going to go down. Jose, what's up, man? Just give me 1 second.
Kick the tires on James Bradbury. I can't read. We were calling for him before he got signed with the Eagles. He has ties with Graham. Look, James Bradbury might be cooked.
James Bradbury's cooked. I was calling for James Bradbury back in 2022.
You know how different the world is in 2025 versus 2022?
I do.
Very.
Yep. I mean,
a lot of times passed.
2022, both of these teams looked a lot different.
Both of these teams were very, very different.
Very, very different. Kevin C., appreciate you, my dog. All right, so this show has kind of gone off the rails a little bit. So here's what we're going to do. I think the way that I got to do this to just keep it easier for me to keep track, because the last thing that I want to do is not be able to show love and appreciate to everything that y'all have been able to do. So here's one of the things that I told Wild One that...
Can I answer this?
Yeah, go.
I can't do just Raiders moves up here because that's not how the graphic is set up. So
correct.
We kept it on Raheem Mostert because that was the most recent move, but this is the latest NFL news in general.
Correct. Yeah, what's going to be shuffling up there is just all of the latest news that is kind of happening here. Oh, God.
Dude,
around the Raiders.
Absolutely not.
So here's what we're doing, and I wanted to be able to do something fun. I say we're at this step right now. 2 o'clock. I need 14 people, okay? I need 14 people to participate in 2 o'clock. So if you don't know what 2 o'clock is, it is, for this one, I'm just going to leave as much time on the clock as humanly possible. And we need 14 $10 super chats. For everyone that comes in, I will take a shot. If you send in a 20,
how long is it?
I'm going to take a real fireball shot, like a full shot.
How long is the clock?
And we're not we're just keeping it on until we get 14. So
Gotcha.
until you want to reveal the steps. So Wild One the other day wanted me to do the 1 chip challenge, which I have done before. It's the hottest chip in the entire world. All I'm going to tell the entire nation out there is this. If we get to step 6, there is a little special surprise that I think you guys will like. And to any of the OGs that watch this show, you'll realize how scared I am of if you complete step 6. That's all I'm going to say. Nav, I am humbled and I am appreciative. Nation forever. Come in, Raider! Bang! Every bang, I'm throwing down a brewski.
A Teddy Brewski.
Hey, a Teddy Brewski. Can you tell Chuggs, though, in all honesty, can we throw away these bodies over here? And then I might need a few more.
Y'all need to be replenished?
Yeah, I have a few left over here, but
Cool. Could use a refill soon.
I have a feeling that not only are we going to need more cowbell, we're also going to need more Happy Dads.
Oh yeah. Whenever Jeremy gets back, I'll get you guys a fresh set of.
I wonder if Chuggs will go. He has a cowbell.
He does have a cowbell.
He has a cowbell. Coming. Happy birthday to 93 Navman. All the best, bro. All the best to 93 Navman. Navman, tomorrow's going to be a fun day, and I know I said I'm not going to drink tomorrow. I'm really not gonna. But what I'm going to do, I'm only going to do for you. But I think when you see what I'm going to do tomorrow, and again, like I don't want to hype it up too much. But I think everybody that rocks with Navman and everybody that rocks with the Raiders Report is going to love the show that we do tomorrow. I hope I don't throw up because I'm going to try to potentially eat something that might make me gag a lot.
Dude, pause.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you, I am nervous about tomorrow.
Would you say what you're going to eat might make you gag and it makes you sweat a little bit?
Yep. It will, dude. I'm telling y'all right now, tomorrow's show I am more nervous about tomorrow's show than I am the chip. And
really?
Maybe not. The gummy bear is the worst thing that I've ever done. The gummy bear is the worst thing that I've ever done.
Oh, yeah.
Tomorrow's going to be up there, though, where I'm going to really challenge myself. So much so that Alex even said, I'm going to watch tomorrow.
That is electric.
I'm going to watch tomorrow.
That is electric.
All right, so this one, down for Common Raider.
Shout out to Common.
Nothing common about him. Luis! Get to drinking, Mitch. All I have to say also, though, is I would like to be able to keep some Raiders content going. So, for example, Luis, you send this question in. You want me to do a shot? Send in a Raiders question as well. That's all I got to ask. Cheers to Luis.
I think that's a great little switch off.
Let's keep it
Plus,
going.
then we get to talk about the Raiders in cursive.
Cursive?
Yeah, I'll be slurring our words. Start speaking in cursive.
If there's one thing that school lied to me about,
that you use cursive.
It's the importance of cursive.
I totally agree.
The importance of math in my daily life and the importance of cursive.
They are frauds for trying to
I can't even believe the amount of time that I spent in my young childhood learning how to do cursive. Unbelievable. Luis, cheers to you, man. Chance-tastic. Start throwing them shots, Mitch. Also, happy birthday to 93 Navman. Are they not pulling? Are they a little slow?
They're being slow, but we're getting them.
I gotcha. Nav, that means we got 12 more to go. 2 o'clock, eat that booze. Do it. I love all you crazy mother effers in the chat. If you ever need me, I'm there. Pure fact. Always. Nav, I know that, man.
Nav, man.
Oh, man, this fireball. Drink up. Happy birthday to Grandma's Underpants, a.k.a. Nav, man. Grandma's cookies, though.
Grandma got ran over by a reindeer.
A what?
A reindeer. I don't know.
Grandma got ran over by a reindeer. Tell me you went to Arkansas without telling me you went to Arkansas. So for those that do not know, we are live here on the Raiders Sport Free Agency Day 4 coverage. And tomorrow is 93 Navman's birthday. because I have a wedding commitment, I told myself I'm not going to drink. I'm not going to get crazy. We are doing Navman Happy Hour, and if you want me to get through to do a spicy chip challenge, and I'm telling y'all right now, if we get to step 6, it's going to blow your flipping mind. All I need y'all to do, we are 11 people away from revealing what step 5 is. We are 11 people away from revealing what step 5 is. And I'm telling y'all, y'all are going to be happy. Y'all are going to be happy. It's going to be fun. Today's show is going to be fun. So if you have any questions about Raiders free agency, about NFL free agency, hashtag Raiders or Super Chat. I want to keep this Raiders-centric, but I also want to keep the party rolling here a little bit. If you want to talk about Raheem Mostert, if you want to talk about Cooper Kupp, I do actually also have a segment that I kind of wanted to be able to do, which I will probably end up doing once Chuggs gets back because we have something scripted. We have everything built out, which we'll end up doing that here. Oh, boy. You know how they say never trust a fart?
Yep.
That was close to never trusting a burp.
That dangerous game.
I'll tell you what.
They say that trusting a fart is the most dangerous thing you can do. It is, but trusting a burp is very, very dangerous as well.
Trusting a burp after a boot is right up there with like trusting a fart after Taco Bell. You're walking a fine line.
Well, and to be honest, if you do trust it, you're asking for it, and that's on you.
Yeah, you're right. You're not wrong. We are 11 away, but now John Ada said, happy birthday, Navman, R.I.P. to Tuna. What do you think we do at pick 6? I still think Armin Membao. I still think somebody along the lines of Will Campbell, Ashton Genty, Teteroa McMillan, I would say are the top 4 most likely options for the Raiders at pick 6. John, cheers to you, man. We got another super chat from Righteous. I'm just going to say this, Righteous. I don't really want to bring that guy's name up here. He's somebody that I don't care for. I appreciate your super chat, but one of my big goals this year for Raiders content creators in general, because I don't know why, there's like a lot of weird beef, and I'm doing my best to stay out of it because I want the nation to come together. You know, it's one of the reasons why I reached out to somebody who didn't really love me all that much. I joined their show a few months ago, but my big goal this year has been when you put good energy into the world, good stuff happens. And even though I don't really care for him, I want to be able to just keep this thing on a positive track, which I hope that you understand. So it's not that I don't want to show your super chat, but I don't want to show your super chat because I don't want to give that person any glory. If you're subscribed to the Raiders Report, spam me down below. If we can get 930 me's down below, beer bong on the house.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Do the roar.
Do the roar.
If we can get 930 me's down below, how many people here are rocking with Navman?
Do it.
How many people here are rocking with the Raiders Report?
Do it.
I see Taino, dangerous man. K-Rock, Yans, Omar Martinez, Steve-O. We got Yans, Raider Rick,
Got some
Cans.
fresh dads for you.
Oh, dude, I'll tell you what.
Nice and cold, too.
Nice and cold dads go a long way. I'll tell you this. If somebody else bangs and you want to throw a few back, I'm not going to hold you back.
I'm going to keep it real with you. I'll down this entire can if somebody throws in a bang here. And I'm just going to do it right here to the dome, not even think about it.
Oh, man. Keep the me's going. I'll tell you this. We are getting really close to 930 me's. We're about, I'm doing the math. I'm not doing the math. Our computer's doing the math. We're getting close. Who's going to be the last me that sets the tone?
I'm looking, it looks like we're over halfway.
I would say right now, the computer, again, our computer systems have been a little bit slow. They've been a little bit laggy. He is walking a tightrope with those beers.
I know.
Yo, shout out to our social team, y'all. They've been killing it. To Mr. Jackson Durham. To Mr. Jackson Durham. To Mr. Jackson Durham. All right, we're getting close. As soon as I hit refresh, I think we're there. Hang on. All right, we just got there. Real talk, y'all. I like to do some of that stuff because I know that not everybody can super chat. And for some people out there, they might think it's lame. Here's how I would say it. If you're at Allegiant Stadium and it's third down and the announcer tells you to yell it's third down, guess what I do? I stand up, I yell third down.
Yep.
Because I want to feel like I can make a contribution in some way or another. And when you guys do that, I guarantee you this, Nabman's sitting at home right now, and, Nabman is a tough as nails type of dude, right? He's one of those guys where I asked how old you were, Nab, and you have not told me. Even at the age that he is, it's not a guy I'm going to mess with. I'm telling you right now, it's not a guy that I would mess with. He's a scary dude, but he's also a super loving guy. And I bet he's looking at that chat right now. And I don't say this about a lot of people, but Nabman kind of reminds me a little bit like the mentality that my dad has, where he is as tough as freaking nails. He's a mother effer you don't want to mess with, but he will go to war for you. I mean, he drove 8 hours to hang out with Chuggs and I week 1 last year.
That's insane.
Right? Like, he's just a solid dude. And I think you're seeing right now how many people have his back and how many people are showing him love. Fat Bearded Dad, we are 9 shots away now. He sent in a 20. That's going to be a big one. For those that don't know, Chuggs dressed up as Fat Bearded Dad a few years ago for Halloween.
Did he really?
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome. That is so great.
It's actually amazing. When you take a real shot compared to like the shots that we usually take, it's a lot different. It's a lot different. Rubik, 8 away. Do you think the Raiders draft Will Howard in the later rounds because of the Chip Kelly connection? I do think that the Raiders are more likely to draft a quarterback on day 3 than what people realize. I think this is actually going to be a Raiders team that tries to go out there and they try to compete right away. And it's not going to be easy for them to compete right away, but I do feel like there's at least a chance. Jeremy walked in the studio and then slowly crept away. It's all good, Chuggs. Righteous, what's up, my man? Right on, dude. Just a fan of you and Trace. Righteous, and I appreciate that, but, Trace does a lot of good work here. Trace honestly reminds me a lot of kind of the way I was when I was a little bit younger.
A young, handsome lad.
Let's go with that. Let's go with that. Cats Joey got a new addition to the family. Oh, it's the pick. Frank the
it's
Tank.
A pup.
Frank the Tank. Got to get him a jersey. Frank the Tank. Got to drink to this. You know what? I'm gonna count this as 5. So if my math is mathing correctly, we're about 4 away.
Nice.
One more. All right. Fireball is not my thing. I like it, I do, but sometimes, man, I really don't. I'll tell you what, Cast. I don't know if you have a dog already. Speaking from a dog dad, there's at times I know I'm going to be a good dad. I'm okay. I don't know why. I'm not hungry. I ate. So the food you got us yesterday was so much that I saved some of it for today. Yeah, you can put it in the fridge. That's fine. I mean, if it can be out, I'd rather it be out. Yeah, okay. I don't like food in the fridge.
Really?
Well, I don't want it to get cold,
Like
and it's a weird heat-up process.
He's like, I don't know why I keep on getting sick. I left the chicken out.
I left the cheese outside in my car for a
why my
week in
milk
July
goes
in
bad.
Texas. I don't know why it's so bad.
Do you have to refrigerate milk?
Yes.
Of course. No, that was the joke.
Well, wait, that was an honest question. Well, I had to ask you. Apparently, you like to drink it out the tea. So.
Again, I don't think I would drink milk now from a cow. But if you told me right now, hey, here's a milkshake, and it was just milk from a cow, everybody here, I think, would drink it. If it was cold, it's got to be ice cold, though. It's got to be ice cold. You wouldn't know. I'm telling you right now, I don't know if you would know. Milk straight from a cow, actually good. You just can't know that it's from a cow. I would say it would be like, if you're somebody that you like, and I'll say this, I actually don't like a bunch of fat on a steak, but if you're like my cousins, they will literally eat the fat off a steak just by itself. They will cut it off and just eat it by itself. If you like fat on a steak, or you can appreciate fat on a steak, you would love milk straight from a cow. You would, dude. I'm telling you. If Hunter falls to 4, do you think that we call New England? I do not. I just don't see the Raiders being a team that tries to trade up.
He's trying to take down big almond milk.
If you could get me a few more dads, because are those going to be for you? Oh, these are mine.
Yeah, you can just take 3 of them.
I got you. Donna, huh? If you could, I wouldn't say no to it just in case. I personally do not think that the Raiders trade up in any sense of the word anymore. To me, it is trade down or they're going to stay at number 6. All right, we're going to keep rolling here with some soups. Chuggs is back. We got a bunch of different deals going on, Chuggs. We are getting close. I actually think we are already at, once we get through some of the other ones that we've gotten, I'll update some people on some numbers here. All-time Raiders versus all-time Saints. Who you got? Oh, boy. It's definitely for Trace. I mean, Trace would say Saints. Obviously, I'm going to say the Raiders, but here's the honest answer. I mean, no, here's the answer. If it's all-time Raiders against all-time Saints, I do actually think all-time Raiders win. They were so good back for a long time. I mean, the Saints were a really bad organization for a long time. Their best years were what, Breeze? The Breeze years are the best years.
Yeah. I would say quarterback, I think, favors the Saints with Drew Brees.
Absolutely.
Running back favors the Raiders.
Yep.
I think.
Who's the best wide receiver in Saints history? So quarterback advantage Saints.
Marcus Colston or Michael Thomas in 17-yard season.
Yeah. See, the Raiders, I would say it's Tim Brown, Cliff Branch, Devontae, Fred Belindikoff. Who else are some of the best Raiders receivers? Though, if you look at numbers, the Saints probably have the advantage, but different time. Let's just say it goes to you.
Yeah, I think defense. Y'all take defense.
Defense, probably.
We had linebackers.
Best tight end in Saints history, is it Jimmy Graham?
Probably Jimmy Graham, yeah. He's a stud.
Is it too early to say that Brock Bowers is the best tight end in Raiders history? I know Dave Casper is amazing, but I think Brock has a chance to be better than Dave Casper. I really do. Also, speaking of somebody who has a chance to be better than Dave Casper, Jay Blixer! Bang! I'm going to need that. I'm going to need that. I'm going to need that.
I'm gonna need that.
It's Bix. It's Bixler. That's what he said. All right, I'll try it again. Bixler! Bang! Oh, man.
They're all in the Costco verse.
Yeah, they're all cousins.
Who?
Does Bixler hang out with the Rizzler?
They're all related.
He brings the boom. That's what he do. He brings the boom.
Can we go to like the Thursday night look? Can we go Thursday night look? We've been
this
Thursday night look. Yeah. Yeah. How much? All right. Here's what we got to do.
If we're going full Thursday night, that's our
Full Thursday night. Yeah, we're going full Thursday night right now.
dude. Seeps. I went in there for a second. Heartbreaker. Marquette beat Xavier in the last seconds. It was a heartbreaker. It's Bixler. Thanks for keeping it going through my 5 hours of drive time today. Hey, you're listening to the Raiders Report on your drive.
There's actually times where, again, like I'll go home. Chuck's obviously watching the Raiders Report.
If Seeps needs it.
And I'll get home. And there are times where I'm like, I can't believe some of the shit that we're saying. It's a lot of fun. All right, here's what I want to do. Can you show what step 5 is?
Yes.
So we've already passed it, and I know I haven't shown all the super chats yet. I just got mooned by Trace. So I wanted to try to get 93 people in the duck race, okay?
Where are we at right now?
We're not even close to that number. We're not close to that number.
Yikes.
So how about this? Can you go back? Everybody's been rallying. Everybody's been showing a lot of love already, which I do really, really appreciate.
Steven said, where's Avery?
Nav, if you can tell me your age, whatever your age is, I'm going to change 93 to your age. That's what I wanted to do, but I didn't know how old you were. So I wanted to try to keep the 9 to 3. Like, I wanted that go. The 14 people is for Wild One. He wanted the chip. So I try to do these types of deals around like all of y'all.
Maybe we get an Avery beer bong if we get a couple Steven Gutierrez bangs. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, man.
Avery said she's down to party.
Louis the Foolie is Renz drunk. No, I'm all right. I mean, you guys will know. I'm getting a little loosey-goosey.
I would guess Navman is 54.
All right, change it to 54. Because I don't think he's 54.
You don't think he's 54?
I don't think Navman's 54. How old do you guys think 93 Navman is?
I think Navman's 54.
How old do you think Navman is? Let me know down below. We always play this game for Chuggs and I. How old do you think Navman is? You know, I think Josh Melton got it right.
69.
Not a doubt in my mind. All right, here are the people that are getting in the duck race. Right now, we have 31 people that are in. The last name that I got was Johnny B. Good. Ooh, I'll tell you what. James Guevara. Guevara's going to get 2. I see Tony Knutson. You got it. Randall Carter. Got it. Russell Hall. I got you. Brian Baca. I got you. Mark Call. I see you. Michael Rad. You in. Paul Campos. You in. Ricky Hutch. You in. Edwin Reyes. You in. Josh Downs. Oh, that's not right. Josh Davis, excuse me, in. A legend. Fat Bearded Dad. You in. All right, so right now it is a $20 Venmo. You would go home with $440 here on today's show. I see Damon Fletch, gotcha. Rustin Long, gotcha. Adrian Leon, gotcha. Josh I, gotcha. Zach Martin, you in. 20 to win, $490. Has anybody gotten that man's age yet?
He said correct.
He said, I joined the Navy in 1993.
Earlier up, he said correct.
Ooh, okay, so he was saying correct to somebody who got it. Or is it, somebody said, are you born in 93? I can confirm with you he was not born in 93. He would be the youngest military member of all time. My guess for Nabman.
Send the baby to the front lines.
All right, so I'm seeing a lot of 52, 53.
Avery.
Sounds like we're going to go 54. Nav, what do you got for me? Oh, he's actually, all right. Navman is...
A couple people in the chat were asking what it would take for an Avery beer bong.
Do you still have Jell-O shots? We have like 1 or 2 syringes.
Oh, I was right. He was saying I was right the whole time.
Oh, okay. 54. Which means we are 5 people away from joining the duck race.
3 bangs. She said 3 bangs and she'll come on the show.
3 bangs? Okay. 3 bangs. I was going to say, you got to find the syringes. Do they go bad? That was way too quick of a no. I feel like when you say that quick to a no, or like when you answer that quick, it's like you don't even really know. You're going for it.
Right.
You're going for it. I respect it. I do. So if you won in the duck race, which again, whoever wins the money, you win the money. If you come in second, you get a Raiders Report hat. If you come in third, you get a Raiders Report hat. We do have a lot of super chats to kind of go through.
Here we go. Blinky
Nation. Home from work. I'm effing amazed we got Mostert for 2.1. Love this organization this offseason. Literally still waiting for a reason to be upset with them. I think that they're spending money in the right way, Blink, and I'm glad that you're seeing it too. Though your boy is starting to feel it. Your boy is starting to feel it a little bit. What up, Yaz? Shout out from St. Pete, Florida. I always like to see where people are rocking from. How many people right now, I want to see states.
Ooh.
I want to see states. Where are we at states-wise? Remember when we used to play the zip code game? That was always a fun game.
Just random Thursday night thought, right?
Yeah.
Did you ever grow up and be like,
yes.
Man, I wonder what it would be like to grow up in X state? Because I've grown up, born and raised in Texas my whole life.
Yep.
I couldn't imagine living in Idaho my entire life.
I'm a big
Chicago.
I'm a big Rick and Morty fan, and their whole thing is there's just all these universes, everything, whatever. I always wonder how I would have turned out if I would have lived in all these different parts.
If you lived here in Dallas your whole life.
I hate to even say this because, I actually think, and I don't mean to I think it sounds weird. I think I have a good head on my shoulders, but I honestly think it's because I'm from a small town. I come from a really big family.
Yeah, all you big city slickers out there better watch it.
I worry that, environment is a big thing, right? If I would have went to Penn State University, I think I would have flunked out. I think it would have been a disaster. I think because I went to a small school, because I'm from a small town, you kind of get to know everyone. Where if you're from, I think if I grew up in Dallas, think about how you and I talk about Dallas. There's a lot of snobby people down here, dude. A lot of entitlement.
Oh, yeah.
It's everywhere. And I worry that...
Shout out Alex.
Shout
out Danny. Love you if you're watching.
I was going to say, Alex,
say it,
I don't want to say Alex has entitlement. She really doesn't.
Say love you if you're watching.
Danny, I love you if you're watching.
Oh.
All right, we'll keep it moving here. I do think, though, it does amaze me where I see people come from small town city vibes. It's totally different. Josh, what do you think about Jack Sawyer? He reminds me of a young Mad Max in round 2. I don't think that he reminds me of a young Mad Max because Max is a lot longer, lankier, got a lot more bend to him. I can remember one of my favorite quotes from Mike Mayock, maybe the only, again, I don't want to throw too much shade at Mayock. He used to call him Gumby, and he used to call him Gumby because of the way he used to bend, and that was one of my favorite parts about Max, and one of the reasons why we were so high on Max coming out of the draft is we used to look at 3-cone drill really closely. So when you got a guy that big that's able to bend and just kind of get around corners that quickly, that's really, really impressive. Sawyer, though, has got the motor of Max, has got the work ethic of Max, and I think if the Raiders were to go out and get a Sawyer, I said it earlier where I don't think he's going to be a TJ Watt. That's crazy. But I do think TJ Watt was underappreciated coming out of the draft because when you have a guy that's going to outwork everybody, people don't understand the importance of having a player like that. And listening to all the Raiders press conferences today, they went out and they find guys that they said, you know what? That's a leader. That's a leader. That guy loves football. That guy's a leader, right? And that's kind of what they did. And hearing all those players talk, Jack Sawyer would fit that mentality. Here's the only problem with everything that I just said there. The one spot that I might be the most confident in right now for the Raiders on defense is the defensive line. And, if you're going to invest in a player in the second round on defense, not that I wouldn't be happy that we got Jack Sawyer, but I would look at other areas out there. If he's the best player available, then sure, there's a shot. Speaking of shot, I don't know if I took a shot for this one.
Probably.
But some people are saying you might not need one.
John, 93 Navman is a jar. Oh, you go ahead.
You got it. Navman is a jarhead. I joined the Army because even the Marines need a hero. Have you ever seen? I
don't know if that's a slight at Marines from the Army type thing.
True. I don't know. There is a weird, not a weird, but I respect the rivalry in a sense.
It's like Dallas Houston.
Sure. The Army-Navy rivalry is legit in football. It's definitely a legit rivalry. But I'll say this. Navman's the type of dude that, and it takes a special type of person for this, I've given this analogy before. Nabman's the type of guy where, John, if you were pulled over on the side of the road and you were wearing a Raiders jersey and your car broke down, I think 10 times out of 10, Nabman pulls over and helps you out. If you don't have a Raiders jersey on, I'll be honest, I don't think I would pull over. If you had a Raiders jersey on, I would, though.
I think Nabman would be the guy who would pull over for most anybody, but he'd be driving up, he'd see a Broncos jersey, he'd be like,
nah.
All right.
Sucks to suck. Or I can actually see Nabman. You got a Broncos or a Chiefs jersey, he pulls over to make you think he's going to help.
Psych!
Skirt!
Starts to pull over. You know what helps a flat tire?
If you lick my butthole. Rebel, what's going on? Trizzy, I believe in Joe Hendry. Also Chip Kelly. Go get him. All right, we're going to keep some supers rolling here. Chuggs, we did start the happy hour a little bit early. Nathan Wolf, happy birthday. Great to have a shot and slam a beer with you guys week one. I hope that we're able to do more things like that in the future.
Dude,
I also love those type of days because not only did we get to know Nathan Wolf, we also got to know Nathan's dad.
Dude, that weekend was fun.
That was a good weekend.
Dude, maybe not the highlight, but a low-key great time of that, the Jamaican spot. I do still think of that Jamaican food.
Dude, that food was gnarly.
I don't know if it was because I was starving that day. That Jamaican food we got was so good.
I mean,
we
also
3 different kinds of chicken. We got bang bang shrimp. We got like mac and cheese, sweet potatoes, 2 different kinds of cake.
Oh, it was so good. Shout out to the North Carolina guys. They are near and dear to my heart.
Indiana Bones.
Indiana Bones. Autumn Abyss. Daryl. I mean, Daryl's also one of the nicest human beings I've ever met. He's actually almost too nice. Daryl, I know you watch a lot, Daryl. OG right there, man. I don't know if anybody's ever met Daryl. He's like one of the people that run a lot of the stuff that goes on with the North Carolina Raiders Club down there. He was the reason that we kind of went down there he's the reason we went down there last year.
We just happened to be down there.
Us randomly being down in North Carolina is the same as Tom Brady randomly ran into Matthew Stafford in Montana, right? I'm not kidding you when I say this. Daryl was legitimately he is one of the nicest human beings. And if anybody ever sees Daryl, I actually got the opportunity to meet him out in Oakland and watch the show ever since. Waking up in Oz, Raiders rap, please, as in recap, not music or food. Good, because you don't want to rap for me.
Yeah, I don't think
it's cost an extra $5 to explain this to exchange rate equivalent to 300 Raiders Report hats. I don't know what that means. But I do know this. Here is the Raiders recap of free agency so far. They went out, they signed Alex Cap, a 2-year, $11.2 million deal. I'll probably give that a D grade. Max Crosby extension needed to happen to show every single team out there that we're serious. But also think about what the Raiders' plan was. They wanted to bring in guys that love football. When you sign an extension with a dude like Crosby, you set that tone, and you show everybody out there, if you're not ready to match that type of mentality, go the F somewhere else. Geno Smith trade officially official. Adam Butler, 3-year, $16.5. That's an A grade for me. Jeremy Chinn, 2 years, $16 million. Probably throw that at like a B+. Malcolm Koonce,
the silent
A-.
assassin.
Huh?
He's the silent assassin.
Jeremy Chinn's going to scare some people. When you watch the way he plays, I'm telling you, Raider fans are going to love the way that a lot of these guys are playing. Lonnie Johnson Jr., I actually don't know if we have the details.
I think I saw it was a 1 year. I can't remember the details.
Yeah, I still don't. It's not on Over the Cap yet. It's not going to be a lot, though. It's going to be a vet man. Elandon Roberts, 1 for 3. Stokes, 1 for 4. Raheem Mostert, that was the deal that ended up going down today. 1 year, $2.1. I know that there's not a lot of big-time slam dunks, but there is a lot of good moves. All right, I got to get a few people in.
You know what it is? A slam dunk.
Blixer!
No, wait, we messed it up. It's Bixler.
It's Bixler. Bixler! Bang! number 3, my lord. Pick number 3, my lord.
It's gonna sound weird.
Pick number 3, my lord.
I think even though that chair's comfy, not great on the back support.
We got some breaking news. Former Giants cornerback Adoree Jackson is going to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Adoree. Yeah.
Bixler. It's going to be tough for me to get that out of my head. My problem is once I get something in my mind, it's hard for me to shake it. I will do my best.
Bixler.
Bixler.
Bixler. Like
Tell me like what?
Like trickster.
Trickster? Bixler. Tricks are made for kids, just like Bixler
Are made for
the bang. We're going to try to figure it out here, Bixler.
Fly guy.
Happy birthday to 93
Oh, it's Navman's birthday?
tomorrow.
Mike who? Navman is actually turning 69 today. True story. One of the best 69-year-olds I've ever seen. Robert, do you think we go Armin Mimbow at 6?
I do think there's a chance. And I'll keep saying it. This is an organization that values linemen, okay? So with that being said, Armin Mimbow, Tristan Wirfs, they are very comparable in their own way. And if you can't protect Geno, if you can't win in the trenches, it does not matter. I don't remember who sent in the super chat earlier of their offensive line, but it's like an offensive line that it would make you wet. I mean, it was Colt Miller, Dylan Parham, JPJ, Mekhi Becton, Armin Mimbow.
I'm being
That's
told
one of the best offensive lines in football.
I'm being told I believe it's Mimbu, not Mimbow.
Membu? Armin Membu. Could be. I will say I've heard it both ways, but Armin Membu. Armin Mimbow. I bet, I mean, it's what? Membou. Somebody said, damn, I wanted the Dory. I hear you, man. I do want to give an update here on this duck race because I saw some people asking. Joe Mould, you in. Common, in. Steve Brisk, you in. Joshua Melton, I got you. Philip Smith, in. Moshav, you in. I see Carlos Carpenter, gotcha. Christian Perez, gotcha. Steven Corbell, I gotcha. Though Perez, Christian, I'm going to put you in twice, gotcha. Martin Rocha, you are in. Jason Sanchez is in. $20 Venmo right now to win $610 here on the Raiders Report. Now, man, somebody's got to complete the alley-oop for Nathan Wolf. Bang!
Hoop, there it is. Hoop, there it is.
That meetup we had may have saved my life. I was dealing with a nasty health issue. I get back home. Doc says, you are good to go, nation. Raiders fans. I mean, I am a believer. When you put good vibes into the world.
Somebody just walked in.
Oh, boy.
With Jello syringes. Like I said,
the
three
last
bangs.
Syringe.
3 bangs, and Avery said she's taking one of these down. Maybe a
I'm not
beer
gonna
bong.
lie.
I don't know.
I'm gonna have to pee soon.
Oh, she said she'll do a freedom funnel. Oh, she's looking for it.
Looking for. I don't even. What is the? Okay.
We call it the Hellcat Q freedom funnel.
I got you. I'm in, dude.
Thank you.
I'm in, dude. 93 freaking nab, man.
How was your
Appreciate
day
you.
at work today, Avery? Oh, I spent all this time looking for this beer bong. I just couldn't find it. Navman sent in a 50, and I was trying to down some Jello shots.
Fantastic. What the hell is a freedom funnel? I know, dude. That's funny. That's funny as all hell. I need the final step. So, This is going to make me nervous, okay? And I'm not going to lie to y'all. It's a big number. Not only am I offering the one chip challenge.
The Magic Conch!
So tomorrow, 493 Nabman's birthday. The number, like, I'm not kidding you when I say this, y'all. I think the thing that I am the most scared about to eat is a can of tuna. Okay? For Brandon Jasper, I'm going to rock a Jasper jersey tomorrow. Nav, I know you wouldn't mind. I'm going to rock a Jasper jersey tomorrow. And then on top of that, oh my God, DK Metcalf's number 4. I feel like that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
No? Number 4, DK?
I hate it.
Instead of doing drinking deals tomorrow, I'm going to eat tuna out of a can. All I'm going to tell you this is right now, I don't know how that's going to go tomorrow. I will not have the chip by tomorrow. But if we get 9 bangs away, I will do the chip challenge, and I will have cans of tuna for our show tomorrow.
And for those wondering, tuna is one of the foods that Mitch absolutely hates.
I have eaten scorpions on here, dude. I have eaten some crazy shit. And I don't know how to explain it to anybody else, and I think a lot of OGs know this.
You're going to need to bring your toothbrush.
Oh, I'm mouthwash. I'm going to need everything. Somebody actually one time asked me how much I would eat a can of tuna for. It was an absurd number. I'm going to do it for Nabman's birthday tomorrow, but at the same time, I'm going to give you a deal. I do not like canned tuna. It is horrifying to me. The smell, Alex, it's so bad. Like when Alex eats it, I don't kiss. Like I try not to kiss her, and that sounds so lame, but it grosses me out.
How much for you to take a shot of the tuna juice?
Oh, dude, that's gross.
Before you eat the tuna.
I don't know. That just gave me chills. Oh, dude. First thing Alex said to me, she goes, make sure you get the tuna that's like got like water and not oil. Mm-hmm. Which I don't even know what that means.
So you can take a shot of the watery tuna juice.
I actually don't know if I'll be able to.
You will.
Yeah, I'm scared. Like, I'm not kidding you. It's like the smell, the texture does not sit with me well, man. Like, I don't mind. Like, I like sushi that has tuna in it. I like cooked. Like, if it was like not sushi steak, a tuna steak, I can get on board with it. But, dude, sometimes, nah, man. Tuna does not sit with your boy well. Blink, happy birthday to that man for tomorrow. I doubt he'd remember, but I met him during the North Carolina watch party. Spoke to him for like 5 minutes, but he's a top man. He's a great.
Yes.
Have a great day.
I do remember because Blinky was the one guy from England that showed up.
Oh my God.
And he happened to be in North Carolina just
Blink.
at that. You were doing something else though, Blinky. Let me tell me what you were doing in the chat. I think it was like at like an F1 event or it was something with racing.
Interesting.
I think. If my memory's right. I remember meeting you, Blinky. But I remember you were there for something else as well. Like there was another event.
Can I go pee and can I go eat real quick?
Went to Darlington for NASCAR. Knew it was racing.
That's wild.
I remember.
Phenomenal memory.
I remember.
Phenomenal memory. All right, I'm not going to lie. I got to go pee real quick.
Go do it.
I got to go pee real quick. Give me like 5. I also just want to get a bite or 2 of my food.
Go for it. Mr. Blinks. Thank you for the super chat, my guy. Yeah, see? Like a steel trap up here. I remember. Here we go. Common. Raiders 42, Saints 35 after being down 28-14 at half Monday night, December 3rd, 1979 at New Orleans. Raiders scored 21 unanswered in the fourth. Just saying. Triz isn't in here, but just saying. Even though I got to change my name badge. Just saying. I'm just saying. I'm not Trizzy Trace. Here we go. Raymond Cerna, Any player you would want Raiders to trade the 7th pick for? Well, the Raiders have the 6th overall pick in this year's draft. I'm guessing you're saying like another player in the league? That's interesting. Because the thing is, I mean, I guess it doesn't hurt the Raiders as much because they do have cap space. But the only bad thing about trading the 6th pick for a player, because you're going to want a player that's a top player at their position. I know our Vikings host has been talking a lot about Sauce Gardner, who wants a new contract. He's been talking about the idea of trading for him, amongst other guys. That's the thing, though. If you take somebody with the 6th pick, then you get them on a rookie deal, and you might get an amazing player that you're paying very cheap. If you trade for somebody with the 6th pick, you know you're getting an amazing player, but you also have to pay them like that more often than not. Usually they want a new contract if you're trading for a player with the 6th overall pick. Let me ask you, would you trade for a Sauce Gardner or a T. Higgins with the 6th overall pick? Give me a Y for yes, in for no. If you're saying why, let me know which player you would take, Sauce Gardner or T. Higgins, for number 6 overall. Or Garrett Wilson, maybe? Yeah. Let me know what you would do. You're saying a 7th round pick? Raymond, sir, I mean, somebody's going to cut maybe? For the 7th round pick? I have to think of guys that are getting cut. I would have traded a 7th round pick for Jonathan Allen before he got traded from the Commanders. I would have done that. Yeah, I don't know. 7th round pick, because you're usually if you're trading a 7th round pick for somebody, they usually suck. Yeah. Sorry I misread that, Raymond. I thought you meant like in the 1st round, a pick 4. Pokemon trainer, LA, California. Can I get a Raiders? California love. California knows how to party. California knows how to party in the city. Here we go. From Oregon coast, but live in Idaho now. That's a doom. Raider Nation says, don't quit your day. I'm not. I won't do it. Never been to Idaho. Never been to Oregon either, so. Richard, Shador won't bust. He will be good for us at number 6. I don't think you take him at 6. I don't think you take him at number 6. Yeah, John Scheffler. That's what I was saying. I don't think you trade the number 6 overall, even though you know you're getting a really good player. The only bad part of it is that you're going to have to pay that player. Where if you get like a Tet McMillan, maybe you get a really, really good receiver for 5 years and you won't have to pay that much. But yeah, Richard, I'm sorry. I know that was the dream for a little bit, but I highly doubt the Raiders are taking Shador at 6. I would more likely say a team like the Steelers, team like the Saints maybe, trade up into the top 10 to get Shador. Teams that desperately need a new quarterback, that are looking for new quarterbacks but aren't in the top 10. Here we go. Lule Watts. First time chatting. What's up, Mr. Watts? I personally would like Ashton Jeanty at 1, the running back from Boise State, Savion Williams, TCU wide receiver, Jalen Milroe, or best available corner. I would go best available corner in the 3rd round, Lele. But also, I do think the Raiders should consider getting more O-line help. Geno, he's good, but he needs some time. He needs good protection back there. That's something people talk about, the fall off of Geno Smith in Seattle. I think a lot of that had to do with his offensive line playing really bad this past season. if you can get a better O-line in front of Geno and give him some time, I still think he can sling the rock around. So I would much rather go O-line in round 3 or best available corner than Jalen Milroe, because I do think you can get him in the 4th round. I think he will slide a little bit. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe a team sees a lot of potential in him, but I don't think the Raiders go for him at 6. Or I don't think the Raiders go for him in the first 2 rounds. Maybe the 3rd round. Navman, FKC, and the Broncos. Tired of walking? Run a while. That's hilarious. Said, are you tired of walking? Maybe try running.
Get going, homie. Get going, homie.
Crash. Happy birthday to my brother Nav, man. One of the realest guys I know. A great guy who is always thinking of everyone else. Love the guy, even though he is in the Navy.
That's what I mean, man. I love this cool little rivalry that some people have. But I think it's also when people feel like they truly, truly know each other. I think that's when you see the most realist interactions with some people. But it's also when you're not afraid to, throw a little bit of jab in there. So Crash Dog, shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. Reminder, y'all, we got 1,600 people here watching. We are live right now for free agency coverage. The Raiders really have only done one thing today, Raheem Mostert. We got to be able to hear from some of the players that spoke to the media, today. Tomorrow, we'll see what that brings. I will say we are staying live today, probably until 6-ish, maybe 5:30. We'll kind of see how it goes. I will say, I want to keep this thing rocking and rolling. What do you got?
Marshall tweets out after the Adoree Jackson, he's dead to me. Because he went to the Eagles.
Another Giant going to Philadelphia.
Imagine if Adoree Jackson is an all-pro.
That dude. Imagine if he turns out to be the guy that everyone thought he was going to be coming out of USC.
He just becomes the best punt returner in the league.
Just shut down corner. There are many veterans sub here. Should we get Dart at 37?
He's just prime Patrick Peterson. He was good with Arizona.
Yeah. He really, really was. I personally am not a Jackson Dart fan. Okay? And maybe some people believe me. Maybe some people, don't. And I get it. There's a lot of people out there oh, you didn't like Bo Nix. I will stand 10 toes on that. I don't think Bo Nix is still very good. But we did also say Bo would be a good fit with Sean Payton. I don't think Bo would have been a good fit with Getsy. I'm not a Dart fan, and it's just not a quarterback that I'm interested in for the Raiders. I've watched so much tape on Dart because he's the type of player where for the amount of people that like him, and when there's so many people that like somebody, I'm like, okay, I got to be able to watch. I got to be able to see. I don't really see it. I think that there's a project there, but if you're going to go project, to me, there's just better project quarterbacks out there that you could potentially look at. But I'll be real. I do not want Jackson Dart. And I've kind of just come around to that where I'm not interested in Dart. Dart in round 3? Sure, he ain't going to be there in round 3. Thugador, you guys see the Minecraft movie trailers. You think it's going to be trash?
I have seen it. I don't know. I can't get behind. Not that I'm not I'm like, oh, I can't support it. I never got into Minecraft. I never played it. This kid I babysat in high school on the weekends and stuff. Sometimes he loved Minecraft, and when his parents weren't away, I was like, yeah, just go play. I don't care. They were like the parents that are like, okay,
limit the time.
45 minutes, okay? He can have 45 minutes. They come home, I'm like, yeah, that's crazy. He got on 40 minutes ago. I was going to give him 5 more minutes. He's been on it for 2 hours.
They watch the Raiders report. You're like, wow, that sucks, man. Ira Martin Roche, you in?
No, I think he's
Kevin Kerrigan?
Not that I think. He's in high school now, probably like a junior or senior.
Oh, wow, really? That's funny.
Yeah, because whenever I
babysat
him in high school 10 years ago, and he was in elementary school.
So we should hope that he's made it to that grade. Richard Renz, you in?
He's still in 7th grade.
Amy, you in? 20 to win right now. $690.
Drew!
Here on the Raiders. Well, what up, Drew? Is there any dead cap this year that will fall off next year? Chance they pass on a quarterback this year and target a quarterback in 2026 class? I still think there's a shot. I mean, from what I understand, all options are still on the table. And the fact that all options are a possibility I think you go in a few different directions, obviously, with this Raiders organization. But there is a lot of dead cap, right? Like, I mean, the Raiders, if I had to look right now, the Raiders do have a lot of dead cap, but this is why sometimes it's so smart to spend money the way that the Raiders are spending money. That way you don't deal with all this, like, dead cap. And I'm looking right now. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. So non-active roster cap charges. This season for the Raiders, they are paying Devontae Adams $15.7, Jimmy Garoppolo $12.8, Gardner Minshew $7.6, Andre James $7.2, Byron Young $561K. That is a total of $44.2 million of dead money. The reason why the Raiders are operating the way that they're operating this season is because Josh McDaniels sucked, John Gruden sucked, Antonio Pierce, Tom Telesco did a good job drafting. They did not really do a very good job in free agency. When you fail the amount of times that our regimes have failed in free agency, that's where you kind of see a lot of those contracts that are just kind of kicking you in the ass a little bit. And I do think that that's also got to be a consideration of one of the reasons why the Raiders aren't able to go out and spend as much money, where people are blaming, John Spytek. People are blaming Pete Carroll. There's also a lot of bad moves that were made before y'all that have handicapped them. So I think what this Raiders organization is doing this offseason is saying, all right, you know what we're doing? We're going to make sure that we have no more dead cap hit. We make sure we're in a good position in 3 years from now, and that's when we're going to go out and we're going to try to win. Born a Raider fan, who would you want more? Membu or Campbell? I mean, if you told me right now that they're okay with the idea, you know what? I'm going to go Membu. I just think that way for the Raiders, the answer is Membu. Though I do think Will Campbell might be the better prospect. It's close. The reason why I'll say Membu, though, is because you can just put him in at right tackle. You don't have to move Colton Miller. And the fact that you don't have to move Colton, and he still has 2 years left on his deal, you keep Colton for 2 years, which I think is a perfect amount of time. Tie it in with Geno, tie it in with Pete Carroll, go out and get Membu, and then 2 years from now, you figure out what you got in Colton. And then if you got to go out and draft a left tackle, you go out and you try to figure out a way to go out and get a left tackle. But I like Armin Membu, and he's one of those dudes that the more and more and more I watch him, the more and more you're going to like him. Ira Jackson, happy birthday to 93 Nabman. I should say again, Nabman's birthday is tomorrow. But I wanted to be able to do something special for him today. He's done a lot of amazing things here on this channel, and y'all are showing him nothing but love, which I'm telling you, man, is a really, really cool thing. Happy birthday, 93 Nabman. Danny Darr, try chili relleno and a carne asada burrito. I say it wrong? Chile relleno. Relino.
Nope.
Chile relleno. Relleno.
You've definitely heard Alex say this before.
Say it.
Chili relleno.
Chili relleno. I don't know if I have. I've heard Alex say a lot of things.
You know what that is, though, right?
No.
So chili relleno is like a poblano.
Okay.
And it's usually like either char grilled or something like that, maybe. But then they stuff it with like meat and cheese.
Okay.
They close it up with toothpicks and then they fry it.
That sounds gas.
And then they usually put it with like a salsa on top, or sometimes like a queso or whatever sauce you want on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
Really good with like a green sauce on top, I think.
I like green. Like if I go get like a burrito or anything like that, I usually get the green sauce over the red. Though there's been a few times I've had some green salsa. It's some of the spiciest shit I've ever had.
But it's good. And like imagine like a fried, basically like a fried pepper, like a fried jalapeno in your burrito with the meat.
Okay, I can rally behind that.
It's good.
I can rally behind that. All right, we're going to keep it moving here on the show. Rebel, I'll take the tuna over peanut butter and mayo. I saw that video you posted, so I forget what he said. I forget why you tried it. He tried a peanut butter and mayo sandwich, which I saw your I think it was on IG or maybe it was on Twitter. It was one of the two. But he tried a peanut butter and mayo sandwich. What was it called, Reb? It was, I would never try it. To me, the one thing that I can remember when I was a kid, it was called a relish sandwich. And it's literally like a hot dog bun with relish on it. Ketchup bun, mayo bun. We used to eat those.
No, I used to, though, always have a struggle dog.
A what?
Struggle dog. It's just a hot dog, but we don't have buns. We just had bread, so it was just bread in the hot dog.
Okay.
And
Imagine that.
Try to find, like, ketchup or something. Put it on.
I mean, dude, we used to eat ketchup buns. Like ketchup, relish. Like, get a piece of white bread. Just put ketchup in it. That's it. You eat that.
But butter bread?
Yeah, I mean, butter noodles. I used to live off butter noodles. There was a long, long time butter noodles. I mean, I don't even know if, I'm sure my mom wouldn't care. I probably started staying home by myself probably in like 5th grade. So, you can't make many things in 5th grade. This is a true story. I can remember the reason why I stopped being able to stay home by myself was I found bottle rockets in our basement. And I would open the window. We had like the fire stove. I would do it all the time. Light the bottle rocket in the house on the stove in the kitchen, run out the window, throw the bottle rocket out, and bang.
That's bad.
Maybe that's where the bang started. True story.
That's the origin of the bang.
The origin of the bang. Nav, Chuggs, tell Mitch, the only way to eat tuna is to catch that mother effer and eat it immediately. Guam fishing charter, fresh tuna if you catch it. Amazing.
Mitch, the only way to eat tuna is to catch that MFer and eat it immediately. Guam fishing charter, fresh tuna. If you catch it, amazing. Done.
That reminds me of the Step Brothers thing. The Bonita.
Yes.
You know what a Bonita is?
One of my favorite scenes, and it's like one of the most underrated scenes ever.
Mm-hmm.
I love the animated movie Shark Tales.
I'm listening.
And I tell this joke, or I tell this to you all the time, where it's like they're on the phone, and he's like a mobster, and he's like, "Did you understand? If you did, nod. Did you nod?" And he's like, "Yes."
Yes. Yes, I did.
He's like, "Did you nod?"
Navman, did you nod? Yes. Raider Prime, happy birthday, Navman. Some blinks off the Benjamin.
Some blinkers off the Benjamin.
What is that? What does that mean?
Sounds like he's got a Benjamin Franklin, and he's going to Zootville.
I have no idea what you're saying.
A P90X?
I remember P90X.
Oh, yeah, like a...
P90X was really popular, probably like when I was in high school, like 16, 15 years ago.
The old Benjamin Swingman?
Nope.
Peanut butter and jelly?
What are you talking about?
The old pentagram?
All right, we're done. I don't know what he's saying. Gabriel,
I know what's up, Raider.
would you trade back with Pittsburgh in the first?
He's
If
got the
Shador falls to 6, what's the compensation look like?
He's got the pin stiller.
I don't know what you're talking about. I would. I don't know if Pittsburgh would. Like, I'll tell you this. If our Steelers guy...
Pinnifer Lopez.
I don't know what we're saying. Our Steelers guy might lose his shit if this were to happen. I would want a first-round pick next season, their second-round pick this year.
A penny for your thoughts?
Nope. A first next year, second this year, and a swap. That's what I would want. And I think that might not be enough in a lot of other years' draft. But, man, if they're going to trade up for a quarterback, give me the swap first next year, second, and a third.
You don't know about a Chad Pennington?
One of my dad's favorite quarterbacks, Chad Pennington.
Yeah, it is.
Raider Rob, Hurd trade third and Mayer for Trey Hendrickson. I'm good on that.
The Pinver Nuggets.
I just don't. The problem with the Trey Hendrickson thing is like you're also gonna have to pay him $28 to $30 million, and I actually don't think he's worth that money. I know he's got a lot of sacks. Pause. But he is a player that I don't think he's like people just only look at sacks. And I don't think that that's a fair thing to only look at. Like, imagine if all you looked at a quarterback was touchdowns. Where if I don't know, and I don't know, like running back does all the work, and some quarterback throws for 3,000 yards, but he threw for 30 touchdowns. You know, like that's how I look at Trey Hendrickson, because he is somebody that's just tries to go out and get quarterback sacks, maybe more than trying to be a good defender.
Ray Pensterio?
I don't know.
Doesn't ring a bell?
Nope.
L.A. Penn?
Nope. Sorry. Noah, let's sing to Nab, man. I don't know if y'all did that already. I did not. Did you?
No, we haven't. Well, I was going to wait till tomorrow because it's his actual birthday.
All right, I'm down with that. How about we start one of the things we'll do early on tomorrow. We'll sing the Nab Man tomorrow. Noah, hopefully that's all right. Brandon, hey, brother, let's connect for some interviews. Few celebs coming on the show next week down here in Miami. Brandon Mason show.
Let's look it up.
I'm going to look it up. Brandon Mason show. Let's look it up. Okay. American TV personality. I gotcha. Popular on IG. Gotcha. Brandon, if you're down to have me on the show, I am interested to join the show. Says he goes live Monday through Friday. I will send you a message here, Brandon, and we'll go from there. But I'm let me see.
Video today. Jets got played.
Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun.
Brandon Mason show.
Dude,
all right, Brandon.
The video before that, it has OBJ and Diddy on the thumbnail.
That's wild. That's wild. All right, Brandon, I just sent you a DM. Let's connect. Let's figure out a way to do some content together. I would like to be able to do something next week. But
Buddy Bear. Oh, wait. I don't know. Buddy Bear says Marsh got the same offer.
That's fine.
Got to pick one of us.
That's fine. I mean, here's the thing. There's not many people in the world, this is a true statement, that get the amount of eyeballs that we do here on YouTube, and I know that. And I hope that if I join a show, the nation would end up rallying behind me. Born a Raider fan. What's a reasonable contact for Cooper Kupp and Diggs?
Contract. A contact would probably be their agents.
Probably.
Or Cardi B for Stephon.
Stop. I would say probably around like $12 to $13 million per year. And, you know, Diggs has got to prove that he's healthy. Kupp's got to prove that he's healthy. I think that both of those players would imagine that they might get a little bit more. Mitchell Penns is wild. I don't know what this joke is, but I just read
Mitchell
that made me
Penns
laugh.
is great. Mitchell Penns, 365.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say probably like 12 to 13 mil.
Tony Benjamin.
No. What is it?
You just got to know, man.
I don't get it. What free agent are y'all okay with us spending the bag on? Mekhi Becton.
Yeah.
Mekhi Becton is the name right now that I'm on where, you know, we talk about all these other positions all the time, but at the end of the day, like if you do not win in the trenches, you're just not going to win many football games. And I want the Raiders to win in the trenches. Call me crazy for that.
Shelton Benjamin's a great one, too.
Yep. Next one. What do we got?
David Andrews, center. New England released him. I
just don't know why we would.
I had people asking me about this on our Texans channel as well.
Sure.
The thing is also in that report was that he's considering retirement. And once you're a football player and you're kind of half in, half out, that worries me.
Yeah.
Because of NFL, this kind of sport, this kind of league, you need to be 100% in.
Yep.
Like, even if you're the best player in the world, if you're not 100%, if you're not fully in,
yeah,
it's not worth it.
I got you. Chance, Josh, am in boat race, and if
he's there, do we take Abdul Carter? I mean, yes.
If Abdul Carter's there,
immediately.
Here's the thing. I think Abdul Carter can be better than Max Crosby, right? And if I told you, would you take Max Crosby, the younger version of him that might even be better at 6, what would you say to that? I think we all would say yes.
You say yes.
And,
you have the craziest D-line ever.
And Abdul is not really a position of need right now, but the way that the Raiders have been talking about, it would be best player available. I would compare it to taking Brock Bowers at 13, a pick that we'd go, man, I don't really know why we did that. But then you sit there and you go, oh, here's why, because he's the best player left available on the board. I mean, there's a lot of people that think that he's the best player in this year's draft.
Oh, no.
What?
The longest tenured Texan, long snapper John Weeks, is getting legitimate interest from the 49ers.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. The Kool-Aid, man. What was your best flavor of Kool-Aid? Actually, I don't even know if it's a flavor. What's the best color?
Blue.
Yeah, I haven't had Kool-Aid in so long. Do you call Kool-Aid flavors like the way you do Gatorade? The only Gatorade flavor that I refer to by name is lemon lime.
Yeah.
Like I'll say blue, red, purple, grape. Grape Kool-Aid?
Do you think the Raiders could still sign Mekhi Becton?
I don't know. Let me write that down. Our new head coach, Penn Carroll. Eric, I have no idea what it is. I feel like the Raiders are out on Lockett or else he would be signed already. What do you think? That I don't agree with. I just think that the Raiders are a team that's going to, figure out what they want to do, figure out where they want to spend. But here's the thing. If they are interested in Cooper Kupp, that means that they are interested in being able to go out and find somebody, be able to find another, veteran overall.
Toasty, that actually sounds really good. Grape Kool-Aid, but he said add lemons.
Mario, first-time super chatter, had for
Benjamin making it on to the Raiders. Hey, thank you. Thank you. He's done his service to many people in the chat, Mr. Benjamin.
I don't like not being in a joke on this show.
Famous Texans running back, Penn Tate.
All right.
All righty. Oh, he'll get it. Poor Mitch. Wife is asking me to come up to the house. I may be back, not sure. Navman, we will see you tomorrow for your birthday spectacular. Thank you so much for being one of the best guys in the chat. We absolutely love you, Navman. We absolutely love you. 93 Navpin Bang! Richard Cummins. Who wins 22 or 23 Raiders versus with McDaniels as head coach for both? Oh, that's an interesting question. If McDaniels is the head coach of both teams. So you have Jimmy G versus Gardner Minshew. Put Chuggs in the penitentiary. Good one, Jansen. You're getting it. I'd like to think 22 versus 23. So no, that's Derek Carr versus Jimmy G. Yeah, because last year was 24. So Derek Carr versus Jimmy G. Oh, wait. Wrong one. Derek Carr versus Jimmy G. The O-line, somewhat similar. I think 22, right? Even though Derek Carr was so wishy-washy, the O-line played awful. I don't know. That's a good question, though. That's a good question. Mitch came back right in time to answer this one.
Sorry, I had to pee again.
If it was,
you guys have kind of banged me up a little bit.
If they did 2022 versus 2023 Raiders, who would win? Josh McDaniels, head coach of both. So Derek Carr's last year, Jimmy G's first year. Which team's winning?
It's Derek Carr.
Yeah.
It's Derek Carr. I mean, again, I know that people think, again, that I don't like DC, but I think people think that I don't like DC because I don't view DC as the quarterback that a lot of people view him as. I view him as Derek Carr, right? And that's what he is. And that was also a really solid year by Devontae Adams, but I think the 22 Raiders beat the 23 Raiders.
Saul, it's funny because that's exactly what your girl says. I see Chuggs and I immediately get off.
Oh!
Yes, she does, Saul.
Oh!
Suck it.
You better call
Suck it.
Saul. Let's keep it moving here on the Raiders Report again. I just saw somebody ask Mitch, what's the duck race at? Duck race, the last time I checked, was a $20 Venmo. You have a chance to win $710 here on today's show. Sean Morgan.
Yeah, Mitch,
you
should know you grew up right next to Penn State.
You in. Commanders are re-signing Noah Igbenogany. What'd you say?
So you grew up right next to Penn State. You should know.
Happy Valley. What time is the duck race? Want to make sure that I'm here. I would say right now the duck race is probably going to be around like 5:20, 5:25. So Alex just texted me and said, if you could get home before 7. So in my mind, I'm just going to tell you, I'm going to walk you through it with me. If I get done at 5:30, I get home by 6. I shower really quick. I get ready for, I'm getting ready for like a wedding dinner thingamajig tonight. Welcome party, that's the word. And it starts at 7. So in my mind, if I can get out of here by 5:30, I should have enough time to be able to run home real quick, shower, and we get there on time. And I don't want to make her late. So it's either you guys, 5:30 in my mind is probably where I'm going to have my cutoff time. Unless shit gets bananas around then.
The Raiders signed Tyler Lockett.
Yeah, holy shit. If Pete is all about competing, let's bring in Von. I know that people want to go out and get Von Miller, but wouldn't you rather the Raiders, instead of spending that, let's say, $8 to $10 million on Von Miller, when you already have Malcolm Koonce, and we have a good defensive line? I would rather the Raiders go out and use that money instead of getting Vaughn and go out and get like a Justin Simmons, right? Where Vaughn's probably more expensive than Justin Simmons, quite frankly. Or maybe you go out and get another veteran, a Stephon Gilmore. Like, to me, in my mind, that helps us out a lot more.
Saul, your avatar is an S because that's what your body's built like.
Soft? What does an S body look like?
He's got a big back and just a round belly.
I don't know. I was thinking Bob's
hunchback
Burgers.
action.
Take Abdul, screw... use the Eagles playbook if you can get it to a
Mambo
quarterback.
Jambo.
I'm with you, dude, right? Like, and I said this earlier. It was on yesterday's show, but somebody was like, would you take Abdul Carter? And I said, I don't want the Raiders to fall into a trap of what they did before, where they passed on Jalen Carter, the best player in the draft, and then the Philadelphia Eagles take him. They go lap all the way to the Super Bowl, right? Like, I don't want that shit to happen again. That would be bad. Josh Davis, am I in the duck boot race? What is the duck boot race? There's a duck race. I don't think there's a boot race.
Duck boat race. Duck boat.
Yep, words. They're not easy for me. I would say yes. Rob, sleepers on offense we should look into. Offensive line, Holland and Pierce. Quarterback, McCord. Running back, Damian Martinez. Wide receiver, Torrey Horton.
So the only one I don't know on here is Holland Pierce. I'd have to look him up. I haven't done.
I feel like Torrey Horton is Colorado State.
Holland Pierce is from Rutgers. Okay. Yeah, Torrey Horton is from Colorado State.
Colorado State.
He was one of the guys who was famously like him and the quarterback were offered like X amount of money to leave, and they're like, we're staying. And then the first game they got waxed by Colorado.
They're like, we're staying for a chance to win a chip.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember them. Which I actually do think that Torrey Horton kid is talented.
Yeah, I mean,
did he get hurt this year?
I mean, I don't think he played all the games as well, but I'm pretty sure his dad was his dad in the NFL.
Horton, maybe,
or either that or he heard of who.
Duck race, Jerry Watson, I got you, and then I got Jerry Kester.
Thought I cooked with
Yeah,
that one.
Ian. Both of y'all are freaking in. Jacob, my buddy says I'm obsessed with DC. He's the GOAT. Yep. If you think Derek Carr's the GOAT, you're definitely obsessed. You're definitely obsessed. Again, like DC is, like right now, I don't think anybody here at Chat Sports would view him as a top 20 quarterback. Right? And knowing that, like I just think Raider fans just got to have a better understanding of what type of player he is. And I get it. You watch a lot of Raiders games, you fall in love with certain guys, but I really don't think that many people view him as a top 20 quarterback. What up, Richard? I think we already got that one.
This one.
Laura Rutledge, Malika Andrews. Nope. Next. I didn't know what that. The only name that
I know all of them. Laura Rutledge is the blonde girl from ESPN who does like the NFL countdown.
Yeah, I'm not doing this. Next. Common. Boot. Boat. Meh. Reading is hard, and I can relate. Common. I'm telling you this right now. When you guys start doing these type of shows to me, reading does become more and more difficult. More and more difficult. All right, I believe we are all caught up now on all the Super Chats, okay? This deal still stands. Chuggs, can you let's do 37 minutes on the clock. 37 minutes on the clock. I'm going to say we are how many bangs away?
Oh, you did miss Nav, man. He left for the day.
He did?
Yeah, he said, well, you're not going to be too mad. He said him and his wife are about to get down.
I can't tell if you're serious.
No, he literally said, my wife needs me. Might be a minute, if you know what I mean.
Good for him. Wow, holy shit. Gardner Minshew going to the Chiefs.
You do a short on that. You should just do it on your phone right now. You should, bro.
Gardner Minshew going to the Chiefs.
Raider anyway. He was never a real Raider anyway.
Gardner, you're dead to us. You're dead to us, Gardner.
Hey, Gardner, you better get your shovel, because we're coming for you.
I'll never hit my Gardner pin shoe.
Gardner Minshew.
You should definitely do a short on it, like just on your phone real quick. People, they will bang.
All right, here.
Let me know, is Gardner Minshew dead to you?
You know, one thing about Gardner Minshew, he was never a Raider anyway.
No, yeah.
He was always a fraud to begin with. He was never going to be a Raider. He was never good enough.
From the very first day, I knew this.
Never good enough to rep the silver and black. That is a fact.
He couldn't handle it.
Absolutely
He couldn't handle the pressure.
He couldn't. You can't handle the truth.
Yep.
Is Mitch saving this, or can I have this?
I think we were saving it.
Okay.
Or no, I mean, we were waiting for a bang. Me and Trizzy both have these. We also have Avery out there who said she was going to do a beer bong if we got 3 bangs. So a bang, he has a bang for one of these, and then a third one, Avery's doing a beer bong.
Dude, Gardner, everyone type FGM. F Gardner Minshew.
FGM.
FGM. F Gardner Minshew.
Kings A just said Trizzy is more of a Raider than he is.
Get that turd out of here. Yeah, dude. I literally own Raiders stuff. And Gardner Minshew went to the Chiefs. I'm definitely more of a Raider. I'm 100% more committed to excellence than he is. I mean, that guy's a fraud. FGM, FGM, FGM.
He comes into the facility and he's like, what can you tell me about the Raiders? Gardner, dude, on Tuesdays they have spaghetti.
He's going to be keep it real with you, dude. Sometimes the trainers, they bring in beers, and we can crush those after practice.
Dude, after the game, we have the cigars.
So, like, have you ever been at a club inside of a stadium? Like, that's literally our life. That's what he says. That's what he's going to say.
Yeah, you get it. Common, boot, boat, beat, bop, bam. Doesn't matter, Lakers in 5. Man,
boom, bop.
Reading is hard. I can relate. Have you seen that trend on...
Boat, boot, meh, reading is hard? I've seen the bing, boom, boom, bop, bam. Are you talking about when they like?
No, it's like fakers, wakers, nakers. Doesn't matter. Lakers in 5.
Oh yeah. Well, we have that. We have that with when we always play Texas A&M every year. There's a tweet that goes around in Arkansas Razorback Twitter. It's gig 'em, gag 'em, fag 'em. Who cares? Hogs by 90. Or gig 'em, gag 'em, fag 'em, fuck 'em. Hogs by 90. That's what it is.
Later, little ass boy from Landon.
See you later, little ass boy.
Minshew went from the worst team in the league to one of the worst.
He is back to being a little ass boy.
Yeah.
He is back to being a little ass boy.
Yeah.
Everyone type lab.
He was never a.
Everyone type lab. The only reason he even had a shot at ever playing a game is because of that beautiful, beautiful mustache he has. I will give him credit. His facial hair game is strong. F this guy.
He doesn't even get a photo apparently from Sam.
Huh?
So he doesn't even get a photo apparently
Yeah, dude.
from Sam.
Gardner Minshew.
F that guy.
This guy's so ugly. He doesn't even get a picture, bro. That's how ugly he is. Guy's a fraud.
Rich, I don't know if you watched this year. The Texans got hoed by the Chiefs. That's why I hate the Chiefs. They get every freaking call. The Chiefs are the most annoying franchise in all of sports.
Boo. Boo.
And then they get worked in the Super Bowl, and they're like, well, this and this and that.
Well, we had 2 in a row. Yeah, and then you also just lost by 30.
Yeah, nobody likes the Chiefs.
Taylor Swift wasn't going to help you out there, buddy. Common. Once a Raider, always a Raider, except if your name is Gardner Minshew.
Can you see it? First game of the season. Kermit goes down, and the Chiefs have to go with Minshew. That would be amazing. If it was like Raiders, Chiefs, Christmas Day.
Week 1, Raiders, Chiefs, and then you play again on Christmas.
Patrick Mahomes gets hurt. Gardner Minshew comes into the game. But I thought they still had Carson Wentz.
Who?
The Chiefs.
I think they do. He's going to compete with Carson Wentz for his spot, obviously.
Maybe Carson
All
couldn't
right,
hang.
if somebody sends in $20, I'll tweet something from Mitch left his laptop open, and I could just tweet whatever I wanted. I could tweet literally anything. I'm going to tweet, I miss Derek Carr.
Oh, $20.
If somebody sends in $100, I will tweet, I miss Derek Carr from Mitch's laptop. How mad do you think you would be? How mad do you think you would be?
You have to put a picture of Derek Carr in a Raiders jersey.
Yes, 100%. 100%. I'll find one right now. I'll get one right now.
Yeah, Mitch left for a second. He's going to make a short on Gardner Minshew. A bang. I'm taking down this Jell-O shot, and we're tweeting, I miss Derek Carr from Mitch's Twitter.
He's going to be pissed. Oh, God, I hope it happens.
Oh, no, yeah, they do have Carson Pence as their backup.
Carson hit the pence.
Carson Penske. Oh, dude.
Imagine Gardner Minshew beats us. That'll never happen. He's a little ass boy. That won't happen. The Raiders are going to win the Super Bowl, dude. That's what's going to happen. Pete Carroll, Geno Smith, Max Crosby, Brock Bowers. I mean, that's elite. That is elite.
Rebel, did you hide him or put it?
Rebel deleted a message.
Okay. I just want to make sure he's not hidden.
No,
he's able to chat.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Okay, yeah. One bang, and we're tweeting that from Mitch's account before he gets back. But once he gets back, we can't do the deal.
We can't do it anymore because he'll take his laptop.
Yeah. So you probably have about 1 minute.
He would be so mad about that. Too.
Oh, dude, he is. Especially if we don't say anything when he gets back and he just lets it roll.
He's like, dude, why am I getting...
Send it now. Send it.
Okay, if he gets mad at me, you're in on this.
Yeah, it's Raiders Rackham. Well, it's not our fault. Raider Rackham.
Raider Rackham did it.
Yeah.
Raider Rackham did it.
This one's rolling in from Raiders Rackham. Bang! Here we go.
Make sure that cap's off. I'll take down a fat shot arena.
Ooh. You can taste it.
Too much.
You can taste it, but it's really sweet.
Too much.
Like, these are those ones where it's like, you do 6 of these, and you're having a killer headache tomorrow.
Okay, do I send tweet or no?
Yes.
Yes?
100%. Everybody go retweet it too. I'm gonna put Mitch's Twitter in the chat.
Dude, I feel like he's gonna get so mad.
Everybody go retweet.
I feel like he's gonna get so mad.
Just don't say anything.
he's going to get pissed. Okay, tweet sent.
Hey, what's up, Mitch?
Sorry.
What's up, bro?
Sorry.
You missed a bang. We were banging.
When you're done, I got us a bang. Really? I got us a bang.
Raiders! Rack 'em! Bang!
Take one down. Oh, no. The Patriots are signing Elandon Chasen.
No!
The Patriots are signing Elandon Chasen. What?
What?
What? What? There's only one thing that could have happened. Hang on. No. Gone. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. I'm sorry. Dude, I'm not going to lie. I felt my phone vibrating a shit ton.
How many likes did it have?
50. With 14 retweets.
I'm sorry, I had to.
No.
I'm sorry.
Gone.
I'm sorry. It was Raider Rackham's idea.
Dude, Raider Rackham
1
told
year,
us.
$5 million deal. Elandon Chasen. I saw y'all laughing, so I was like, all right, they did something. What did they do? So my Twitter was up. Nope. Gone. What's funny is I bet you like 3 years from now, I bet you somebody took a screenshot of that tweet, and I'm going to get hit with like 3 years ago, like, oh, but what happened? You used to miss Derek Carr. Get out of here. Dude, Fonzie, I just fell to my knees. Elandon Chasen going to the New England Patriots. Here's the thing, though. I actually don't think Elandon's going to work out in New England. I do not think. If I was Elandon, that means he went and took the most money possible. And that man is back, by the way.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he is. Minshew goes to the Chiefs.
With thumbs wide
Elandon
open.
Chasen ends up going to New England.
Welcome to
Damn.
this place.
I'm not going to lie. That one's a little bit heartbreaking. All right, y'all. Here's how we're doing this. The final 25 minutes. The final 25 minutes. Every single bang, a beer bong's going to go down. And after Trace just pulled some of that, he's going to do one on here. He might do multiple ones on here.
Dawson, is it just me or do we need a one tech pretty bad? No, Christian Wilkins.
You got Wilk, you got Butler. They also do like John Olalu quite a bit. They might try to add some extra depth there to the defensive line, defensive tackle position. But
Chef said, come on, man. I already liked and retweeted it.
Sorry, bro. No chance. Dude. Also, I want a huge shout out to my buddy Joe. He just had his baby girl. I'm the best man at my wedding. He's a brand new dad, man. Beautiful thing.
Guevara, FKC, F Minshew, F sideline booger boy.
Facts. Husker, I don't know if I have you yet on the jersey. I'm going to add you.
Richard, we'll get to your comment in just a second.
Who?
We'll get to your comment in just a second. But first, Husker!
Bang! Booger boy to Kansas City. The Booger Man. Does that means what? We are 7 away.
Yeah, 7 bangs away from the tuna.
7 bangs away
from the tuna tomorrow.
From the tuna tomorrow.
We were talking like Andy Reid brings him in. He's like, so what can you tell me about Las Vegas? And Minshew comes in. He's like, on Wednesdays they serve spaghetti in the main lobby. And
was the Booger picture taken in Kansas City? People are talking. Bet from Husker Raider also Almaleda, I can never pronounce. Zacchaeus, he ends up going to the Bears. The Bears just got a receiver. Husker! Cheers to you, my dog.
Thumbs wide open. Oh, you got it. That's bad. You got to get him in a. I feel like you have a new player, you got to get him in like a jersey swap or something. Like the Texans just posted this about Christian Kirk, and behind him it's a picture of him in a Jags.
Yeah, I agree. You can do better.
Oh, Jordan Schultz says the NFL world awaits the Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson decision. Okay, never mind. It's just him.
Nothing?
Yeah, it was just him tweeting out. He put like a post of like.
Dude, I have to burp. Triz, if we get a bang, you got to get back up here.
You can read
Unbelievable.
this one from Richard.
I hope Max. Nope. I can't. I mean, I know what you're saying, but no. I'll tell you this right now. Here's my question to the nation out there. Would you rather Gardner Minshew play 17 games this season for Kansas City? Or would you rather Devontae Adams have to deal with 17 games of Jimmy Garoppolo? I have my answer.
I mean, I want Minshew to start. You said Minshew starts 17 games for the Chiefs.
Yep.
Yeah, that one easy.
Okay. I agree. I think that's an easy one, too.
Could you imagine, like, Minshew turns into, like, Minshew with the Colts again, and he's just slinging the pill? How mad Raider fans would be if he, like, was, like, just went
If Minshew was decent, people would be pissed.
Like, not a top 10 guy, but if he threw for, like, 27 touchdowns, 10 interceptions,
Yep.
and 4,000 yards.
Yeah, I'm with realist. He's like, I don't care about Adams, FKC all day. I agree. I just wanted to see what y'all would say to that. Yeah, I just wanted to see what y'all would say to that. Jason, thoughts on Brady Cook as a sleeper? Brady Cook. Why is that name ringing a bell?
Oh, that's the Mizzou quarterback.
Mizzou. He's got a lot of arm talent. Really good arm talent, though he is just slinging it everywhere. He was one of the quarterbacks that I talked about. I think I had him ranked as like number 12 or 13 on my QB's list for this year for Chip Kelly. Again, like I don't. If we're gonna go with a project, I think that we should go with a smarter project than that because Brady Cook. I don't want to say he reminds me of Drew Lock, but they have a very similar play style where they think they're Brett Favre, but they're Gardner Minshew. You know, and they have a stronger arm than Minshew. But they're not the gunslinger that you want. If you want to go with somebody that's got talent, gunslinger mentality, I'm going to go with Kyle McCord instead. That would be the guy that I would go with instead. Think big. Why can't we have both from Common? You're not wrong, dude. Raider Nation for life. How do you know if you're in the duck race? I try to shout out all of the names that are in the duck race. So as it stands right now, and again, if you haven't heard your name throughout today's entirety of the show, then
You know Marshall's down bad when he tweeted out the Giants hosted Super Bowl champion Joe Flacco.
yeah, it's getting bad, dude. Miggy, you in? Joe Alvarez in. Juan Diaz Montez in. Hang on a second here.
And Mitch, you thought I was joking about Navman before he left. If you can read his next super chat.
Okay, hang on. I got to send you this. Hang on, Kevin. It's a new one. Mitch, marriage hint. I just forgot, apparently. Never assume just because it's your B-day tomorrow. Wife says come here means what you think it means. I'm just saying.
I told you that's what he said. He said, I'm going to do something with my wife, if you know what I mean.
I'll tell you this right now, Nav. I have already learned this. Right? And it's one of those things where
She's like cutting an onion. She turns around and you're just butt naked. And she's like, I was going to ask for some more paper towels.
Yeah. I think every guy knows that this is usually how it goes.
So we were 7 bangs away, right?
Yep.
Now we're 6.
Rustin!
Long bang!
Trez! I got a thumbs up. What up, chat sports team and of the nation? Still hoping we make another good signing or two. Who do you think would be the best signing at this moment that makes us better? Go Army, beat Navy.
Mekhi
Becton. Mekhi Becton is the name that I'm going to go with here because he might not be the sexy wide receiver name. I want to win in the trenches, and we need a good offensive line in order to do that. We also need a good offensive line to be able to protect somebody along the lines of Geno Smith, and he's a lot better.
So now we're 6 bangs away, right?
Yep.
Nope, never mind.
Kevin Kerrigan!
Bang!
5 away! I'm getting nervous, dude. I'm telling you right now.
Kevin.
You got one in you? You got one in you.
Here we go.
Boy. Kevin Kerrigan with the bang. And I know I made this number high. I am well aware of that. But that's because I do not like tuna. I love Brandon. I do not like tuna. I'm telling you that right now.
Da-na-na-na-na-na-na.
Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na.
Da-na-na-na-na-na. Kevin Kerrigan. We did miss this one. Common. Think big. Why can't we have both?
Hey, Gardner Minshew for 17 games. I'm in.
And Jimmy G for 17 games with the Rams.
In.
In.
Yep.
You're
I'm
right.
absolutely in.
Aggressive. Nav man. That's how I got.
Oh, man.
Dude, that's funny.
I'll tell you this, y'all. Never change. Never, ever change.
Chef,
I saw your last tweet.
you love the mustache.
Now what happened? What do you mean? I love the mustache. See, now I'm getting worried. Oh, okay. He's talking about the Derek Carr one. I'm like, did you guys tweet out again somehow from my account? I'm like getting nervous.
We actually signed you out of your account. Kind of like Coop's dad.
Oh, okay. That makes
We
sense.
now own your account.
That's terrific.
Which,
Darth, you're in.
crazy that his dad hasn't gotten it back yet. And it's been
I
like
don't think
a
he's
month.
ever going to get it. Jamari Murray.
You think he just gave up?
Wayne's World.
Maybe.
Wayne's World.
You owe me a brewski.
I do?
Yep.
Shit, yeah. Can I do that on a funnel?
Yeah, you can do whatever out of you.
Wait. One more bang, and Avery does it with Trace as well. 2 more bangs, Mitch does it as well. 3-way bong.
A 3-way bong.
So, yep, she just looked over here like
She
this. One more bang, Avery's doing a beer bong. 2 more bangs, Mitch is doing a beer bong at the same damn time. At the same damn time.
At the same damn time. That would also put us 2 away. Which, I'll tell you this. This is going to be close. If we get 5 bangs in the next 14 minutes, that's going to be unbelievable. That's going to be unbelievable.
I never put it past Raider Nation.
You never know, man. Never know. Next one.
I never put it past the nation.
What do
That's
we got?
actually the
We're all caught up.
last super chat that we have. We are all, for the first time all day today, it feels like we are all caught up. And let me know right now, down in the chat. Oh, which, actually, that's the wrong layer.
Cowbell. Need more cowbell.
Best free agency signing so far.
Husker said, what are they for? So it is for the one chip challenge, and it is for me to eat tuna tomorrow on Navman's birthday. I think you're actually supposed to ring it.
That's what he did in this game.
Oh.
I've got a sickness, and the only cure is more cowbell.
Imagine a first-time watcher. They're like, I can't believe 1,500 people are watching this.
It's just that for 5 minutes. Just
How does this channel have over 100,000 subscribers?
I can't believe. I can't believe.
I'm going over to real reporting.
No. Patrick B., you're in.
Hey. Never mind.
Andrea Perez, you're in. Amanda Frazier, you in. You in. Oh, man. Chef.
Oh, Big Luck said just put in a new Panda order. I think you're talking about Panda Subs, not
I would
Panda
imagine.
Express. Big Luck, what are you getting from Panda?
I'm not going to lie. That was actually really good.
I got broads in Atlanta. Joey said he wants to do a beer bong. He's got a wife.
Moose is waving me down. Moose says I got one in me.
Do I wait or do I send it?
I feel like the guy earlier who was Moose should probably send it in.
Do I wait or send it?
I don't know. I don't know if Raider Nation wants to get down. Avery's been, it's like she's been walking across the desert. She is so thirsty right now. She's got the Freedom Funnel loaded up. She is just so parched, waiting for a bang so she can drink a beer.
Y'all are crazy.
She is so parched.
Y'all are crazy.
It's insane right now.
Minshew definitely eats at Weenie Hut General.
He's actually the general manager of Super Mega Weenie Hut Jr.
Wow. That's kind of crazy. I didn't even know that place existed. That's wild. 5 bangs in 10 minutes, and you put the DC post back. The only way that I would say yes to that is if then I don't have to eat tuna.
Nah.
I feel like eating tuna.
Avery!
Rustin! Long Bay!
You know how we were talking about Raheem Mostert
4
earlier?
more to go.
You know how we were talking about Raheem Mostert earlier?
3 more to go. Mike! Hey!
Oh, wait, no. It's Jedi!
Spidey!
Bay! But wait, it's actually 3 because
Chance! Tastic!
Bang! Mitch has one for you. One more, and I'm doing it with them. One more, and I'm doing it with them.
I think we're 2 away. We are 2 away. This is going to be bad.
What I was going to say about the Mostert thing was
Mostert!
no, but with Rustin. Mostert!
I can't believe the Raiders signed Raheem Mostert. What seems like Wednesday ago.
For like, dude, Trace, for like 4.
It seems like Wednesday.
For like 5
ago.
minutes, me and Mitch were like, Mostert!
I was like, this is electric. I was like, this is straight electricity.
Dude, you get shocked.
A little bit.
Shocking news.
Rustin said, double it up. Double it up.
All right, man.
Mike said, and this is why I said Jedi. I think this is his second account. Jedi Spidey, let's go, Raider Nation, bang it. And then Chance Tastic said, come on, Raider Nation, don't let me down.
We got 8 minutes to go. And I'm telling you what.
We only have 2 more, right?
We are 2 away. Well, I'm actually not going to lie to y'all. I might have lied and saying that we're 2 away.
Oh, really?
I might have lied.
Is it because of Mark Cole? Bang!
1 away!
One more bang.
One more bang.
You're good.
One more bang. One more bang. One more bang. One more bang.
Mark Cole. Who's gonna do it?
Wait, is Moose coming?
Is the moose knuckle gonna get in here? The moose is loose. I don't know what sound does a moose make. Oh! Yoda Jenkins! Bang! And I didn't know this. Mooses like flamingos. I didn't know if y'all knew this.
Flamingos or flaming O's?
Hey.
I gotta pour mine in. Hold up.
Oh.
Sorry, Raider Nation.
Oh.
It's okay that mine's not movie quality. We're banging. Pause.
We can do it. Quite frankly, I'm probably the least important person on here.
Raheem Mostert.
There's beer. Mostert! I heard Avery's I know. Well, neither a spring flamingo either. Holy shit, dude. I'm telling you what. Uh-oh, run it back.
That's insane.
Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys.
I don't know how we get here sometimes, but man,
Cops is
sometimes we get here.
Moose! Bang! Come back! Moose!
Moose, you say? Gardner Minshew eats corn the long way. All right, I'm not kidding you. Every bang for the next 6, the beer bong's going down. Let's keep the rotation going. Let's keep the rotation going.
Mostert!
Moose wants Moose. So for those that don't know, his name is Trace Moustakis, nickname Moose. The Moose is loose. I stole it, yeah.
That's fine. I got you.
You had a cold one.
I know. That's okay.
I stole the coldie.
Tastes the same.
If you watched any of our red zone coverage this year, Moose was doing all of our red zone stuff. Also, that freaked me out.
I'm not gonna lie.
My own voice sounds awful. I don't know how y'all listen to this. I hated that. I hated the sound of my own voices there.
One thing for the nation. Fuck Gardner Minshew.
FKC! 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 Oh, man. Also, Napman threw one up, and Yoda Jenkins! Bang! I'm telling you what.
We'll get back to yours in a second. Miguel said, who are you picking at 6,
We're getting
Mitch?
to this point.
Mitch, who are you picking at 6?
I'm going to go with Armin Membu.
Navman said, need
I'm
somebody
going to go with Armin
to
Membu.
complete this alley-oop. Wife authorized and approved. Minshew about to be a little ass boy again. Love it. Max gonna spank him if he plays at all. I see Max going by the FKC sideline just to call him a little ass boy. Let's go. The Moose is loose. Moose, you say. GM eats corn the long way. And then Yoda just said, Navman with 2 salute symbols.
I'm telling you what. It would be a bad time for Raiders news to happen. I'm not even going to lie to y'all. It would be a bad thing.
Let me know. Do you like the moves the Raiders have made so far this offseason, including trading for Geno, including extending Max Crosby? Let me know.
All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get everybody in the duck race.
Mostert.
We are going to get everybody in the duck race. Because everybody in this duck race is getting tipsy. $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. Timothy, what do you got for me? Fire away. I got a joke for you too. Chuggs, what's the difference between a buck nut? Nope. All right, I already ruined it. Deer nut and beer nut. 179 under a buck. F me. That's y'all's fault. That's y'all's fault. What do you got for me? Dude,
No, we have not.
I mean, you could ask Roke.
Mitch, are you got to put out just a highlight tape of Mostert, like with the Mustard song behind it, and just be like, "Who's ready for this?"
You're asking way too much of me.
I believe.
And I appreciate that you.
I believe in you.
It's not going to happen today. There's no way it's.
Just message that to Jackson and see what he says. I need a Mostert highlight tape with Mustard as the background song. I promise you, Jackson could do it pretty easy.
He's like, I'm sure. Jerry Kester.
We actually never even asked Jackson if he could dance. He's a TikTok guy.
Jerry Kester, you're in. All right, y'all.
I thought about doing with Dylan.
$20 Venmo
with Dylan
for a chance to win $860
every day. Him learning how to Dougie progressively. Dylan? Yes, I saw somebody. Yes, teach me how to Dougie, and it was like day 2 of learning how to Dougie.
Dude, we gotta do that. We have to do that.
Day 4 of learning how to Dougie. Dylan said he would be down already. I asked him, and he said he'd do it.
I can't imagine.
He told me he would.
He would? All right. Hey, I think that's sick. Mitch.
He's actually, like, really good. He comes out, he's like...
All right, Jeremy. What did one butt cheek say to the other?
Smells
What
like ass.
did one butt cheek say to the other?
What?
I don't know. I'm still waiting on the punchline. That wasn't the joke. I'm actually waiting on the punchline.
Oh, did somebody just say that in the chat?
Yes. All right. Timothy Bush. What did one butt cheek say to the other?
You're looking at Timothy's what?
What?
Together, we can stand through shit.
Not even what he said.
What
Together we can get through this shit.
Oh, yeah. All right. These aren't prescription, which may surprise you.
All right. Mitch is going to get the last names in. Here we go. Kevin said, that was awesomeness, and I loved it.
Awesome, dude.
Kodiak, new regime killed the comp pick game, as is. We should get a 4th, 2 5ths, and a 7th in 2026.
93 Navman's got a message. Mitch, Chuggs Nation, thank you all for making a shitty day, plumbing issue, today a great day. Hey, you know what, Nav? I hope tomorrow we get to have a lot of fun as well. I'm not kidding you. I can't believe what I'm going to do tomorrow. And I say that only because, again, like I've done a lot of crazy stuff on this show. But tuna is the one thing that I'm not even worried about the chip, quite frankly. Chip doesn't even, not that the chip doesn't scare me. The chip's always, because they always bring out brand new ones all the time. But dude, tuna is scary. I'd rather eat 2 chips than 1 can of tuna.
What do they call a bedpan in Russia? A Putin. That was from Dez.
That boy Dez. All right, y'all. Final call. Nab, I don't do these types of shows for everybody. And, obviously Nab's done a lot of amazing stuff on this one. He's done a lot of amazing stuff on a lot of Raiders Report streams. He's done a lot of great stuff for a lot of chat sports.
We would
streams
never do
out
this
there.
for Robert Jansen. I'm kidding, Robert. We love you. I'm kidding.
But at the same time, I know how much Nabman has done for Brandon. And, again, like you guys, to be honest, I don't even think you guys could even totally understand everything that Nav has done for Brandon. So, man, like I think you are genuinely an amazing, amazing human being. And we need more people out there in this world, very much like you. And I hope that you saw today just the amount of people that rock with you and that will always have your back. But then tomorrow, what I'm going to end up doing, we're going to do some tuna. I can't believe I'm doing it. I'm going to wear the Brandon Jasper jersey. We have a full list of names here for this Def Jasper jersey. I'm going to add some more. I know there was a lot of other stuff that happened today, and I got more and more banged up, and I hope that y'all don't get mad at me for not writing names on the jersey. But this is the jersey that I want to be able to give to Brandon's family, and the worse and worse I get, the worse my handwriting gets, and it's already bad. So I'll make sure that we're going to fill out the entire jersey. We're going to ship that bad boy out. Awesome stuff.
Luis, my boy graduated from veterinary school and got a job at the zoo circumcising elephants. He says the pay is terrible, but the tips are huge.
Holy shit, dude. That's unbelievable.
Circumcising elephants.
You know what's really weird? I heard he keeps them in the trunk. No, it's not. That's bad. Jamari Murray, you're in, bro.
Holy shit, that's funny.
You in. Josh Davis, I got you. Charles, I got you. We got more names.
Oh, Anthony, that's a good point. Mitch will have to do that this weekend.
Matthew Kimball.
You'll have to get your bracket
What do you mean?
for Raiders March Madness.
Oh yeah, we'll have that. When is it? Once it starts, what, Tuesday? For us, it starts Tuesday. Though I will have the bracket completed, and I'll show you what the bracket is on Tuesday.
And anybody who actually does like March Madness, we will have a Selection Sunday show on our main Chat Sports channel. I think Rolly's going to be doing it. Rolly and Smitty.
I gotta send you a message, and it's a doozy. I got Joe Mald, you're in. Josh Davis is in. We got a 20 to win as it stands. Here's the thing. Nope, I was going to say we're going to cap it, but we're not going to now. Scheffler, you're in. Ciosa. Oh, man, I'm sorry. That's not close. Kelmer. Savannah, I got you. Though Sav usually puts in 2. Sav, Kelmer, gotcha. We got Rick. What's up, Rick? Rick Fern. Eric Garcia. I just hear that in the background. That's unbelievable. You're good. You can show me after. All right, y'all. It is 20 to win, $990. Before we get to that duck race, I do have an important message from our good friends over at Keith Scarborough. Bang! Oh, no. Oh, no.
What?
This is my last one. I'm telling you that right now. I got to go to a welcome party. I'm about to take the coldest shower. The shower I'm about to take, icicles. I got to wake up.
I quote tweeted Marsh saying... I quote tweeted Marsh saying the thing about Joe Flacco with, if he wins the Super Bowl, is he the best quarterback in Giants history? He'd definitely be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
I mean, here's the thing. If Joe Flacco won a Super Bowl with the Giants, who goes down as a greater quarterback of all time? Eli Manning or Joe Flacco?
Flacco. If he wins one right now.
Would he? They both have 2. They would both have 2 then.
But I think
Eli's numbers.
I think this would be the more impressive one, though. Joe Flacco, because Eli.
Quite frankly, I mean, that would be unbelievable.
Because Eli's 2 Super Bowls, their defenses were insane in both of those years. And then Joe Flacco in Baltimore, the defense was insane. That was Ray Lewis and Ed Reed.
If there are any Spurs fans here, De'Aaron Fox, season-ending surgery.
De'Aaron Fox?
Yep.
It makes sense. Wemby's going to sit out for the rest of the year. They're tanking for Cooper Flag. Nick says,
maybe.
So shots of tuna can water?
I'm going to eat tuna tomorrow, which I'm telling y'all right now, there's not a 0% chance that I don't throw up tomorrow. I mean it. I like when Alex makes it, it is, and I don't know what your ick is, and I can't even believe I just said that word out loud, but I feel like a loser. That's how it is for me, though. Like, I mean, it is tuna, the smell of tuna out of a can.
Dude, have you seen? There's a guy on TikTok.
Oh, God. Yeah, it's not gonna end well, Bob. It's not gonna end well. Crash Dog, I gotcha. Nicholas Castro, I gotcha. All right, I'm not taking any more names. All right, Jonathan Wilson. That's it. No more. No more. What are you laughing about? Winner's going to go home with $1,020. $1,020. What are you two giggling about?
I messaged Dylan from TV and I said, yo, what are you doing?
He's just mind blown right now. He's in shambles. Absolute shambles. The best part of waking up is shambles in your cup. No? Or you just keep typing to him?
He said, who is this? I said, can I count on you for some copy or not?
Stop, dude.
Dude, you gotta chill.
You gotta stop. All right, come on. I gotta get out of here. Yeah, I gotta go. Alex said, are you coming home? All right, y'all. I hate to end a show that is this crazy. Luis, yeah, you're in this one, man. But Alex is like, hey, are you coming? So I got to try to get home here in the next 20 minutes. It's going to be a race. Speaking of race, we got a moose race, which I actually don't know if we've ever done before. If you were to see 102 mooses running at you, would you rather have 102 mooses running at you or 10 velociraptors?
Ooh, would you rather have 1,000 mooses that are the size of ants running at you, or 3 ants that are the size of moose?
The other one. Ants, pound for pound, are the strongest animal in the entire world.
Okay, if it was like...
Or animal thing?
Three earthworms that are the size of moose. Or mooses.
Okay.
Or 1,000 mooses that are the size of worms.
I'll take the things that are the size of worms. You could probably fit them in a cup. I mean, giant worms. That sounds like those. That sounds like Jerry's from Rick and Morty. All right, here we go. Winner's going home with $1,200 or $1,020. 3, 2, 1. We got to get this race going, or else I don't know if we're ever. This is a disaster, dude. This is not good.
Holy shit, dude.
This might be the Johnny B. Good race. What? You guys are still messaging Dylan.
Oh my god, that's funny.
Poor guy. What is he? What's happening?
So wait your turn.
Should I just message? This is Brett.
Do not. Randall here's the thing, y'all. We've never done a moose race. The moose is loose. And I don't know who's in the lead. I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea. I'm just like all y'all. I got no idea who's gonna win this race. Jackson, something Watson, LaVisca Chenault going to the Bills. Savannah Jean. Somebody said they look like dogs with antlers. Y'all are unbelievable.
Somebody go tell him I'm kidding.
Savannah Jean. For those of you that do not know, this is Mount Raider Moore Patrick B's
Wait,
significant other.
Let him freak out.
Savannah. Congrats. Which, Sav, I actually don't even know if you've ever won before. Savannah, can you please confirm, or Patrick, can you please confirm that you just received $1,020? $1,020.
Oh, dude. I used to message
Pat,
Marshall
tell her
all
to
the
check
time
again.
on TV. Oh. All right. We're going to get out of here before somebody gets in trouble.
I just want to make sure that Sav gets it. I just want Patrick to confirm.
Oh.
Congrats to Savannah. As soon as Savannah confirms, I will get the F.
It's confirmed.
Oh, wait, actually, shit. We got to see who came in second and third.
Second is Lucas Farrell.
All right, hang on. Second is, let me write that down. Wait, let me write it on the hat. Do I have? Uh-oh. All right, I'm going to have to write them. All right, you said Lucas Farrell.
Yeah.
All right, I need y'all to remember this. Lucas Farrell, you get a hat. How do you spell it?
Lucas
Yep.
Farrel. Well, that's at least how you spelt it.
Yeah, so that's anything's possible. Savannah Jean says, that's so dope.
It's
yo.
second, third, and fourth, right?
Second and third.
Second and third?
Second and
Third, Eric Garcia.
Eric Garcia. So to Lucas Farrell
Chef.
and Eric Garcia.
Scheffler said that's 50 duck races and nothing.
To Lucas Farrell and Eric Garcia, I need y'all to message me your first and last name. I'm going to guess it's that. But if you could still just double confirm it. And then if you could also send me your shipping address. Raiders report. If you could also send me your shipping addresses, that way I can ship out some Raiders report hats. Hey, man, before we get out of here, again, we do a lot of crazy shit, but I'll always say this. I do crazy shit on here because I feel like we also work our freaking tails off, and I'm not afraid to have a good time. Because here's the thing. If Raiders news happens later tonight, I'm going to be breaking it all down for y'all.
Oh, wait. Last place before we go, too.
Last place. Make sure you're subscribed.
William Hogue.
William Hogue. You're going to get something that's going to be interesting. It's going to look like the second letter in your last name.
It's going to say, let's just say it's going to look like a Minshew.
I don't know if you would pick it, though. So, Nabman says, love you, mother effers, all of y'all. Happy birthday to Nabman. Tomorrow's show is going to be fun for all of y'all. I'll be honest, I'm really not looking forward to it. I don't know how my body's going to handle the tuna. We will see how it ends up going down. Mitch is in trouble now. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. From me, from Jeremy Chuggs, Mostert!